friendliest servers. It's kind of retarded.
It's on these stairs here.
Alright. Whenever you're ready to go, I'll be behind you, but I'm 5 meters back. There's a red trade here too.
Directly above me, actually.
Yep. Yeah, ready to go.
Yep, traps in case they're prepared.
So they're basically farming XP. That's what they are doing. Is that a fun? Who knows? So they're basically farming XP. That's what they're doing. Anyway, that was kind of a hilarious. Oh, good morning. I see somebody in the chat with me. Oh, sorry if I disturb you, man. I just wanted to share, I guess, with any member of Hunt community, so it doesn't get lost. So the post that I was looking for was actually the post from something that was...
Welcome to my channel. Regress. Welcome to my channel.
a bit of
Stream elements.
longer.
Welcome to my channel. Marksing.
So
Welcome to my channel. Rogue RL. Welcome to my channel.
I kind of shamelessly
Trapsnat.
stealed it.
Welcome to my channel. Ro. Welcome to my channel. HVDES. Welcome to my channel. DNK. Welcome to my channel.
Stop it.
Another viewer.
As far as the rituals and practices go, of like saying the words to initiate someone into the group. But other than that, it's mostly just like people, it's like you said, a boys club nowadays. At one point, I do think there was a purpose for it, because you had all these different people who, in their normal course of career, the old traditions as far as the rituals and practices go, of like saying the words to initiate someone into the group. But other than that, it's mostly just like people, it's like you said, a boys club nowadays. At one point, I do think there was a purpose for it, because you had all these different people who, in their normal course of career, would never communicate with each other, who were now able to communicate with each other at these meetings away from the public. But now it's kind of just like, it seems to be just an older group who is maintaining traditions that they were raised to be important, but it's not as pressed upon anymore. I know a bunch of people who have, like, you know, done work in Hollywood, you know, showbiz, stuff like that, who say there's a bunch of older people who are part of the Masons or societies like that, but none of the, like, new generation is partaking in it. So I don't know, it's kind of dying out in a way, but it's interesting what it was at one point.
Yeah, it's kind of seems like a post-college fraternity almost, like
yeah, that's for what it is now. That's pretty accurate.
Yeah. So I don't think that they. I mean, through Avenue previously and historically with the Freemasons, because it was mostly like successful, powerful people. I guess you could argue that it's kind of like New World Order-esque back then, because these people were making important decisions and they were kind of discussing in these private Freemason lodges and stuff like that about what their actions would be and stuff like that. But I don't know if that would have continued to these days. What do you think?
Probably not, and I don't think they'd be putting their stamp on an airport and shit. I feel like if they're trying to meet in secret, the last place they'd want to be meeting is something that has that much traffic going through it.
True.
I mean, put it this way, right? Like, nowadays we take for granted how easy communication is. Like, Jackson's in Australia, and we're talking to him. Like, in 100 years ago, I'd have to send you a letter, and we'd wait 2 weeks to get a response from each other, right?
Yeah, that would have made for a great podcast.
Yeah, only for you to talk about how much you like Boeing planes for some reason. Be a waste of a letter.
You just throw it out immediately into the fire.
Disgusting. This podcast is over. But we take for granted now how easy communication is. Back in like 1700s, if you had like beef with somebody or you were like publicly opposed to them, it would take like years to settle that unless you met in person and actually like figured it out. So a lot of the times these masonry meetings would be a collection of people from all different sides of like arguments or the political spectrum. And everything was kept secret, so the public couldn't find out exactly what was said, but they would hash stuff out. They would, you know, try to make stuff work in governance and stuff like that. And you kind of needed to have these collections of people who all trusted each other, who were sworn to secrecy, and were willing to all meet in one location to figure everything out at once. So, yeah, the meetings back then were much more important than they would be now, right?
Yeah, because like you said, communication is so easy. Two powerful people could just MSN messenger each other right now if they wanted to.
Yeah, hop on a Discord call.
Yeah, super easily. So you don't need these kinds of cool clubhouses and stuff like that. Or even in the modern era, like country clubs and stuff like that, you know, like gated communities and stuff like that, kind of foster that same kind of attitude. Not to the scale of these super powerful people, but still, same idea.
There's a tablet above the dedication stone with the Freemason symbol again and the text in Braille. There's a popular theory that this is actually a keypad that unlocks the time capsule, when in reality it appears to just be a Braille translation of the main plaque.
There's no rationale for why it would be a keypad or anything. They saw like the little buttons. They didn't realize it was Braille, and they're like, it must be a keypad.
Why would they give that? That's what kills me. Why would they let random people touch the secret keypad if that's really what it is?
Well, because it's such a complicated key to get in. Like it looks like a spaceship controls or something. You know, like no one's gonna get that.
They made it look like Braille, so people are gonna be touching it all the fucking time.
What is this for? Blind people or something?
That's actually so true. If it's a keypad, they've made it for the people that are going to be touching it as frequently as possible.
It's really funny too the way that's worded. There's a plaque that appears to be Braille. Some think it's a secret keypad. Upon inspection, it's Braille.
It's very obviously Braille, but because the Freemason symbol is right next to it. The Freemason symbol, by the way, for those that don't know, is like a little square ruler with a like compass above it and then a G in the middle. It's used on the main plaque as well, and then on this mini plaque below the main plaque, which is the Braille translation, it has that symbol to the left of it. So that's why people think that it's something more nefarious or something more conspiratorial. They think it's a keypad that'll unlock it'll unlock the time capsule, which by the way is going to be unlocked anyway in 2094. It's not like it's never going to be opened. Why would they even need a keypad for that?
Do we know what's in the time capsule? Because usually when they do those ceremonies, they show you everything that goes in and then they bury it.
I don't think it was anything important. It was just like trinkets and stuff from the time.
It's the blood of a child used to unlock the third seal of Revelation.
Oh yeah, here it looks like they it looks like they do know exactly what's in it because it's a fucking time capsule.
Yeah,
so it contains.
Do you have it there?
Yeah, it contains coins which are signed by opening day balls from Coors Field, Mayor Wellington Webb's sneakers, and a few Blackhawk Casino tokens.
Wait, so the mayor just put his sneakers in there?
He just put his shoes in there.
Why did they think that was that
That's
important?
pretty good. That's pretty funny.
We need to open it ASAP. We need the code quick.
Quick feet. Hurry.
This is big stuff. 2094 is not ready for this.
Well, I'm sure the conspiratorial angle would be that they replaced Mayor Wellington's sneakers. Mayor Wellington, by the way, sounds like a cartoon character. But anyway, they replaced these sneakers with like New World Order stuff, which, or maybe the keypad unlocks something greater. Maybe it unlocks like a secret entrance to a bunker or something like that. That's the idea from them anyway. They think it's a keypad. The time capsule at DIA, the Denver International Airport, is likely marked with the Freemason logo because the Grand Lodge of Colorado, so the main Freemason Lodge of Colorado, conducted the cornerstone laying ceremony for the airport. The Freemasons being involved in new public buildings and projects wasn't and still isn't uncommon. It's actually pretty common that they help put on these festivities and take a part in the community in this way. So this isn't even like a rare occurrence where they like
that's also another reason people get so conspiratorial about the symbol popping up everywhere. For the last 50 years, a lot of what the Freemasons done is like charity work. So there's like hospitals dedicated to them. There's like, charities dedicated to them. So they'll put their symbol on stuff after they build it. So that's what leads to like, oh, all these buildings have their symbol on it. I wonder what that could mean. But yeah, you'll see them at parades and stuff. They'll wear the little fez cap. There's the tiny cars. They drive around the tiny cars, stuff like that.
Yeah, they're not, in my opinion, they're not that secretive. I mean, what goes on behind the Freemason doors is secretive, but they're not like, you never see them.
The reason it's so conspiratorial is because there's like a bunch of different degrees and ranks you can climb, and the higher you go, the more secretive they are about what happens there. And a lot of that, again, I think is just down to tradition. There's no goat sacrifice. There's nothing like that going on. But again, the source of the conspiracy is that at one point, very powerful world figures would meet in secret to discuss things the public wasn't to know about. So
I mean, if that
it's
came
a
out,
buffet for conspiracy.
if that came out today, like world leaders were meeting in private to discuss things, there would be conspiracies about that immediately. Even though it does happen, there's things like the G8 conference and stuff like that, which is literally world leaders meeting up and discussing things. So it's just something that's always happened. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to move on to talk about the secret underground bunkers, which makes up the majority of the conspiracies around Denver International Airport. But first, we're going to take a quick break to hear from the sponsors of this episode. One of the coolest things you can do with your time is learn a new language. Everyone agrees with that. It's just really cool to learn a new language. There's something powerful, I think, in being able to understand and, relate to other cultures. And learning a new language, learning that culture's language, is your key to being able to do that. So it's a very powerful thing. Whether it's Japanese or German or French, you're adding flavor to your life. And one of the easiest ways I've found to start that learning journey, that journey to adding flavor, is with Babbel. Babbel is a science-backed language learning app that actually works. Its quick 10-minute lessons are designed to teach you the language in the most accessible, approachable way possible.
Yeah, only if
and
you're
they've
interested.
been designed by over 150 language experts, real professionals, real geniuses, so you can learn in confidence that everything is designed in a way to maximize your learning potential. I've even been using Babbel to learn a bit of French here and there for fun. I feel confident that I could say hi to people, ask about where things are if I'm lost in Paris, know how to order food, stuff like that. I could say Je m'appelle Jackson and feel confident in knowing that they're going to understand that my name is Jackson. I'd also be confident I'm saying it with the correct pronunciation because Babbel's speech recognition technology helps to improve that for you. Studies from Yale, Michigan State University, and others all claim that Babbel is better. One study even went as far to say that using Babbel for 15 hours is the equivalent to a full semester at college. So just think about how much tuition you could save. Plus, all of Babbel's 14 language courses are backed by their 20-day money-back guarantee. So if you go in there and you realize, hey, French really isn't for me, you can back out and not be any worse to wear for the decision. And if this is all sounding fantastic to you, it gets even better because here's a special limited time deal for our listeners, that's you guys. Right now, get 55% off your Babbel subscription, but only for you guys at babbel.com/redthread. Get 55% off Babbel at babbel.com/redthread. That's babbel.com/redthread. Links will be below. Rules and restrictions may apply. Thank you to Babbel for sponsoring this episode. Please go check them out and learn a new language. It really is like a very useful use of your time. So go check them out if you want to learn a new language. It's a great tool that I highly recommend. Now, over to me again. Hey, it's me again. Now let's talk about the magical company that makes sure all of your below the belt hair is taken care of. Manscaped. We're all guys with hair. You don't need to be embarrassed about what's, hiding downstairs. We've all got it. We all know what it's like. With Manscaped, though, you have the tools available to groom and tidy everything up and make it look like a piece of fine artwork. Introducing the Lawn Mower 5.0 Ultra. This bad boy comes with 2 interchangeable next-gen skin-safe blade heads, so you can get the classic trim, or you can go fully smooth if that's what you want with their foil blade. It's also equipped with dual LED spotlights, so if you're stuck out in the woods at night with a hairy bush, Manscaped has you covered, and you can meticulously shape your junk under the warm glow of the lawnmower's flashlights. Talk about getting back to man's roots, am I right? Look at that. You can do it out in the dark late at night. It's got a flashlight on this. That's actually so cool. I feel like I'm like holding a piece of sci-fi equipment right now. There's also the Weed Whacker 2.0, this thing right here, which is also super useful for me as a man with a larger than normal nose with a few annoying hairs that like to come out and say hello every now and then. It's made getting rid of them super easy and convenient. I just shove it up there and get rid of those hairs whenever I feel like it. And the Weed Whacker 2.0 is now a staple of my travel kit, and I really wouldn't leave the house without it. I also love Manscaped's Crop Preserver and Crop Smoother lotions. These bad boys over here. Got to turn it around the right way. These guys, they're fantastic. They're a lotion and deodorant that'll make your balls feel fantastic after a shave. Highly recommend using them after you shave because your balls will come out feeling so fresh. All in all, Manscaped really is one hell of a fantastic product that's worth every penny. I use them all the time and I love Manscaped dearly. I really do. They're a fantastic company, a lot of fun to work with, and their products are fantastic. You can get 20% off and free shipping with code REDTHREAD at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping with code REDTHREAD at manscaped.com. This upcoming St. Patrick's Day, make sure your little hairy leprechaun is luckier than ever with Manscaped. Highly recommend checking them out. Big thank you to Manscaped and a massive, massive thank you to everyone for listening this far in and checking out the folks who make putting on these shows possible. Enormous thank you to everyone, and back to Denver. Isaiah, did you want to start talking about the underground bunker?
Yes. I also want to make the note, in my head when I was describing what the Masons look like and I said Fez Cap and Tiny Car, I now remember that's the Shriners, not the Masons. That is a different group.
Embarrassing.
I wouldn't have known. You called yourself out.
Yeah. I did call myself out. That was for the that wasn't for you all. That was for the comments. I could probably gaslight Jackson into thinking I know God.
You could gaslight me into anything, yeah.
But for the comments, that was the Shriners. That was my bad. That was my bad. As soon as I said it, I'm like, that feels wrong. Okay, anyway.
Welcome
to
my channel.
You're gonna anger both the Shriners and the Freemasons. You have both
Yeah,
organizations.
well, they're all the same thing. They're all
you can't say
sacrificing goats and stuff. And they're all devil worshippers as far as I go. Amen, brother.
Oh,
anyway.
wait, real quick. I just remembered the Freemasons have a subreddit, so you can freely go and look at all the Freemasons.
Well, it's only for the lower ranking Freemasons. You're not going to be meeting the Tom Cruises in there or anything.
Yeah. We all know that when you hit level 18 degree Freemason, you have to delete your Reddit account.
Yeah, and then you have to get off Reddit.
And then you have to prestige, and then you get a cool weapon skin.
and then you get a cool new hat.
A new fez, or whatever it was.
A new fez hat, yeah.
Alright, continue on about the bunkers.
Yeah. One of the more widely passed around theories surrounding the airport involves the existence of underground bunkers and tunnels. While the airport does indeed have I'm sorry. I know I'm one sentence in, but just the idea of like the airport being like, yeah, we actually transport baggage using these underground tunnels, and then people like, I know they're hiding the underground tunnels. Like,
So stupid.
while the airport does indeed have underground tunnels for transporting baggage, some believe there's more to it. Allegedly, contractors working on the airport during its construction reported seeing signs of bunker entrances and mysterious tunnels beyond what's publicly known. The airport's significant delays, massive budget overruns, and multi-million-dollar malfunctioning baggage systems have contributed to fuel speculation. Some theorize that these underground areas are reserved for billionaires and global political elites in case of a global catastrophe. Much like the bunkers at the end of the hit movie 2012. Yes, that's a pop culture reference in the document this
God,
time.
you're writing like you're on Tumblr with that, Jackson. Jesus.
Yeah, that's right. I just did that.
Yeah, I do that now.
I was getting bored writing. I had to.
That's me.
Bet you're wondering how this pop
We're
culture reference got in here. Well, let me take you to the start.
Oh wait, it doesn't even end there. And so it goes, yes, that's a pop culture reference in the document this time. We're getting better and better at this with every episode.
No, it's perfect.
Don't want to be an American idiot. There are even claims of a tunnel stretching from the airport all the way to the North American Aerospace Defense Command, which is NORAD, in Colorado Springs, over 100 miles away. Additionally, there are rumors about the presence of reptoids or aliens lurking beneath the airport.
All just unsubstantiated nonsense. Like, there's no,
Yeah,
no
now,
evidence.
I will say, if you were the kind of
Welcome
person
to my channel.
who thinks that there is some kind of new world order, government conspiracy, whatever, and then the world's largest airport gets built, and it's $2 billion over, or the
Over budget.
America's largest airport gets built, and it's $2 billion over budget, and then there's all these underground tunnels and stuff. I see why people are attracted to the idea of something going on there, right?
Yeah, but it just takes 2 seconds to ask yourself why. Like, if it's some kind of underground bunker to survive an
Correct.
apocalypse, why the fuck would they build it here? In a place
In
that's
the
so
airport?
publicly accessible where people could just wander their way
Correct,
in. It
correct.
wouldn't make any sense.
Well, okay, wait. Counterpoint.
Because the
Just-
planes have to get there,
Yeah.
Charlie.
The planes land there and then they get out and go straight into the bunkers. If it's a world-ending event, like all the planes go to Denver and like immediately they get ushered off the planes into the bunkers. That's the logic there, I assume. That's why
Yeah,
an airport might make
that
sense
it needs to
for
be
something
at an
like that.
airport. But then it would be, if that was the case, it would be at an unmarked location. Because like, also this is another thing. They act like they're trying to put together the clue. The people who believe in the Denver conspiracy act like they're trying to put together the clues of like where the elites hide their weapons and like tech and stuff like that. But we have evidence of where they do, because like during the Cold War, we knew they were building a bunch of like missile silos across the United States, and we were never told where. And then after the Cold War, we find out they're all in like fields in Wyoming, just like absolute middle of nowhere locations. Like during the Manhattan Project, where did they build a lot or refine a lot of the uranium for the bombs? They did it in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, a place that, you know, no one would expect. So we know that they put them in places no one thinks to look. Why would they throw their most important base underneath the largest airport in America?
That's a really good
you know?
point. Especially, yeah, that wouldn't make any sense at all. Pretty much everywhere that's super small would be a much better target to do things like that.
Exactly.
Easier to control.
If something like this did exist, it's in a town that's not even on a map,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, but then how, again, like how are all the rich people going to get there on a moment's notice when the world is ending or whatever?
Well, how the fuck are they going to get to the Denver
I-
International Airport on a moment's notice unless they're already there?
What do you mean? A
They'd have to
plane?
fly
A
in.
plane?
Well, then they'd fly
Yeah.
into the other place as well. I'm assuming
Oh, so
they
all
have.
these private planes are going to like fly into some small town in Kentucky.
Yeah, they absolutely could
Where are they
do
going to
that.
land?
Well,
No, they couldn't. Where?
They'd build an airstrip for it. You
Well,
can
then
do
we
that.
got the same problem then.
What's the problem?
Well, it doesn't have to be a big airstrip.
Yeah.
They're not bringing 747s full of like
Well, yeah,
world
true.
leaders and
Small
Senate
private
members.
planes. But it's
Yeah.
Yeah,
constant
it's like little
planes.
private jets.
There's a lot of powerful people that are probably in this new world order, so it would be constant planes.
Which is
Look, all you
wouldn't
need is a
matter.
half-mile runway, and you're good.
Yeah,
I can
That's
say
it, just one strip.
I can see. Okay, so I can see the logic of making Denver Airport.
I see the logic.
staging
Yes,
grounds.
I see where the
Yeah,
dots
I can.
connect.
Yeah, I can see how that.
Correct.
I just think it falls apart though, because let's say you're just Joe Schmo. We're there. We're at the international airport because we're going to fuck the Wendigo or something, right? So we're at a layover, and all of a sudden we see fucking hundreds of powerful people coming into the airport and going underground. We're gonna start connecting dots. Like, wait a minute. This is
Yeah,
this is
way
odd.
too many eyes.
Yeah.
Wait, but at that point it doesn't matter because the New World Order, like, that's an emergency situation. The tsunamis from 2012 or whatever are coming. It's over. Unless we get into the bunker with them.
Which we could, because they do in that movie too. Like,
Yeah, just follow the movie.
Yeah,
That's
they do.
fine.
They get on the arc. You're right. The three of us behind them, we choke out the three guys in the back, and we put on their clothes.
Yeah.
And then we get in line, like walk with them, and then we have to take part in like the blood orgy that happens underground.
and that
Yeah.
could all be avoided if they just went to fucking Oak Ridge, because I'd have no clue that
Exactly,
they were in Oak
yeah.
Ridge. I wouldn't see them.
Well, someone will. Someone in Oak Ridge will. They'll
I
be
mean, like one guy
like,
will, but by then
a
it's
dude,
like,
yeah, like just fucking dude over there sees it.
like when they were building missile silos in the middle of Wyoming, the property owner knew, right? Like guys like that, and they were paid to keep quiet. But it's not like the world knew. It's not like Russia knew where the missiles were at, right?
Yeah, of course. There's more strategic importance in hiding that kind of stuff, though.
There's strategic importance in hiding your fucking Noah's Ark as well, I would imagine, and not letting normal people on.
What if it's just a tunnel system to the Rocky Mountains, and then the bunkers are built underneath the Rocky Mountains? That's what I would think would make the most sense.
That would be more likely.
That would make a
I
little more
think,
sense.
than
Because
they just
Because it's
they're
like
in the
everyone
airport.
who comes to the bunker has to fly into the Denver International Airport, and then they get ferried in the tunnels to underneath the Rocky Mountains, which is where the bunkers actually are. And being underneath
Do
the
they
mountain.
ferry them with the little tram like in the picture? Do they
Yeah,
put them in their
in the little
cargo boxes?
baggage carriers.
Epstein's in there right
Yeah,
now.
he's over at that bunker right now, making good use of it.
Cruising to freedom, yeah. Okay. Alright. In reality, the underground space at Denver International Airport serves a much more mundane and practical function. During its construction, a sophisticated baggage system was planned, which required a large amount of tunnels and conveyor systems beneath the airport. Although it was never fully implemented and ultimately deemed a failure due to technical problems, the tunnels themselves still exist. Today, they are used for various logistical functions.
Yeah, so I think they're still just used to carry like luggage around. Like we have that photo
That
there.
is interesting, though, that they build all those tunnels and can't use them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is weird.
That's probably why they
what
went
an
$2 billion
enormous
over budget.
waste. Yeah,
I don't know
surely
how
you would.
How do you fuck that up though? If you're just using it to transport luggage around, surely it can't be that difficult.
Yeah, how do the conveyor belts just put conveyor belts
Yeah.
down there? Is that a problem? Yeah.
No, it was a state-of-the-art baggage system, so I assume it was like using teleportation or something, and they couldn't figure it out.
Oh yeah, you're just using the blood of infants to move.
I don't know why they needed to reinvent it and like spend $2 billion trying to create all these tunnels. It's like me playing Factorio or something. Like there was no need for this system, this overreach of budget and stuff like that, which clearly didn't pan out. Surely, if you're going to commit $2 billion to making this whole underground system or whatever of like baggage superiority, they would nail the technical specifications first to make sure that it would work. But apparently not. Apparently it just didn't work, so they scrapped the idea while the tunnels were still built. It's crazy waste of money.
Yeah. To finish off this, airport officials have addressed the conspiracy theories by offering explanations and even tours to journalists and online figures to debunk the myths surrounding the alleged underground bunkers. Of course, this somehow fueled the conspiracy rumors even more. Alright, so, hold on. I think we now need to change our position a bit. I think we need to say that it is a conspiracy, that there is, like, reptiles down there and stuff, so that we get a free tour and get to play around in the miles of tunnels underneath Denver.
Yeah, that sounds super fun. I don't know. Tunnels, yay!
Whee! I'm under the airport. Yeah.
Alright, forget you guys.
Yeah, you can go.
I thought it was cool. You know what? This is my podcast now. Hey everybody, welcome. It's just me now, the Red Thread. The only one here who wants to live a little, have a little fun.
The only one who appreciates tunnels.
The only one who really appreciates you know, I do appreciate tunnels. Anytime I go somewhere there's an abandoned location and it has a tunnel, that's a banger. That's a 10 out of 10.
You know, I will agree with you. Tunnels are pretty cool after
Yeah.
thinking about it some more.
Tunnels are great. I love that.
Cool. Shut up, Charlie. You're you're just trying to make me feel better.
Yeah.
I know what you're doing.
You saw through my ruse. I thought it was clever.
I'm not flying 30 hours to just roam around the Denver
No, znam.
airport tunnels, I'm afraid.
Kako si? Ljudi su našli exploit za novi taj event u Huntu. Nevjerojatno. Zato što je Crytek sjebao da... Dobro. U suštini možeš da prestižeš tek na 50. levelu. Ljudi su skontali kako da dobiješ 50 levela u jednom meču. U suštini tu na snimku imaš 2 ili 3 ekipe, razumeš, jedne drugu kokaju zarad XP-a. Da, jest. A nisi gledao čitav klip, nemoj da gledaš moj post, pogledaj onaj na Redditu. Exploit je za XP, nije exploit za KD. Nemoj da razmišljaš, znači, linearno. Nema veze KD s time, ima veze XP s time. Svaki, zato što ne računa dobro, ne računati ga kao Red Skull Revive, kad ga digneš tako. To ti je preko event trade kad reviviš čovjeka, bez bounty-a. Piše fino na tom Reddit postu. Možda ideš nešto da uradiš. A fino što si ustala da mi kažeš zdravo i onda si otišao.
I call that a lack of dedication.
Yeah, you just
okay?
don't get it.
No journalistic integrity.
Yeah, clearly.
Right. So that concludes the baggage part, the tunnel baggage part of this conversation. Let's move on to the apocalyptic artwork. So the Denver airport is filled with artwork that has raised our eyebrows. One in
Regress.
particular is a pair of
Welcome to my channel.
murals by artist Leo Tanguma, titled "Children of the World Dream of Peace" and "In Peace and Harmony with Nature." Rumors and theories about these murals have spread, linking Nazi or Illuminati ties as well as further tying into New World Order themes. So the murals themselves are quite like I don't know how I would describe them. They're pretty
I will
cool.
say, I like them. I think they're neat. I will say though that when you've never heard of the Denver conspiracy, and then someone presents information where they're like, "There's miles of unused tunnels. It's $2 billion over budget. It has masonry logo, and this is the artwork." It's enough to be like, okay, maybe something cool's here.
Yeah.
So like the artwork definitely attributes to that, but in isolation, they're pretty cool art pieces.
Yeah,
I like
it's
it.
a really
they're
interesting style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Children of the World Dream of Peace starts with a soldier equipped with a gas mask that carries a gun and a large curved sword in each hand. The sword appears to be stabbing a poor, defenseless dove. Obviously, doves are the sign of peace, so the soldier is killing peace. To the left of the soldier is a sweeping landscape of crying mothers holding lifeless babies with what appears to be scared, upset children hiding right next to them. The soldier appears dominating and menacing, standing over crumbling buildings on fire. So obviously the idea is like war and the victims of war and stuff like that. It's a very confronting piece, and an airport is an interesting place to put that for
That's
sure.
what I was thinking. That seems a little heavy for an airport. Usually you'd want something super neutral just to be there.
Yeah.
But that's what art is. Art is
I
confronting
think it's
sometimes.
interesting for, especially an international airport, right? Because a lot of people could be coming in who are from war-torn locations, stuff like that. And think of the title of the work, "Children of the World Dream of Peace," right? Like, it's very heavy symbols to throw, again, at an airport.
Yeah, so I can understand how in connection with all the other things that conspiracy theorists
ZVGN.
might latch onto in
Welcome
the
to
airport,
my channel.
how they would then look at these like very confronting pieces of artwork, which are great, by the way. I really do think that there's value to them, and they're good pieces. But they might see that and then add it in connection with all the other conspiratorial elements happening, especially if it reinforces their beliefs that they have just developed. So, conspiracy theorists believe that the painting shows messages foretelling the future, and the paintings have been reversed to hide this. So, conspiracy theorists believe that the order of the paintings have been reversed, and what it's actually doing, it's a prophecy about how evil will come back and a time of war will take place in the near future. Which it's not a crazy prediction, but I don't think that was the intent.
I mean, it's funny because the way the paintings are done, it shows war, and then it shows children being better than the war, and then a world of peace, right? Which is a fun like little symbol, especially because in the last picture, all the kids are holding flags from different parts of the world. So it's like, it's very interesting, but then to see that and be like, what if it's backwards? What if the soldier kills the children?
And then we go back to war, and then the dove dies at the end.
And then the dove dies, which of course is symbolism of God, and the elites are godless, so they want to kill God. That's what all that means. of course.
Oh, okay. I thought you took it in a deep direction. I thought it was just peace. I thought doves were peace.
I'm just putting on my Wendigoon hat for a second. Yeah, it means they're gonna kill God. Yeah. That's what.
You're clearly more cultured than I am when it comes to art. You look far deeper
with
into
like
it.
with absolutely insane paranoid ramblings. Yeah, I'd say I'm pretty cultured. Yeah.
So then the next painting by Tanguma is In Peace with Harmony. In Peace and Harmony with Nature, which follows the same theme of a depressing, emotion-evoking painting, which moves on to a happier one. So there's a transition from a very depressing painting of like forest burning and children crying and stuff like that into a happier setting. So the second part of the painting shows happy, celebrating children from all nationalities surrounding a bright, colorful flower with animals throughout the painting looking happy and healthy. There are no burning cities or trees and no coffins in the second painting, whereas in the first there are a lot of those things. Conspiracy theorists believe that there is more to this painting than the depiction of climate change and the impact humans have on nature because of the burning trees. Some believe this painting shows why the secret group behind the scenes wants to control the population, seeing the world as overpopulated. I don't know. they're looking super deep into this stuff at this point, trying to make sense of it. In the first part of the painting, a caged quetzal bird is shown, which can be seen as an allegory for extinction, fueling the theory of a mass extinction event happening, and the airport being a safe hub for select members to emerge in the new world unscathed. Theorists see the plant that the children are gathered around in the second part as a symbol for the new world government. So the children are surrounding the new world government, and this is just like a lot of over-the-top lunacy in my opinion. Like, just, it's a very clear message that I think the artist is trying to portray here in these paintings, and the conspiracy theorists have latched onto it and gone in like a wacky direction.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, like you said, it's pretty self-evident. Like,
Yeah.
war hurts the innocent. The innocent make war go away. The world is better now. Like, it's not. It's not that complex.
You have to,
unless it's backwards.
yeah, you have to go on
Unless it's
like
backwards.
actual stupid juice to like try and pervert that into a different direction. Like, it's super obvious what it's trying to convey. It's just one of those things where you're looking for these things to confirm what you already convince yourself
Already
is
believe.
real. Yeah, and there's just
Yeah.
nothing you can really do to convince someone otherwise after you've done that. You're just believing because you want to believe in it. That's it. There's no evidence or anything.
You'll see whatever you want to believe in at this point if you're looking that deep into it.
What I always find
So-
fascinating though is
you know
like
what?
they use this as real evidence, just literally fucking art pictures. They're like, wait, it's confirmed right here that the mass extinction event is coming. Look at this painting. It's right there. It's on its way.
Yeah.
As if it's like cavemen scrolling on walls
Exactly.
telling of their history and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, again, they just need to throw clues out for us all over the place. Yeah.
Well, again, it's like they don't understand that multiple people can have different interpretations of art as well. Like, just because they see something there doesn't mean that's the intent of the artist. You don't know until you can confirm it with the artist, if the artist would ever say that. The artist himself, Tanguma, was influenced by horrific events from the perspective of the child and innocence that children possess, so that's why he decided to draw these pieces. Several of the depicted children are based on real-life individuals, each with their own story that Tanguma adapted. Among them are a boy who tragically took his own life, a girl who fell victim to abuse, and brothers who advocated for peace in Afghanistan. So a lot of these are like actual real-life experiences that he's drawn from. And again, it's a very compelling piece of artwork. All of them are, and they clearly mean a lot to the artist and the communities that the artist is from, and the people that he's depicting. So it does feel a bit like fucked up to then twist that into a conspiratorial agenda where there is none. So it's quite unfortunate.
Oh, she was addicted to substances? I want to see receipts.
Yeah,
Where's your
prove
proof?
it.
Source?
Even if you did provide that, the immediate thing would be the Freemasons fake this evidence. This isn't real.
Yeah,
Of
there's
course,
no,
yeah.
there's no
Can't win.
convincing.
Yeah, he cannot
Yeah.
win.
And then at the end of it, it would be, oh, so you're manipulating these real stories to get your agenda across. Yeah.
Yep.
You could just circular reason to infinity.
Yeah, and it's such a shame because if this artwork was anywhere else, it wouldn't have had this impact, and in fact, it probably would have had an entirely more beneficial impact.
I think it's a very cool series of art. I wish airports looked like this instead of just the stupid like orange and blue circles. You know, like give it
Yeah, or-
some color, some style.
Or
you
dumb,
know?
or a message behind it as well, like a very clear and powerful message, like modern
Yeah,
art.
yeah.
A lot of like modern art in current airports and stuff is really boring and bland, and they just want to get you through the airport as quick as possible, or to the duty-free areas so you can buy overpriced stuff. This at least has soul behind it. The artist very clearly cares about what he's painting. It's great pieces of art in my opinion. Unfortunately, the impact of the theories around these paintings, like I said, have been immense on Tanguma. He lost 2 valuable commissions, and according to his daughter and collaborator Darlene, both of them were harassed and received various death threats over the years from lunatics.
Sto.
And I actually went and confirmed this on his
Oi.
Facebook page and stuff like that. The very first post from December 1st, 2023, so the most recent post. It's just a
Neka nema nekromansera kad ti treba.
like time lapse of him painting a beautiful mural, another beautiful mural. The fucking only comment on it is from a guy saying, "Why don't you explain to people the real meanings behind all the Denver, Colorado airport art? The people are tired of the lies, and you elites covering up the truth." My opinion.
Oh my god, that's so fucking embarrassing. What a fucking loser.
It's awful. So I talked to the guys before this episode, and we are going to send the ad revenue, the YouTube ad revenue from this episode, over to Leo as thanks for contributing to the world of art in this capacity, and hopefully offset some of the negativity that the conspiratorial side of the world has led to him. It won't make up for it, but it's a gesture that I think is nice to make, I guess. So yeah, I highly recommend everyone in the audience go check Leo Tanguma out. Links will be in the description as well. Only nice things though. Don't be dicks. Yeah, just go engage with his art. Check it out. Leave some nice comments and stuff like that. I think he would really appreciate that.
Try to offset the insanity if you can.
Yeah.
Now, not that we don't engage in some, selective insanity ourselves, but not against a guy,
you won't see
not
Jackson on Facebook leaving mean messages to like a
exactly,
like a Wendigo believer or something.
Yeah, we may target the Wendigo or some ethereal thing. We're not bullying a guy, at least not a living one.
This is
maybe Epstein, but that's different.
Like any element of looking into this guy's background and stuff, it becomes abundantly obvious. He's just a really wholesome artist who draws on his experiences to create really compelling, really evocative art. Like there's nothing at all from him that screams he's an elite or someone who's got a hidden agenda or anything like that. It's just a man creating art, a nice old man creating art who's been creating art for decades. And to leave comments like that on his videos of him just drawing or painting or creating is just absolutely ridiculous and so low. And you have to be so delusional to do that. Honestly.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, Leo, if I had an airport, I would want you to paint it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I would love to see more of his art. Does anyone want to go onto the a wild left pivot?
Yes, this is my. Oh my gosh, I know. I read a second ago. This is my favorite part of the whole thing.
Wild left pivot over to Isaiah for his favorite part of the Denver.
Yeah, this is so insane. I love this. When I saw this picture on. Okay, for those who don't know, I promised to do this video 3 years ago, and I started doing research. I saw this. And was like, okay. And immediately noped out. I was like, okay, I get it. I see what this is.
Yeah, I see what this is.
All right. Denver International Airport features a unique runway design arranged in a rotating fan-shaped pattern. This configuration is intended to facilitate takeoffs and landing in various wind conditions from different directions. However, some have suggested that this layout resembles a swastika, leading to accusations of Nazi or fascist symbolism. Denver Airport has avoided directly addressing these theories, leading some to speculate about their validity. Nevertheless, an aerial view reveals that the supposed, quote, swastika-shaped runway is uneven and misshapen, casting doubt on the theory's credibility. In terms of runway design, they were configured this way so that up to 4 planes could take off and land at the same time, which would increase the efficiency of the airport. This isn't an entirely uncommon means of runway expansion at airports, and the layout could realistically be explained by zoning permissions and compatibility with airplane navigation routes.
Yeah, so that's the boring explanation. The true explanation is there's Nazis on the Denver airport. What are people huffing?
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I wish I had some. Because, I mean, look, even at this image, this is the highlight of where the swastika would be. But you can keep going. There's other runways that shoot off from it. This is very selectively choosing
You're just choosing the ones that almost vaguely kind of resemble a misshapen swastika.
At that point, you could go even further and like look at the fields around the airport. Like
You
could
could do the
trace
same
the
thing
fence
further.
lines.
Yeah.
No.
You
Or
could
anywhere,
you could
for
just
that
drag
matter.
it out even more.
Again, this is much like the art thing. You're gonna see swastikas wherever you want to see them, basically. they're just lines, man. Like it's gonna happen.
Yeah, you can draw
Doesn't
lines
mean-
on anything.
It's so funny how, like, again, we talked about the code, how, like, for some reason these people think the elites need to give us hints as to what they're planning or whatever. But the idea they'd be like, we're going to make the runways into a swastika, but a very poorly drawn one. A very lopsided swastika.
So
And
ridiculous.
who's that clue even for? The people on the ISS, the International Space Station? Like,
Yeah, so there's some Russian up there, like, he's like drinking his coffee, looking at the surveillance, and
It's
his
like,
hands
my
start
God.
shaking. Good God.
You son of a bitch.
They're back.
at Denver.
At Denver.
Like actual just lunacy. I love it though. It's so
Oh,
funny.
and Lucifer. I forgot about Lucifer. Oh,
This
God.
one seems so
Yeah.
interesting. I want this one. So this is
Yeah,
demonic
go for it.
statues. So Lucifer, a 32-foot tall fiberglass sculpture, towers over Pina Boulevard outside the airport terminal. This giant blue statue with flowering red eyes, named Mustang, is kind of a protector of travelers guarding this airport, said by Stacy Stegman, the airport's senior vice president of communications, marketing, and customer service. The horse was made by Luis Jimenez, who died while creating it in 2006 when he was 65. Part of the horse came loose while he was working on it, and it severed an artery in his leg, and he bled to death. Holy shit!
Yeah, it's fucking
Yeah.
terrifying.
That is
So to be fair,
The horse
To
has
be fair,
killed.
if we're working on the assumption that there is an elite government, they're doing weird stuff, making a giant blue glowing red-eyed horse statue that killed its creator, that's pretty strange, admittedly. That's,
that does go pretty
that's
hard.
weird.
The,
Yeah.
the horse was completed by his studio after his death, and it was installed at the airport more than 15 years after it was commissioned. As there have been multiple delays with the sculpture, including from lawsuits, it officially made its debut in February 2008. The horse's haunting red eyes have been a big point of discussion, being labeled by some as demonic-looking. However, they're actually a tribute to Lewis's father, who owned a neon sign shop. The horse itself is meant to represent the American West, particularly the wild Mustangs that roam the Colorado plains. There was a lot of public outcry for the statue, with a Facebook page by Rachel Holton being made called DIA's Heinous Blue Mustang Has Got to Go. She even made a poem that goes hard about the saying, blue body and red eyes. It's ugly enough to kill. Welcome to Denver. Don't look at my eyes. You will die by evil fire and never fly again. Nasty blue privates. Deadly glowing evil eyes. It killed its maker. What the fuck is this?
These are the conspiracy theorists. This is what they do. They're writing poems about it now.
That's not even a poem. It didn't rhyme once. What the heck?
No, this is poems don't have to rhyme when they're this deep in meaning and passion.
Oh my
No,
God.
to
Especially
slow
the eyes
down.
like 3 times.
Nasty blue privates. Wait, can you see it? Can you see its junk?
Jel vi spavate uopšte?
A?
Rekao, li vi spavate uopšte?
Po mi, pa stari, ja
Ili ne sanica tuče?
pa ka? Pa 9:30, ko spava u 9:30?
Boga mi dosta njih spava, pola 10.
Dosta njih spava, ne znam ja.
Dosta.
Nisam skužio video, šta je za farmanje XP-a, šta je?
Jel čuješ da ljudi unutar boss arene rivaju jedan drugog non stop?
Aha,
Pa znaš šta rade?
ne,
Imaš onaj trait novi, onaj lawful.
dobro.
Znači dok god si na zadnjem čanku healtha možeš da revivuješ ljude iz svoje ekipe.
Da, ono što se priča.
Ne možeš ispod 50 HP-a pasti i kad ti ubije teammate-a ti ga samo revivuješ. Bez bounty. I ljudi šta rade? Revive jedan drugog, a ovaj stoji pored njega kako ga ovaj digne, tako ga ovaj udari i ubije.
Dobro, šta ti s tim raste XP?
XP, 400-500 XP-a po killu. Za jedan meč ljudi uzmu 40-50 levela. Uzme jedan prestiž. Uzme 50 levela na lovce. Ne KD. To ne računa se KD.
Ja,
Nego...
znam. Za event.
Da, XP.
Da, čekajmo. Kaj? Kakvog Bibliju A ne moram pogledati. Vjerojatno. A? Zašto?
Onak misli da ja nisam u pravu, ali ja mislim da ja jesam u pravu.
Pa onda stavi tu cijev koja je, kakve veze ima. Je kad se negdje si u Pesavino, valjda. Čekaj, bom došao da vidim.
Wait, can you maybe?
I can't
I didn't
tell.
look that
Hold
close.
on. Guy, let's get the red
must-
penis inspection team on this.
you must have to be able to.
Hold up.
Oh wait,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
I
get
think
a
I can
different
see it.
angle.
Yeah, she's right.
Hold on.
I
I'm
don't-
pulling up a
I don't think so. I can't really tell.
Google enhance. Hold on. I'm zooming in. I'm trying to
Yeah,
find
get in
this
there.
one. I feel like Bosch right now. Yes, you can.
You can-
Oh my
oh,
gosh, you can.
There's horse
Yeah.
stick on it? Oh my god.
Yeah, well, it's not okay. So you know, again, not to sound like Bosch, but you know how like horses, it's not always out, right? Like it
Yeah, yeah.
retracts
Mhm.
into a sheath, so it's like
It's like a
sheath,
transformer.
but you can see like the balls and the place it would come out. Yeah,
Oh,
So
okay.
nasty blue privates is an entirely incorrect thing. She did make a compelling point there.
semi-correct. Yeah.
Yeah. She did mention eyes like 4 times though, so she's very obsessed with the eyes. I like
Yeah,
the
Yeah, well,
ending.
to be fair, the giant red glowing eyes on a blue horse that killed its creator is pretty freaky. I'd be willing to believe that the airport's completely fine, but that statue is possessed.
Yeah, that statue's definitely haunted.
I think the statue's cool as fuck. It looks awesome.
It is a really.
I think it's cool
It is
too.
a really cool statue.
I like
And they
the
shouldn't get
veins
rid of it.
across
I
the-
think it's cool,
Yeah.
and they shouldn't get rid of it. However, that being said, objectively, it is pretty creepy.
It
Yeah.
is creepy, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
I'd like to take the next one too, because this one's less creepy and more just kind of silly. So, another statue is the Anubis statue. So in June 2010, the airport erected a 22-foot sculpture of Anubis, the ancient Egyptian god of death, until January 2011, when the traveling King Tut exhibit at the Denver Art Museum moved on. The statue sat alongside the south side of the terminal, much to the dismay of locals. People somehow connected this to conspiracies surrounding the airport in general, so much to the point that I felt I had to include it in this document. So the picture that Jackson has here of the Anubis statue makes it look like a prop out of a mini golf course just sitting in the runway.
It looks like 2 feet tall.
Yeah, it looks so small, just in the middle of nothing here in the runway.
it's just in the middle of nowhere. It's just by the terminal. I think it was just an advertisement for the King Tut exhibit. Like
Yeah.
they were just showing that.
Yeah,
showing
well, I
that it
mean,
was
they have an
happening at the time.
Egyptian exhibit somewhere, so
Yeah,
they just
yeah.
put an Egyptian statue.
It
But
was at
no,
the Denver Art
Anubis,
Museum. Yeah.
it's another pagan deity. Uh-oh, looks like looks like it's gonna kill him.
Looks like
Yeah,
it's
Anubis-
evil.
Anubis
Okay, to
and
be fair, I'm
Lucifer are
looking at a
hanging
pic
out.
right now. It's pretty tall in photos.
Yeah, no, it's
It looks
22
like
feet tall.
30
so it is
feet.
it's-
Okay, 22 feet tall.
Yeah, it's pretty tall. It's not like small or anything.
It just looks
But-
really
Yeah,
small.
that picture's pretty funny though.
Yeah, it was just an advertisement though. It's not anything like nefarious. It was only there for a year, just as an advertisement
Yeah.
for the museum exhibition. But because it was at the airport and it was kind of it was connected to death and stuff like that, it's part of the conspiracy now. So it's just another one of those things that point that there's a new world order of Nazis who like statues that are living underneath Denver Airport. The last one, Isaiah, do you want to take this one?
Notre Denver gargoyles. Sitting above the airport's baggage claim are the Notre Denver, or the 2 luggage gargoyles. The gargoyles sit on an open Samsonite suitcase, a nod to the old Samsonite factory that operated in Denver until it closed in 2001. They were designed after the Notre Dame Cathedral gargoyles, which are supposed to protect all they oversee. So, the Notre Denver are, according to artist Terry Allen, there to ensure your luggage arrives safely, on time and at the correct location. Some say they appear demonic and have a haunting presence in the area.
So there's just creaky statues yet again that they're connecting to the conspiracy overall. There's nothing really deep there. It's,
Yeah. I mean, I get, again, if you're buying into everything and then
Yeah.
you see demonic winged figures above your luggage, I get it. But like it's literally the reason their gargoyles are like old European architecture is as a protector thing. So them being in a suitcase, they're protecting your luggage. Just a cute little sculpture.
Yeah, if gargoyles are like always protective or whatever, they're like friendly. Why do they get such a bad rep?
They're because they appear like demonic and stuff like that.
Yeah, but they're bros. They're protecting my luggage and making sure it gets through that very complicated baggage system that they've got on the Denver airport.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm putting on my crazy hat.
Right.
My hat that thinks that they're there because, as mentioned earlier in the painting, the Masons under the Denver airport are trying to kill God. Okay, and then these gargoyles are going to help them start a new world order where Anubis and Lucifer rule the world. Okay,
That does make sense. Yeah, very
Clearly,
compelling
yeah.
argument. So then we come to you might be wondering what the airport has to say about all this tomfoolery and people exposing the dark, sordid secrets hiding underneath the airport itself. They ignored it for the most part. They kind of tried to debunk and explain away the rationale, but obviously no one was buying that shit. That somehow all their explanations were turned around against Denver Airport and led to people saying it was confirmation that there actually is something going on there. So like Charlie said before, there's no way you can like debunk this to people who are active believers. Like nothing they could say would ever convince people that runway isn't a swastika, for example. Instead of dismissing the conspiracy though, in 2018, the marketing team decided to just play into it, which is really cool. They started like setting up posters and stuff in the new area where they were renovating the airport, with big posters that featured pictures of aliens, reptoids, tunnels, and more, with taglines such as "under construction" or "underground tunnels," or "what's happening behind this wall." A. Gargoyle breeding grounds. B. A top secret Freemason meeting. C. An improved airport experience. Another one says "cool new areas to hang out" or "Area 52," and another one says "construction" or "cover up." So this is fun. I actually love this. This is great.
Really good,
They're just
I'm so happy. I'm so happy they lean into it.
yeah, it's so funny.
It makes me. The one that says, "What are we doing with an iguana person?"
Yeah, with a
That's
reptile
great.
dude.
So good.
Yes, Denver's got some secrets and there's a giant green alien on it. So cool. I love that. I love that it's kind of sure there's been some negative aspects of the conspiracy up to this point, like people going a bit too far on the whole artist side of the thing. But then we kind of look at it from a cultural aspect as well, and how it's kind of given the airport something unique. You know, it's kind of created something interesting out of what is usually just a banal experience, just traveling through an airport. So it's kind of cool that it's able to give it that kind of different vibe. I appreciate it for that aspect anyway.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun. I think it's the best case scenario that, you know, they lean into it. They don't cover everything up. They don't say, "Oh, sorry, you didn't like it, we'll get rid of it." Like, having fun with it's the best option.
And there's no reason not to. Like, I don't think this is a large majority of people that stop into the Denver airport like fucking shaking, getting the heebie-jeebies, walking around or anything, thinking that it's demonic or anything. I think it's just a small group, so they just playing off it. No harm.
Yeah. And I love, like, they could have like torn down that artwork that people were up in arms about, or they could have, torn down Lucifer, or they could have. Actually, I don't know what you would do with the Nazis, and I don't think you can rearrange the runways, so that one's staying. But like, they could have like pussied out about a lot of this stuff and like removed the things, but they've kind of just like left them there and played into it, which is I like that. I like that a lot. Yep. So in conclusion, Denver International Airport has become a breeding ground for conspiracy theories, fueled by a series of seemingly innocuous coincidences.
Da.
It seems Denver International Airport is just a normal, regular airport at the end of the day. I mean, that's definitely what it seems like to me, with nothing strange hiding beneath the surface.
Nenade, gledao sam više one
so
videa
what do you
što
guys
si
think?
stavio,
Or-
nisam puno
So they say.
nešto
Yeah,
vezano
or
na
is it,
monolu,
yeah.
šta.
I realized this episode
Šta to?
A?
Šta je stavio?
A ono za preskakanje, da možeš preskočiti one levele. Moram pređeš kampanju.
Moraš jednom da pređeš s jednim karakterom kampanju i onda sljedeći karakter u suštini ima manje posla.
Meni se jučer, čekaj da vidim samo, meni se jučer su se otvorila još dva ova idola. Sad još imam, mislim, samo dva za otvoriti. Samo imam pun kurac onoga za napraviti na lijevoj strani.
A dobro, to ti zadaci ti uglavnom donose XP. Kad otvoriš sve idole, jel možeš da nađeš koliko ti pasiva fali, pasiv poena? Pritisneš mapu na M i shift i piše ti dole levo koliko imaš pasiv poena.
Dobar, sa nekim drugim levelom, nekim drugim likom bi ja mogao znači preskočiti.
Ako si jednom završio sve zadatke, da. Shift.
Imam 13 od 15.
Poena? Znači da možda uzmeš još 2 poena besplatno ako završiš zadatke. I 2 idol slota. 2 idol slota su ti obično jedan zadatak samo. Ne više od jednog. I ta 2 pasiv poena su ti isto uradiš.
U biti ne, idoli su mi svi otključeni.
Jesu?
Da, svi su mi otključeni.
Onda imaš 2 pasiv poena još da uzmeš. I to ti je to.
Ona jučer zadatke što sam radio, to mi je otključalo sve idole. Sad samo treba vidjeti šta metati u te idole.
Pa hoćeš li nešto za više štete da radiš ili hoćeš nešto za više healthy da imaš?
Da li? Aha. 10 health, ništa.
Imaš na primjer idole koji ti daju ward.
Da, gledam. Lightning damage. 10 change, 10% šanse da dobim gain 30 var event hit. To ćemo staviti.
Najbolje radi ako imaš 2-3 takve.
U biti mogu još jedan slot otključati, još jedan slot imam za otključati na...
Gornji red ili levi?
Sredina idola.
Ako je sredina, ona kockica, to ti je uvijek tako.
Aha, ne mogu znači to.
Ne, on je namjerno takav. Ne možeš ništa, moraš oko njega da, kao Tetris bukvalno, moraš da slažeš oko njega.
Aha. Dobro. 12% of poison health converted to ward. Evo, stavit ćemo to, ja. To sam sad popunio. Dobro, sad se mogu igrati s tim...
Slotovima.
Slotovima, da vidjeti šta više daje, šta manje daje. 15 chance, to ćemo staviti onda. To ćemo staviti gdje 15% da... Ali gledao sam nešto za ove, kako se zove?
Dobro.
Stalno pozabije, za monolite. Da ako kreneš po lijevoj strani, po desnoj strani raditi monolite, da dobivaš...
Corruption. Je to?
Da. To i frajer je objašnjavao da novce u biti ove favore koje imaš, ako ih ideš potrošiti negdje, mu stavio video, ideš ih potrošiti kod nekakvog gamblera, sad ne znam u kojem je to gradu, i s tim favorima kupiš oružje ili nešto, da otključaš, on je otključio za 7000 favora, je otključio sve one do kraja, šta sam ja učio, otključio do 6. levela, znaš šta hoću reći? Ne znam kako.
Ne znam, baci video pa ću ti reći da li to radi. Ne znam kako ti kažem.
Ali ću ti vidjeti sad. Znači on veli da je 7000 favora otključio kompletno cijeli level, onaj dole, gdje sam ja sad na 6. levelu. To je kao isto nekakav... To. Mislim da je... Pa je stavio ne znam koliko, 10... Nekakvih 10 kakti tip and tricksa za... Znači ima ljudi koji jednostavno...
Da, igraju igru na sasvim drugačijem nivou.
Evo ti, viš.
Kužim.
Evo, znači frajer je potrošio 7000 ovih i to mu je otključalo 15000 rejpa. Evo, stavit ću ti tu u... Evo ti, pa pogledaj pa buš mi objasnio, ti se bolje kužiš u to.
Ja pogledat ću odmah.
Ali očito vidim da ima ljudi šta kuži neke stvari.
Zato što određene stvari se dobro zbiraju ili kako god ljudi, kao što rekoh, 15 tips and tricks, sad da vidim. Ctrl C.
Welcome everyone to last epoch tips and tricks video. I made one of these for PoE and Diablo 4 at some point. Quick, short tips that might help you out during your last epoch adventures. Things I wish I knew earlier, type of stuff. Starting off with a really simple one, right click. You can just right click to teleport somewhere. You don't have to click the place and then click the travel button. If you just right click, you'll teleport there. This works with any zone in the map, and it also works with echoes. So let's say I want to go this way, I can just right click this, I don't have to click the start button. Let's go. Next up, shrines stay active on zone transition. So let's say you just finished an arena and you get a haste shrine. You can just take the haste shrine, TP out, and your haste shrine is still active, and you can go into the next monolith with the haste shrine. You can even save up a shrine for a boss if you want, like do an arena and then you do an Orobis with half a haste shrine by the time he spawns. It can be useful. Next one, echoes have names. So if you're like us and you don't want to do arena because it gives you like half the stability for twice the time spent than a regular map, then read them. In the middle of the screen it says what the name of the echo is. This is a frozen sea, this is a forlorn streets. If it has arena in the name, it is in fact an arena map. Let me find one. This is called Sanctuary Arena. I go in, and in fact it's an arena map. So if you want to skip these, read them. Completing the campaign gives you 1 to all attributes. And if you open your map and you press shift, you can see how many passive skill points you could get by doing side quests and how many idle slot rewards you get. There's a lot of side quests in the game, you don't have to do all of them. You only have to do enough so that you fill out your extra passive points, which is 15, and your idle inventory. You can check how you're progressing on this by pressing map and pressing shift. And if you kill the final boss of the campaign, you are rewarded with +1 all attributes. You don't have to do the entire campaign for this, just kill the final boss. So if you have a friend who already did, you can just get warped into that zone, run the zone, kill the boss, and you get the +1 all attributes. On progressing the regular monoliths. So once you complete the campaign, or you get to the end of time, you should go to the right side. You basically just want to rush through the regular monoliths and do the final 3 level 90s to unlock empowered monoliths, so that you can farm the proper good...
desni monoliti. Da bi se dovukao brže do kraja, skontao sam. To ti mogu ja reći, ali ja volim redno da idem. Ne, nisi stigao od toga.
Stuff on the left is like bell drop rate, one-handed sword drop rate. This one I didn't even get. This is like
da brže da odeš. Mislim, možeš sve otključati, ali kao prvo desno.
But when when you're progressing
Jer
regular
dobivaš
morals, you should
kao
go right, 'cause
nekakve-
this is
Više
full
stvari
res,
dobijaš.
this is lightning shred, this is all res, and then you get to the level 90s. So go right side. A little bit of a combat stuff. The resists are not as important as PoE, so if you're like 70 res instead of 75, you're not gonna get as murdered as if you had the 70 res in PoE. But it's pretty good to cap them, and you can actually overcap to 100 because there's a debuff called Marked for Death, which if you're debuffed with this, you lose 25 all res. So it actually makes sense to overcap your res to up to 100. After that, it doesn't really matter. Corruption is a big part of the end game in the monolith system. You want to go higher corruption as long as your character can handle it, because it gives you a massive item rarity buff, and it scales the gold gain too, even though that's not shown here.
Šta je
It does scale your gold gain, your gold drops, and it also scales the chance that the legendary or the uniques that you find will have legendary potential on them, and more legendary potential. So, how do you push corruption the most efficiently? You path away from the middle pylon as far as you can. So you go, go, go. Try to not go backwards. Always go away, so that the stability that the echo gives you goes up. The number goes up. This number right here. Eventually you'll build enough stability to fight the final boss. You do that, and you will get a Gaze of Orobis stack. When you get 2 of these stacks, you should kill an Orobis, and that's how you get the corruption. When you kill the Orobis without dying, you will get corruption. The reason you do 2 stacks is because each of the first 2 stack gives you 10 corruption, but if you kill a 3rd timeline boss, it will only give you 7. So after 2 stacks, it will start getting diminishing returns. So you go boss, boss, Orobis, boss, boss, Orobis, and that's how you scale your corruption most efficiently. If you push too high and you can no longer handle this corruption, or you want to respec or do another character or something, you can reduce the corruption with this node, Sanctuary of Ithera. Every timeline has this node right at the start. You can just run this, and as you can see, it says reduces corruption. You kill a couple of mobs, at the end you get 3 options: reduce it by a little bit, reduce it by some, it's like middle, and then a lot. You pick those, pick one of those, however you're going to reduce your corruption. You can do this in any timeline. Speaking of the corruption, there is a corruption catch-up mechanic. Let me show you. So I have 2000 corruption on the timeline that we pushed in the Reign of Dragons. So what now? If I want to push another zone, I'm only 100 corruption. What do I do? In fact, they introduced a massive corruption catch-up mechanic. If I kill an Orobis here, I'm gonna get 490 bonus corruption just from this one boss. So it takes the closer you get to the actual highest corruption level you have, the more this reduces. But I think 5 full clears, you will catch back up to almost exactly the same corruption that you're at. So if I did this, I would already be at 600. So you don't have to worry
Aha, ne moraš da grindaš svu korupciju, možeš da maksuješ jednu i onda kad budeš radio drugu, onda ti da jako veliki bonus.
One more quick tip that I want to show that has to do with
Vrlo inteligentno.
Let's say you want to respec. This is a quick tip. Let's say you really wanted to respec like 2 points on this tree for some reason, or one of your abilities. Don't do it just yet. Go to an echo with books as rewards. And when you finish the echo,
Evo ti ovo za XP, Tomislav, jesi vidio ono za XP?
the egg just yet.
Jesam to za XP.
Do your respec. Let's say I wanted 2 points here to go somewhere else. Remove the points.
On je skinuo 2 poena
And then click the egg.
pročitao knjige,
When you pick up the books, you're gonna get the
dobio
XP
level.
for your
Da,
ability that
ali
you
kad
just wanted to respec.
povratiti sve poene.
Pa vrati ti XP da pone.
Echoes for
I to ti
easy
to.
respecs. And then we go to the bazaar for some final info. Speaking of
A ovo ti je bazar umjesto observatorije.
the books
Zadnji savjet.
and all XP in the game,
To je
XP
u
shrines,
observatoriju.
is
Ne, ne,
favor
to je bazar,
So,
pijaca.
even if you're level 100,
Već tamo odeš i
books are
kupiš
still good,
oružje
XP is still
i
good,
veli da
because
ti
that's how you
se
gain
odključaju za
favor
7000
with
odključaju
your
sve ove.
faction. So,
Ne znam šta radi, ima 57.000 favora.
pick up an XP shrine, get more XP, you're gonna get more favor. So, favor earns you reputation at 1 to 2 ratio. So if you are, let's say, level 7 and you're working your way to level 8, but you have a lot of favor, you can just list a bunch of items for no gold or whatever gold, or you can come to this vendor and spend favor, gambling for bases. Let's buy a ring here. I just spent 7,500 favor. That earned me 15,000 rep. So if I wasn't already kept, I mean, I can't show you this because I'm already kept, but you're probably sitting on a bunch of favor, and if you have a rank that you want to get to, you can spend some of your favor to accelerate that progress. And lastly, the bazaar. The bazaar really needs some love, but you know the feeling when you have a bunch of items and you just want to pick up your sales? Oh, I just sold this. Okay, I picked it up. Where is my next item? Oh my god, I have to scroll so very far. Okay, let's go to the second page. Oh, I have to scroll so far.
Koliko ste stvari na prodaju? Oh my.
There's this little button here which will show the items in this view, and it's much easier to...
Like auction house u Tarkovu, ne?
You know, scrolling through the full items like I did before. So this button is nice for picking up your sales, but hopefully they add more sorting options here in the future so we don't have to scroll through all our listings. Okay, finally, some crafting tips. If you really need certain shards for crafting and you're shattering items for those things, keep in mind that you can also use runes of removal, which is like the annulment orbs of this game. And if you rune of removal a mod, you will get all of the shards from that mod. Rune of removals are also weighted towards a higher tier mod, so you're more likely to remove higher tier mods than lower tier mods. But let's say I really needed elemental resist shards for some crafting, then you just buy or fish out from your stash some elemental resist items and then removal them. And if I removal, oh, there we go. We got 6 Elires shards. Even if you can't remove it and you lose all forging potential, you can still shard the item after and, you know, get some of the remaining shards. But yeah, that's using rune of removals for crafting shards. Another crafting info. Glyph of Despairs are much more likely to seal a low tier mod than they are to seal a high tier mod. So if you're buying an item and you really need to free up a slot, let's say I really need a different suffix on the string, I should despair this. And as long as it's tier 1, it's basically guaranteed to instantly seal. If it's tier 2, it's less chance. If it's tier 3, it's even less chance. If it's T4, it's almost impossible.
Znači T1 I T2 možeš sa Rune of Despair da zaključaš. Glupo, ali dobro.
So you wanna free up spots, make sure that you're sealing the lowest tier mod possible, because you have higher chance to seal lower tier mods. Rune of Ascendances used on an item do not clear the trade tag. So if you're trying to Rune of Ascendance items to then sell, make sure you're not buying your bases from the auction house. I just bought this chest from the bazaar, and then I'm gonna Rune of Ascendance it, and if it turns into a good Exsanguinous, I won't be able to sell it, because it's already marked as traded, because I bought it from the auction house. So if you're using Rune of Ascendance stuff, and you wanna sell the results, make sure you're buying your bases from either the gambler, or you find them yourself, pick them up from your echoes. Do not buy bases from the auction house, because they will be marked as cannot be traded. That's all I got for now. That's the tips and tricks I could gather in a week. Maybe I'll make one more in the future, if we can think of some more tips. Hopefully this was helpful. If you liked it, like the video, press the subscribe button to read more videos, last epoch and otherwise. Thanks for watching. Bye!
Sorry?
Hey everyone, it's Spicy Sushi. So over the past week, I've been playing Last Epoch on my Twitch channel. it has been a pretty interesting experience since this is my first time ever actually playing the game. I went in completely blind, and it is not like a normal game launch at all. Or it was not like a normal game launch at all for me. Instead of like normally people asking like, how did you get past this point? Where was this person? Or like where was this certain vendor NPC? It was more like everyone had already figured out the entire game, it felt like, and I was pretty behind. So I've been doing a lot of catching up. I have like 40 hours so far in the game at this point, and the most common question I'm asked is how does this game compare to Path of Exile? Because I am a PoE content creator. I think 99.9% of my content is all PoE related, and so therefore like all of my community is Path of Exile players. And so I think what would be like the most helpful video that I could make on my channel for you guys is how does this game compare to PoE? Not just like a rating them side by side, but more like a what would you like as a Path of Exile player about this game? What could you look forward to? And maybe what things would you not be interested in? And so that's what I figured it would be appropriate to do. We'll do 3 different chapters, I think, for this video, 3 different aspects of Last Epoch that I think are most comparable. That being leveling, well, more like character progression, leveling all the way to monoliths. We'll go over crafting, which is the part of the game that I liked the most. I really, really did enjoy the crafting in Last Epoch, and so we're going to dive into that for the majority of the video. And the last aspect that we're going to touch on is going to be in-game. Mainly going over my first impressions of it, and as a PoE player, like maybe what you'd enjoy about it, and what I would like to see probably added in the future, because so far this game does sound like it's going to get a lot of updates. I think the Last Epoch devs released a news update today going over if there's going to be a lot of like pinnacle content added, as well as cycles every 3 months apparently, which a cycle is like a Path of Exile league. And if you play Path of Exile, you know, there is a lot of content that comes with leagues. I'm not sure if they're going to try to be at that same level, especially since this is a buy-to-play game and doesn't have like constant MTX that's like PoE does. But it is looking really promising, and so I will definitely keep that in mind when we get into that. Now, my first impressions with character progression in this game is that it's very, very easy to experiment, and it's pretty much inevitable when you make a branching skill tree for every single skill in the game. Like, this isn't just like increased damage, more AoE. A lot of them are nodes that completely revamp how the skill behaves as a whole, kind of like transfigured gems in Path of Exile. There's nodes that completely convert the damage type, like suddenly instead of scaling chance to bleed, we're scaling chance to poison. Change how the skill behaves as a whole, like instead of like shooting the projectiles in front of you, they're now going to be rotating around you like a blender. There are a lot of choices, and it's inevitable that people are going to want to experiment, unless I guess you're like following a build guide exactly. But even if you're following a build guide like I did, I didn't really like the leveling skill that Warlock had. I think it was Ripped Blood, and so I respec like Hungering Souls, and I liked it a lot more, so I played with that for a while, and then I could easily respec to something else. Now I'm pretty sure you can't actually respec your mastery, though. This is kind of like an ascendancy in Path of Exile. Once you've chosen your mastery around level 20-ish, I'm pretty sure, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but you're going to be stuck with that. Now, the game makes it very easy to re-level a character. There's campaign skips. You can actually jump straight to the end-game system, being monoliths in this game at like level 30, and so getting your passive skills, your idle slots and stuff is just really fast on your second characters. So this isn't really an issue. I am kind of surprised that they didn't allow you to respec mastery, but maybe since it's so easy to experiment in general, this is like the one thing that they want you to actually be locked into, I guess. And so the general vibe that I've gotten from the developers of LE is that the difficulty in the game is not so much supposed to be with the content itself, outside of like the Giga in-game empowered monoliths, which we'll cover in the in-game section. More so the difficulty is supposed to be with decision making that the player has to make regarding their character and their build. Like, what skill am I going to use? How am I going to scale it? What uniques am I going to use with it? Like, how am I going to make all of this work? Because you have a lot of choices. You have your uniques, you have your rares, you have your skills, your skill trees, your idols. There's a lot of choices that the player has to make. And it's pretty obvious that this is supposed to be the main difficulty of the game, because the campaign itself and monoliths are actually really, really easy. Until you get to like the Giga in-game. You could quite literally just pick up items off the ground and play a skill with use like general like logical thinking when it comes to scaling it, and you will probably get to in-game. Now, if you're the type of player that really wants to play the meta because they want to be ahead of the curve, they want every decision they make to be optimal, you're not really going to get like some sense of accomplishment or satisfaction until you get to like Giga late game when you're pushing really high corruption in monoliths, because those decisions that you've made, that build you've chosen, is really going to shine around there. If you pick something like suboptimal because you just want to mess around and have fun, it's not really going to punish you early on. And in my opinion, this is actually pretty fun. It was kind of a breath of fresh air, because you know, things are drastically different in Path of Exile. Even in PoE, if you follow a build guide, because I'm not going to cover if you go in blind, because you know, that is usually a disaster. But even if you follow a build guide, there are a lot of walls that you will hit if you don't have a lot of experience beforehand going into this, because leveling in PoE even is kind of an art. It's designed around having a solid loot filter, looking at a vendor, following the build guide and making sure you're doing the correct vendor recipes to keep your damage scaling throughout the campaign. Usually even build guides have leveling setups, which is a completely different skill than the main one that you'll be using for a long time, like 8 to 10 plus hours, even into like yellow maps sometimes, which is you know, not the end game, but it is like the introduction to end game. You might not even be using your main skill, and I feel like when a lot of players burn out is when the leveling skill that they use starts to fall off really, really hard, and they have to swap over to the real skill. There's usually a lot of check boxes that have to be done. Like, do you have your bow with at least like 1 essence mod on it? Do you have the bench crafts required? Do you have at least some decent 2 4 links or a 5 link? And if you don't meet these check boxes, things are going to feel pretty awkward. And these requirements are definitely very hard to meet for a newer player. And so I feel like that's where PoE kind of falters when it comes to, you know, new player experience.
Well,
now, what do I prefer? I actually do prefer Path of Exile when it comes to this, although I do enjoy the experimentation that LE offers. PoE is just kind of, I wouldn't say it's like an elitist perspective, but I do really enjoy how the sense of accomplishment and satisfaction you get for like following the meta, or not even really following the meta, but building a really strong character. You feel very rewarded very early on, and I think this mainly comes from the fact that PoE is a very multiplayer focused game. Unless you're playing like SSF, there's a very, very large and a very active economy. So playing in something strong and
Ne, pogledaj video, rekao je da je potrošio 7000.
On priča o tome da gamble radi.
Da, no, da gamble.
A probaj, koliko imaš pojena?
Pa imam par hiljada. Imao sam puno više. Dobro sam i otključio sam sad dosta toga, isto sam. A mislim da imam 5, 6, 7 hiljada. Ali svejedno ako se zaigram, ako ne pazi, mogu poginut na 80.
Može svako poginut.
Sad sam poginuo bio jedan put na monolitu. Nisam gledao.
Nisi gledao ispod nogu?
Ma ne, nek sam samo išao i ali jebi ga. Ja sam 81. level, a monolita su 95.
Nije upalo da vidim kako se gambluješ.
Neka, pa nisam ja još ni blizu tamo. Radim monolit. Dobio sam ring. Unique ring. Nemo šta radi taj ring. Ispod. 7% chance to poison or spell hits, 1 poison spells, 3 all attributes, 3 force of damage reflected, yeah, increase of poison damage. But it requires level 6. After skills, daj mi samo reci gdje je taj, koja oblast je taj kurac?
Ali, ti što ti nadati da vam objasniš što ja?
On hoće da ga onaj...
Ne, on hoće da traduje kod trgovca za bazar. Kad pritisneš mapu, pritisneš Y i klikneš da ideš u observatoriju, on ti prikaže sliku grada. I na toj slici grada ne izabereš observatoriju, nego izabereš bazar. Pijecu. Ali krećeš od nule kod njih, pa misle.
Više od nule.
Tako kao što sam rekao. Od nule. Kad dođeš u novu firmu, neće ti dati da budeš direktor, nego ćeš opet kutije da slažeš na paletu.
Aha, opet gubim sve ove, dođeš već.
Krećeš od prvog levela kod njih.
A dobro, ali ne gubim ove levele.
Ne, krećeš od nule.
Koliko ja znam.
Krećeš od nule.
Pogledaj video, Nenad.
Ajde, dobro. Ali...
Objasni. Ajde, objasni. Pa, glupo jest objasni, o tome se radi.
A ne, samo velim nek pogleda video ovo što je Frad napravio kod tog gamblera, niš drugo.
To je sve okej, samo što to ne radi tako lako kao što on objašnjava. On ti je objasnio... Dobro, nema veze.
Ne znam, velim ti, ja sam stavio video da vidim.
Ama, shvatio sam, video sam ja klip, ali ne možeš da se prebaciš tako lako iz jedne u drugu frakciju.
Dobro, to možda nije loše napraviti sa novim ovim likom. Probat.
Kako baš hoćeš, možeš tako da radiš, da?
Da sad ne gubim ovdje.
Tu nemaš gamblanje, tu kupuješ i predaješ predmete drugim ljudima.
A ne, pogledaj klip gdje on objašnjava da je, nemoj premotavati, da on objašnjava baš da je otišao i da je prodao nešto, znaš.
Nije on prodao ništa, on je samo kupio, kod gamblera je kupil to nešto i s time mu je skočio level na...
Ma nije kupio, gamble, kupio je neidentifikovan predmet, razumeš? Nemaš pojma šta je.
U onom bastionu.
Nije bastion, to ti je pijaca, to ti je jebena pijaca.
Pogledaj video pa buš skužio šta ti govorim.
Nije bastion, Nenade, bazar. Kad pritisnem Y i kliknem visit observatory, imam opciju da odem u bazar. I u bazaru imaš pored teleporta stoji čovjek i kod njega radiš gamble. Isto kao kod observatorija isto radiš gamble.
No, ja sam prešao observatorij, ali nisam stisnuo taj bazar, nije bilo tog lika.
Ali imaš i observatorij ženu koja ti prodaje neidentifikovane stvari. Znaš to? Ne, prodaje ti neidentifikovane stvari. A ne radi se o tome da ne vrede, nego taj lik tvrdi da kad uzimaš tako identifikovane stvari da dobijaš brže reputaciju.
Da. On veli da mu je skočilo, da je kupio za 7000 favora, da mu je skočilo skroz do kraja ovo.
To je glitch.
A ne znam, velim ti, ne znam, ja sam stavio video...
Probaj pa nam reci, ne znam kako da ti kažem.
Ja sam stavio video samo da pogledaš, da vidiš, jer ne kužim se toliko utopat.
Ne, evo ti je lako, ako si u observatoriji. Samo klikni na ovaj... Imaš tamo, kad uđeš u observatorij, imaš žensku odmah na ulazu, ona što ti nosi plavi ogrtač. Klikni kod nje i imaš stvari koje nemaju nikakve osobine, ne pišu. Neidentifikovane su i samo ih kupi. Kupi šta možeš, kroz nebitno.
Velim, ja tu ako ću probat ću sa novim.
Ne, možeš i sada probaš.
Ali rekao si mi da gubim onda praktično.
Ne moraš da odeš u bazar. Samo malo. Ne moraš da odeš u bazar. I u observatoriji imaš ženu kad odmah uđeš u plavom ogrtaču, ona je astrolog. Pričaš s njom i imaš opciju da kupiš stvari koje su neidentifikovane.
Samo čekaj da završim ono uvijek tako da ti
Samo pojene gubiš, nivoje ne gubiš.
Ček, nije poenta u nivoima, nego... Čovjek hoće da proba, nek proba.
Ako tak lakše mogu otključati one levele, zašto ne?
Volim to, te prečice da uzme.
su neke stvari što su ljudi vjerojatno otkrili na neki način ili glitch ili nešto. Isto kao onaj glitch šta možeš znači sve te misije preskočiti ako prođeš ono šta je stavio.
To nije glitch.
Ne, to objašnjava ako si jednom prešao igru, možeš da odradiš dungeon s drugim karakterom i završiš sve.
Jako naporno raditi iznova. A ne hoći do toga sve.
Pa ja ću prvo sve.
Ja bi probao sve ove. Ali mi se ne da sve raditi od početka normalno.
Pa i ne moraš.
Pa dobro, zato ćeš mi objasniti kad dođemo do toga. Kad ovoga dignem na 100 budem probao sa nekim drugim. Stari, izbacio mi je pol ekrana idola. Ajde.
To je meni jednom uradio. Nisam mogao da vidim koliko ih ima.
Pa to ti veli. Da vidimo čizme.
A dobro, bar možeš probrati.
A da. Gledao 85. Morat ću kupiti još par ovih
Tabova.
stranica. 30.000 mi sad tražiš za stranicu.
Znam, 170.000 sam sad dao.
Game completion use. A kad mi se ne da naš stvari, ne da mi se stvari bacat, onda...
Ni meni isto. Previše teško ih nalazim da bi ih bacao. Zamisli da nemaš mesta, Nenade, u inventaru i staviš stvar 2 biliona, razumeš, da je niko ne bi kupio. Zamisli to. To su radili onome World of Warcraft, ja sam umirao od smeha.
Dobro, tu puno idola je nekakvih šta ja...
Ne, zamisli da imaš varijantu oružja koje ti trenutno ne treba, ali nećeš da kupuješ onaj stash tab. I možeš, kad si u onoj frakciji onih trgovaca u bazaru, imaš da staviš stvari na aukciju. I umjesto da staviš tipa, ne znam, 1000 golda, 100.000 golda, staviš bilijan, razumiješ, staviš 10 sa 9.0.
Daj mi reci, mogu ja ove stvari iz steša koristiti na drugom? Ne mogu, neke.
Možeš dok god je član iste trgovačke unije.
Aha, dobro.
Ako se prebaciš na drugu trgovačku uniju, te stvari ne može koristiti zato što on ne uzima stranu robu, jel tako? Nije markirano.
Ne, dobro.
Nije prošlo carinu i to.
Da, nije prošlo
neke stvari mogu koristiti.
Je.
A dobro. Dobijam na nekim ovim 14 healtha on kill dobijam sa ovim idolom.
Pa dobro, to nije loše. Ali imaš... Naravno da nisi. Šta nisi stavljao? One za resistance ili one za health?
Ma ne, njemu nisam.
Kako možda mu složiš i dole kad nemate ti i on isti dole? Nisi siguran kako to možda radiš.
Nisam rekao što je novi na Fireman.
On ti da nasumično 10 idola.
Ne, blessing i idoli nisu isto.
Ja pričam o idolima, ne pričam o blessingu. Ti si malo preko idoli.
Da.
Nisi pričao o blessingu. Kao što rekao, kad klikneš na primjer na shrine ili kad klikneš na profesi koji daje idole, ti ne dobiješ jedan, dobiješ 10. I ako ne pogledaš šta svaki daje, neš znat koji valja. Meni da idol koji recimo daje 10% štete sa mačevima i 30% štete sa lukom i strelom. Na jednom idolu. To je nemoguće. Ne možeš da eklipaš mač i luk i strelu. Ne da ja znam. Možda nešto grešim.
Dobio sam off hand catalyst. To ti je nekakav
Stavlja se u desnu ruku.
100% of acid flash, 70% chance to apply frost rate on full hit, 40% increased area for core spot, increased fall damage, plus 54% freeze rate. Kako to znači? Ajde budem sad to riješio, to idem baš probat to. Moram vidjeti koliko imam ovih favora. Da vidim koliko imam. Novasa imam 900.000. Da vidim koliko imam ovih. Imam 4126 favora. Znači sad idem, aha, moram, tu gdje sam stisnuo F1, visit observatorij ili moram ići negdje na mapu?
Odeš u observatoriju na to mesto i čim s ulaza gledaš na ženu u plavom kaputu sa monoklom na oku. I ona ti daje opciju da kupiš stvari koje su identifikovane. To bi trebalo da je to.
Sad ću vidjeti. Bio jesam, ali nisam našao nigdje. Evo sad sam u observatoriju. Aha, ova kema povez na oku.
Evo ona. Imaš opciju da kupiš stvari koje ne pišu šta su, samo piše cene.
A ja imam otključio, vidim sve stvari kod nje i sjekire, sve vidim. A nije, piše favor cost 350.
A ne oni, imaš da kupiš okulare, ne, samo malo, imaš da kupiš okulare za teleskope, ne okulari za teleskope.
Ali i oružje, vidim sve, evo pogledaj moj stream, znači meni ja vidim sve šta prodaje, onda to nije ta.
Pa ja vidim sve što prodaje, ali nemaš...
Ma ne pišu ti osobine koje su, čoveče, to nije identifikovano. To nije identifikovano. Ne piše šta je. Piše purchase this item will reveal its rarity and magical properties. Uopšte ne piše šta je.
Ne piše, pogledaj stream.
A ne piše. Ne piše ni jedna osobina na njemu. Ne piše.
Kupi taj predmet da bi otkrio rarity.
A nema on para. Ima li šta je najjeftinije?
Ma ima, nije da nema po 4.000, 4.200 ima.
Ne, svaki je 4.200.
Svaki je 4.200.
Izvini, to misle. Koji? Ne može ništa. Ja mislim ne može ništa. Aj ne, pogledaj. Nije identifikovano ništa. Ovo ti je bukvalno gamble. Nemoj da kupuješ te. Ne, to ne.
Znam, neću. Sve, prsten je
7,5.
Moram još ići malo ovih otključa pa ću...
To nije ništa identifikovano. To ti je klasičan gamble.
Dobro, nema veze. Idem ja otključati još
A pojma nemam koliko ćeš XP dobiti. Mene živo zanima. Ti ćeš da budeš eksperiment.
Idem otključati još jedan monolit pa ću ti javiti koliko sam dobio.
A moraš prvo pogledat koliko trenutno imaš reputacije kod njih.
4.126.
Ne to, nego kad pogledaš, kad pritisneš Y, u donjem desnom ćošku piše ti gain, vrednost, reputation to rank up. Jel vidiš?
Piše mi 29.800.
E, zapiši to na papir ili imaš dobro pamćenje. Ako imaš dobro pamćenje, u redu, ne moraš.
Dobro, 29.800 reputation.
Okej, zapamti to. Kad budeš kupio kod nje stvar, to će ti se broj smanjiti. Vjerojatno prepolovit ćeš ga, po tome što si ti rekao.
Samo vidit ćemo za koliko, da. A vidit će, evo, baš hoću probat da vidim da se dobije šta.
U suštini, ako sam shvatio, to ti je da ne moraš da radiš profesije, nego bukvalno samo potrošiš pare na to i dobiješ automatski reputaciju.
Da, znam, jer on je veliki po videu i on je rekao da je potrošio 7.500 favora i da je malte ne odključio cijelu reputaciju, to mi je isto malo čudno.
Mada za 7.500 ne znam šta je mogo da kupi.
A ne znam.
Ovdje ništa.
Evo, ja
Sve preskup.
Ja još riješim ove monoliti, imat ću prek 5-6 hiljada. Kupit ću one prsten baš da vidim evo koliko će mi se odključiti. Znači za prsten mi treba 7.500 favora. A sa mislim da 3 ili 4 monolita kad odključaš dobiješ 30-40 tisuća favora, tako da. Nenade, ova Ilija znam kako znam i ti znaš kako znam, tako da. I vrlo lako, viš, mogao sam s tim favorima skoro sve odključat, kad sam bio glup.
Jesi ispričao Nenadu opet?
Nisam, ne.
Ja ću. Slušaj, rekao sam čovjeku da kupi profesiju, ne znam da li ne čuje, džaba pričamo ko je on otišao negdje. Nenade, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, nije tu, treba pričati. Da, teo sam da te prošpijam, ali jebi ga, Nenad je odsutan, tako da ništa.
A dobro, to je moja glupost.
Nije glupost, nego, mislim, znam da nije glitch. Ja sam kupovao bio profesije, ali mi se nije desilo da nemam ništa.
Ne, ja sam rovo cijelo vreme, čujem.
Je, ali bilo ti je nekako jeftino za 300 da kupiš, a?
Pa nisam, nije, a jebi ga, nisam te pitao koliko košta.
Ne, slušaj, imaš da pritisneš, zato sam ti ja rekao da klikneš na ono dugme da ti uvijek prikazuje profesije, znaš. Jer ti kad si, da.
Ne, ja sam mislio, tu rolam i kupujem profesije, ali ono, uopće na kraj pameti mi je bilo da u biti pročitam šta piše relore, mislim, ali dobro. Nema veze. Budemo to riješili opet i nema ni problem sa vama.
Yep.
To je samo moja glupost bila. Bez veze sam potrošio 37.000 favora, nisam kupio nijedan profesor.
Mogu si sad da kupiš...
A mogao sam kupiti.
Mogu si biti veći nivo možda od Nenada, znaš, u toj guildi.
A dobro, jebat ja. Bio bi sigurno, pa bio sam 5. level i sa 34.000 bi došao barem do jednog 7. osnovnog. A jebat ja, šta sad?
Ja obično ne rerollam, ja uzmem najjeftiniji profesiji, znaš.
Dobio sam zelenu one-handed axe.
Set item.
Nekakva zelena sekira. Samo nam vidjeti šta daje.
Znam da ima jedna za druide, za ovoga Beastmastera, šta je već.
A možda ovo ni nije za mene, ali velim, sad neću bacat stvari, znaš, pošto bi probao jednog drugog lika odključat. Dobro, ali znaš kaj malo ne kužim, znači ja sad kad krećem sa levelom 1 i onda šta? Šta moram?
Pređeš do 3. akta, kad te prebaci vamo end of time i odakle možeš poslije
Ne, to ne pitate to, nego za pasive i... Reci to mislim.
Reci mu sad, ajde, reci mu sad.
Da mu kažem uopšte.
A, reci mu, ajde.
Čovjek kad je prvi put kupio profesije, kad sam ja objašnjavao kako to radi, kliknuo na teleskop i kaže čovjek potrošio sam svu reputaciju. Ja rekao dobro. Rekao je li imaš profesije, on pritisne Y, pogleda profesije, ima jedan ili ni jedan, zaboravio sam. Jedan, a potrošio je 30.000 onak favora. 37.000 potrošio.
Ne, nisam.
Jest.
Da, u biti vrtio sam stalno onaj...
Reroll.
I potrošio sam 37.000 favora.
37.000 potrošio, kaže bug je. Ja rekao nije bug. Rekao nije bug. I ja rekao šta si kliknuo i on sam provali kaže ja sam radio onaj reroll.
Da, a jebi. Nema veze.
Koga briga šta Nenad misli? Ako te Nenad optužuje, on ne radi gluplje stvari.
A ne, pa velim, nisam, to je samo moja glupost što nisam čitao šta taj gumb radi. Isto kak si rekao u Huntu kad stisneš reshuffle recimo ili...
Je, izgubiš $100.
I on ti znači uzme $100 i ponudi ti nešto drugo. A jebi ga. Dobio sam arena key.
Ja ih više ne skupljam. Jer imam po 4-5 ključeva od svake sorte. Šta će mi 6, 7, 8?
Ja imam pun
A šta će mi? Ako završiš tu arenu ili taj dungeon, dobiješ još jedan isti takav ključ, obično.
Evo imam.
Video. 5% overkill damage leeches health. Datom sam.
Idem kupiti jedan da vidim koliko će mi, znači imao sam tamo kaj smo rekli 28.000. 28.000 imam, da, 29.394 mi treba za dignut reputaciju, da vidim koliko ću dobiti sad kad kupim, evo kupit ćemo, kaj da kupim, šta bi mi dobro moglo doći. Čizme. Ne, znači ćemo pojas, evo. Rare item sam dobio.
Žuti, I?
Dobro, nema veze.
Nema veze. I imao si 29.000, jel' tako?
Sad mi treba 20.000.
Dobio si 9.000.
9.000 reputacije.
Sto iz platinac. Koliko bi inače dobio za 7.000 favor?
Pa ne toliko, ja mislim.
Koliko bi dobio? Jedan favor na reputaciju.
Tako ide. Ali dobro, dobije 9.000, znaš?
Dobio sam 9.300 u principu. Reputacija.
Upalo mi.
Pa evo ti, no, imao sam 29.600, sad imam 20.990 manje. Znači dobio sam skoro 9.000 reputacije.
Ako si imao koliko? 26.000?
28.900 mi je falilo do... Sad mi fali 20.900.
Da vidiš kad kupiš profesiji koliko dobiješ, jel to?
Ne znam koliko
Ne, neću, uzem ću si iskoskati.
A ili probaj zet profesiji da vidiš koliko si dobio ovih. Ja se ne sjećam koliko dobiješ.
Evo, odmah ću ti ja reći, ja imam 4.800 favora. Sad uzmem nešto. Ne, dajde, imaš neko papirče nešto. Piši, imam, fali mi 118.350 reputacije.
118.000?
Da, 350. Gledaj sad, potrošit ću 1.500 favora. Pazi, 1.500 favora.
Ne, potroši 4.
Čekaj. Polako se to radi. Za 1.500 favora ostalo mi je 115.350. Koliko je to? Da, da, minus 151. Koliko?
Minus
115.
15.350.
Da, za 1000 beš. Znači, za 1000 favora dobio sam 3000 reputacije.
Znači da se onda ovo ne isplati, jel tako?
Pa isplati se ako nećeš da radiš profesiju.
Pa dobro, ali...
Pretpostavljam da se tako isplati.
Pa ne, ali ako bi dobio sad za tih 4,5 više reputacije gore nego...
Jer ti kad radiš taj gamble, to je kockanje, kad radiš gamble ti kupuješ jedan item, znaš. Jedan. A ti kad uzmeš profesiju dobiješ, piše ti na primjer za 2000 favora mogu da dobijem 3 prstena. Unique.
Ali dobiš i više reputacije, svakako.
Dobro.
Znači ti bi dobio za... Koliko sam ja potrošio, 4.200, ti bi dobio skoro 15.000 reputacije, jel tako?
Ne, ja sam potrošio 1000 favora, dobio sam 3000 reputacije. Jel tako je bilo na to? Duplo sam dobio. Jer sam kupio, ja sam kupio profesiju, nisam uzeo ovaj...
Ali ja sam znači za 4.200 favora sam dobio cca 8.000 reputacije.
Pa isto ti dođe, možda malo manje, čak šta više. Bukvalno isto. Sad pitanje šta hoćeš. Samo vidiš, meni je taj tab gdje su profesiji, meni je to puno. Bukvalno, fališ...
Pa bilo bi i meni da nisam sjebao.
Uglavnom gledaš da ne puni se glupostima. Ako radiš monolit, jer gledaš da puni se monolitima.
Nije bitno.
Kako nije bitno?
Nije bitno, zato što pola ovoga su mi monoliti. Razumiješ?
Misliš, što bi punio sa jednom ako danas radiš monolit?
A nije bitno samo da potroši. Bitno je da imam praznih slotova da mogu da radim nešto drugo, o tome se radi. Kad napunim samo sa onim kako se zove, kad mi bude puno ovoga sa arenom, onda ću da uradim, s nekim ću da igram arenu, ili ću sam da igram. I kad uradim 2-3 arene dobit ću 3 kopere stvari. Pa prošli put kad sam ubio, ti si tamo bio. Kad bi se da je bio onaj arena 3 boss. Dobio sam 3 set itema, 4 unique rukavice. Razumiješ? Za arena 3 boss. I to od ta 4 unique rukavice, 3 su bile sa legendary potentialom 1, jedna je bila sa legendary potential 2. Zato što je veliki uzorak, dobiješ dosta itema, razumeš?
Dobro, ali favor je dobio samo na monolitima, ali tako?
Znaš da dobijaš favor, skonto sam. Ako ti piše da ti je nagrada na monolitu experience, to ti je u suštini favor. Znaš, kad radiš monolit, piše ti šta ćeš dobiti, prsten, one materijale, ako ti piše experience, to ti je favor. Ne piše tako, ali to ti je bukvalno favor. Evo, imam 162 favora, sad ću ti reći kad uzmem XP na kraju ovoga.
Pa ću onda reći ja XP da vidim. Ja sad idem redom, radim monolit.
To ti je kad klikneš na nagradu i kad ti ispadne one knjige 3, znaš.
Da, to.
I pokupiš 3 knjige i to ti je bukvalno to.
To ti je favor.
Je.
Čekaj, a negdje si rekao da možeš baš i trgovat sa opremom s igračima.
To je kad si član bazara.
Aha. A vi to jeste? Aha, jesu.
Ne.
Član ovoga Hilga, isto koji mi. ali bazen ti nije dobar. Možda u početku, ali kasnije ti ne znači ništa.
Pa možda ljudi imaju...
Šta radiš sa 500 milijuna golda?
Hajde da kupiš druge stvari. Pod uslovom da neko hoće da ih prodaje, ali tako?
A ja imam 700.000 golda i šta da radim?
Ali ko bi ti prodao, Nenade, aj samo razmisli, Nenade, ko bi ti prodao item koji ima Legendary Potential 3?
Prodaj. Mnogo.
Koliku cenu da staviš na to? Naprimjer, igraš kao taj Necromancer. Ja mislim, neko ti prodaje onu sekiru jednoručnu sa Legendary Potentialom 3.
A dobro, zašto ne mislim?
Koliku cenu da staviš na to?
A ne znam.
Šta? 100 milijardi. Ne može niko da kupi. Pretpostavljam da je bilo dobra fora da igraš sa njima i da farmaš dobre stvari i staviš ih na aukciju i staviš neku nebuloznu cifru, staviš maksimalnu količinu novca koliko možda uzmeš u igru. Samo da vadiš mas ljudima. Troll varijanta. Boga mi fino porasto DPS. Kad sam uzeo ovaj pasiv za attack speed, ovaj max, 15% attack speed.
Ništa pametno. Aha, knjige su, rekao
Knjige, nemoj knjige da zabravljaš.
Da, dobro, XP si rekao. Mislim, ne XP, nego favor.
Da, favori. Koliko ti sad piše favora da imaš?
Samo malo. 666. Baš nije dobar broj, ali...
666.
Da.
Očekivao sam više.
Potrošio sam ih, jebo i ti.
Potrošio si favor?
A, kaj sam kupio...
Znam, ali ako si pokupio experience sad.
Ne, nisam.
A nisi još?
Ne, sad idem. Sad sam sa experience.
Dobro.
Da vidim koliko ću dobiti favora sad svojim monolitom kad napravim.
Znaš da imaju 2-3 itema koje sam našao koji imaju tematiku sa pčelama, Nenade, znaš? Imaš 2-3 itema, unique itema koji ti daju kao neku interakciju sa pčelama. Imaš Beekeeper Gloves, Beekeeper Helmet, hat i imaš Relic.
Mislim da sam vidio neko oružje koje isto daje.
Da, i imaš kao, a dobro, to oružje ne, više kao štos, ne daje ništa posebno na pčele. Zove se kao žao, kao pčele. Drška izgleda kao guzica od pčele, da to oprostiš.
Jučer mi ona zmija prvi put bacila na primjer sami treba da unapredim. Uspjelo.
Kako ti je bacilo?
Znaš kad staviš u onaj kovčeg.
Dobro. Aha, dobio si osobinu koju si zapravo hteo. Na koliko legendary potencijala? 1 ili 2? Na 1? Na 1 naprema 4 si dobio zapravo osobinu koju si hteo. To je baš nisko. Ja sam dobio na legendary potencijal 2, dobio sam, Dobio sam prsten ovaj, solidarni.
Streak, chance i direct exposure his bow attack speed. To je ono što mi je trebalo, to je tako reći maksimalni tir koji sam mogao da dobim, to je maksimalni tir na bow koji sam imao kao materijal za upgrade.
Pa nije puno, ali da, dobro. 60 experience po knjizi sam dobio. 60 favora. Šta znam?
180.
Pa da. Nije ni malo ni... A nije ni malo ni puno.
Dobio sam ja više ovak, bez knjiga. Dobio sam 300 i nešto. A dobro. Nije sad stvar da...
Ne.
Jebote, ovdje me raketiraju sa svih strana. Gađa me neko govno s neba, vatra i još svi ovi.
Dobro večer.
Dobro večer.
Dobar si.
Što imaš?
Otkud vi ovako rano?
Javilo mi se što da moram.
Ja mislim da se zove film da...
Milan Karos mi se javio snu i rekao je Last
Neko
Epoch.
voli se, kupi Helldivers.
Neko mi je Last Epoch danas, sutra, Helldivers. Znači da moram po jednu tu glupu igru da kupim.
A tebe ako se glupe ti kupi nama.
Kupim po svi koji imate, jebi ga.
Mislim, mora ispuniš kvotu, kupi Helldivers.
Već ih imate, tako da...
Ja Helldivers nemam.
Pa ne smije imat.
Mislim, ako ti Milan Tarot naredio ti...
A nije rekao mi je samo za Last Epoch, nije.
Dobio sam 600 favora.
Dobija se po par hiljada na onim velikim.
Na kojim velikim?
Na velikim onom koji su 90 nivo i to.
Aha, pa dobro, da, pa to je normalno. Nekakav boss, nekakav boss od zmaja.
Ovo je baš dobro, čovjek koji si promene ga i šiba.
Ajde, kokni ga.
Ja sam bio zvukao 80.000 golda za onu... za onu vaznu što nađeš.
Šta da izaberem? Da izaberem...
Šta?
Nudi mi 32% šanse Strike Avoidance, 44 Increased Psychical Damage and 41% Poison on hit.
Pita Nenad.
A pitam ga.
Nemoj da ja kažem ništa, poslije ću da bit pušim. Ima svaki karakter physical damage, samo minimalno.
symbol of, dobio sam, o viš ovo, of hand catalyst, plus 146% ward retention.
Ne treba ti.
Kak mi ne treba to?
Evo ga.
Taj predmet ti ne treba. Još ima bolje od njega.
Da li on to trenutno ima, ajmo tako da pitamo.
Nemam. Nemam.
Da li on to ima trenutno?
Ne znaš što ima u inventaru, to je
Pa
najbolje.
nemam, imam niš bez veze.
Karnad, ne treba mu to. Znači, nešto je bolje nego ništa. Jako on tam.
Napravit ću ti build plan, tako je najbolje.
Možeš mu ti napraviti build, ali ne možeš mu dati stvari. Znaš?
I sad kad sam metnuo to, sad mi se pao mi je ovaj ward, ali mi se vrti nešto dole 17 cijelo vrijeme i stalno skače ovo.
Da to health.
Nije, nego mu on gutam u...
Šta mu gutam? Gutam u vard.
Svake 3 sekunde mi se ward konzumira. Granting a stack of demise per 13 ward consumed. Each stack of demise grant 10% bled chance up to 200%.
Ja sam ti ovaj toliko da ti to ne kuću ne vadi.
A dobro, ne znam, elim pa. Mogu probat pa vidjet. Hero Santa. Nisam. Ako vidim da ću poginut s tim, znači da definitivno ne velja. Bude maknuo. Pa vidiš, ali opet kad se borim, onda mi bar skoči na 1000, 1500. Op, op, op. Sam dobio ring. A level da se dignemo. Da, ja ne mogu ništa u ovom ličiju dići dok ne popunim ova dva stupca sa intelligence i ove ruke. Dalje ne mogu ništa dizati.
Popuniš dva stupca.
Kako si ti jutro zgodinočki?
Nego reci ti meni jesi prežalio onoga jučer što te ubio. Sa leđa.
Koji Milan Tarat? Patrijarh?
Ne, Milan Tarat, bre, onaj sa tebe gledao.
A on ti se javio?
Da, javio mi se.
U snu mu se javio.
I?
Danas u 14:01 i 32 sekunde moram da kupim last epoch na sebi.
On ti je javio?
Da.
A ako ti on javio... A ja stalno sanjam Milana. Stalno sanjam isti san.
Stalno sanjam Milan.
Stalno sanjam isti san. Ne kontaš. Nenad zna o čemu se radi. Hoćeš ti da završiš ili ja? Bolje bi bilo ti, da ne bude da...
Milane, stalno sanjam da mi pušiš pivo.
Tako sanjam. Mislim Milan Tarat. To sam mislio.
Milan Belaro.
Nisam ja ništa rekao. Ja sam mislio na Tarat.
Jeste radni narodi.
Gdje si Marko, gdje si?
Rani Naravno crne govore.
Tako je, bre.
Pa što došao Marinjo?
Tako je.
Gde si Marinđa?
Ajmo je kurču, ja sam kurčku.
Šta ti je?
No ništa, evo te čas si u kući.
Noćne, a?
Nije noćne, privatno. Nešto znaš čime se ja bavim.
I koliko bakice plaća? Dobro, ovo je šala bila, ne moraš da odgovoriš. Nemoj da odgovoriš.
Rijetko kad plaćaju, on.
Pa ako je dobar onda da, ako nije dobar onda...
Direktor po Telekoma i dobio upload 3 terabajta.
Izvini, u redu, ja se samo šalio, nisam teo da ofiram.
Jebo ja sebe ako se ne ljutim.
Ja, ti bi trebao ponovo da okretiš taj tvoj download i upload. Što Milan je ubeđen da ima najbrži podatak. Da je malo dozvoli.
Bolje. Ali on mora biti najbolji, Boris, o čemu ti govoriš?
Ne bi. Jao, vrate. Danas smo dakle na 9, 10, 11 i 10. Jao, majko moja i sutra u pičku materinu. Ne radim, a radim. Ja spremam papirologiju, dokumentacije, kurice, placije, koverte.
I da! Neki mora, čao.
Šta ja sad radim?
Pa ništa, no...
Šta ja sad radim? Kad ga vidim, zavit ću mu saučešće, šta da radim?
A i onako ne možeš otići na sahranu jer popodne radiš. Tako da... Lagan taj tabure, dobar je.
Prepostavljam 10.
Ministarstvo financija nikad nije dobro.
Jesi vidio sinoć smo uzeli i muslija i...
Rekla si. Nisam vršio inventar po kući, rekla si mi, čuo sam.
Je li zdravo?
Alyssa.
Ne.
Welcome to my channel.
Svidio nešto ono na ovom Instagramu što si poslao. Za onaj bre, Helldivers 2. Vidi kao. Kaže when you're waiting for friend and he finally buy it, ono, i onda igrate. Nešto je iskočilo pa sam se sjetio. Jao. Da bre, u tome se update za DayZ koji je bio pre nekoliko dana su bacili one Steam trading cards.
Pa znam da je bilo nešto da mi je ponudio.
Pa si noć.
A zašto to govoriš tamo?
Pa da ne pričamo o zidovima.
A ovak je onak, koliko puta sam krenuo pričati, nema ga jednostavno.
Duše imaju više nego ti.
Dešava se. Dešava se.
Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel. Okay. Welcome to my channel.
Yes.
Što smo mogli igramo danas? Sada. DayZ, nećemo.
Nećeš klarit, veliš, a?
Ovo kako mi jučer skinuo lik, dao sa VSS ili neku prigušenu pušku, pratio mi to, pratio me dugo.
Tamo gdje si išao kroz onu šumu što smo te gledali jučer.
Ne, došao sam skroz tamo u Černogu, smo je grad, to mi se ovdje isponom, kod one velike ogromne zgrade koja je uništena. I dođem tu, nađem bazu od likova, ono ima oni apartmani mani pun kurac, ono, zatrokira FPS koliko ono ima onih objekta tu.
Da.
I krenem ja dalje, i ja pauziram, gledam malo sa onim dvogledom, idem tamo pred našem, samo cik cik cik, you're dead.
Ubio
Jay-Z, no?
A da, ve.
Jay-Z, to ne muzičar.
Vlada čuo pre toga, Vladimir Pitbull čuo pre toga da me neko puca sa prigušivačem. Ja se kućem, poslije u šumi, kao čuo neke korake, ja pogledam levo desno, a nema ni. Pratio me dva ekspert neki.
Ninja te prate.
Da. Imam ljude koji me prate, brale.
A lik je imao volje, pratite cijelo.
Da, pa nemam pošteno lepo. Ja volim da se ide tako igra. Evo ga, možda svaki dan bude srećen dan.
I da si mogo, ti bi njega pratio okolo.
Normalno, da. Jel da, što za online neće. Cancer Strike. 51% baterije samo.
Cancer Strike.
Imaš 151% baterije.
Ma 51 na telefonu. Sad sam ja više punio, možda nisi bilo. Obično sam uvijek uvijek bateriju na fullu.
Ja sam ima 5 stavili se punim da boja, da sam nisam...
Sad ću ja da ga metnem s oproštenje.
Samo ga metnem.
Višković komentariše tenis noćas. Igra Aleksandar Vukić igra protiv Novaka iz Australije. Kaže, izvinite što sam napravio katastrofalnu grešku izgovarajući mu predmine da postavljate svijet. Izvinuo sam za podavljanje što da radim kad ga puštam svaki dan. Ja Vukić. Mlađo čovjeka koji je Vukić, to je Vukić.
Stalno ga sanjam, svaki dan.
Sticky notes. Kad se stavimo sticky notes.
Da.
Što neće uvijek moći ja snimamo gore.
Kako kreće ti to na aplikacija za Windows?
Ma ne, stvarno je sticky notes. Mada prije sam koristio na Windowsu, ali sad praktično ovako papirići.
Jedinu koju sam video, dobra stvar na ovim novim mobilnim telefonima, to ti je ona aplikacija gdje možeš da napraviš brze one zabeleške male kao notove.
Ja sam napravio te zabeleške prije ko znam koliko godina i mislim još uvijek to stoji, sad ću brzo provjeriti.
Pa ako nisi obrisao stoji.
Sad alatke...
Notes. Jel Notes?
Da, beleške, evo ga. A ovo, brate, evo stoji.
Da si se setio da ti neko duguje milionč?
Nije, nego sve moguće presjetače u Požegi u okolini tablice od pandura, apsolutno sve moguće. Onda imam, što bez teksta, L1327...
Šifra, nemoj da čitaš. Šifra.
Petak 15. žubar 14.15, kad je ovo bilo u pizdu.
Imam ja toga, znaš.
A ovo je nešto vezano za jednog čoveka koji je bio veoma loš jer mu je žena bila veštica.
Da nije zaštićeni svjedok?
Nije. Neki tu informaciju što sam saznao o slobi. Nije mi bitno, ovo mi je najbitnije. Presjetači Pančevo 1, 2, 3, BG 1910, BMW serija 5 plavi.
O Slobodanom Miloševiću.
Da, imam nešto što sam čuo, šta ovo? Šta još ovdje ima? BG 2198, Škoda Super B, BMW X6 Beli, BG 750, 1754, opet BMW Lele presjetači. Vidimo i Audi A6.
Šta to gledaš?
Ma imam to spisak ovih presetača od požara.
To sam ga ja podsjetio da ima zabeleške na telefonu.
Znam sam nešto.
Presretača ko za pola Evrope.
Vole ovdje naši da bez neka dođu iz inostranstva, tako nešto. Gastrobajteri kad dođu.
Vole da pesmu, a?
A da, i onda panduri treljaju
Šaki.
Osim ako, šaki, pa da.
Da.
Osim ako nije neki, kao neki nešto si ti rekao i onda pandur bude na granici da mu se izvini da zaplaća što ga zostane.
Jeli?
A?
Da, nije slobu popremi za uštiri.
Nije. Mog dedu pokojnog zostavili jednom kad išao za Mailovac, a kupio auto od Vlajka Steljkovića. Rekao mu Vlajka Steljković nemoj da menjaš tablice, bile valjda 20 tablice. Ne stare. I pandur ono da ga zaustavi i tablice, pozdravi, podošte dalje. Mislim neki rođak ili prijatelj ovo Vlajka Steljkovića.
Znaš ti za Riku kad je isto na sastanak neki misli i kasne i rekao zato da naguzi taj Audi i ovaj pa nešamo da je stenja na autoputu, ma naguzi, ma nešamo presno se. Ajde kad se pomeri se sad vidiš kako se vozi. I sed sloba naguzi u Audi od 250 i zaustavi ih radar, jer i prilazi sigurno. I kaže, dobar dan, isto. I ja se izvinjavam, samo nastavim. Ne, samo ti radi svoj posao za primjer drugima. Ne, sve u redu. Radi svoj posao kad ti kaže ne piši kaznu. Dakle, samo trenutak predsjednice i ovdje ovaj novo sete. Zaustavio sam jednu jako visoku ličnost, kada ne vozio 250, ne znam šta radi. Pa koliko je visoka ta ličnost? Ne znam, izgleda visoka u pičku materinu čim je sloba vozač, jel?
A znaš šta radi onaj klošar, njegov sin u Požarevcu? Vraćao se, bio se napio ko stoka i vraćao se i tamo, ti nešto znaš gdje je Zadarski put. Slupa se s neki auto i čoveku i cepa cijelu ogradu, znači uništi mu ono, neka lagana ograda šta bilo. I bilo je da pola 3, pola 4 jutro. I ovaj čovjek izlazi, stoke, jedni idioti, pa gdje jurite, ustava si jebem pijana, ste normalni, bio stao si živ, trebao si je poginješ, a ni ga prepozna. I ovaj onako mrtav pijan, kaže on, polako, prijatelj, polako, i zove na telefon, nije prošlo pola sata, sad dolaze majstori, jebate. Neki dal privatnici, dolaze, ruše čoveku u ogradu, ruše plot, skidaju kapiju, ono krenulo se već smanjivo, ovi rade, ovaj čovjek ukapirao to Marko Milošić, o, izvinite, svaka čast, sve najbolje. Sutra dan ili preko sutra, tog čoveka su izbili, znači jedva ostao živ.
Pa šta su mu rasturili kapiju čitav?
Sve mu demolirali, znači ovaj slupao s autom, ovaj Marko Milošević slupao autom i pozvao posle majstori mu sve uništili, pravili mu totalno novu, sve ono novo, apsolutno sve novo. I posle da li taj isti dan ili sutra dan tog čoveka prebili, posle nekog da ga bio, kao dobio se kapio, ću da bio isto. A jednom mom rođaku reketirao ga, uzeo mu kafić u Bradarču. Neki piga, možda znaš što nešto. To je neka daljna familija. Pa i u Požarevcu bre, ovi kako se zovu, na Korzovu tamo kako se zovu, pičku materinu?
Znači dobije kapiju i batinu.
Ili win-win, tu je bio pre neki kafić. To je isto užao od vlasnika.
Ne, tu je bilo...
Da.
Gdje Tehnomane, tu je bilo njegova prekada. A preko puta je bila jedna trafika.
Trafika je bilo davno, brate, ali taj...
I dedice pedavom, pomprit i da me šta još sve.
Ako bre mogu da mu uzmu kafić,
Izgleda da mogu.
Marko Milošević. Boli me kurac! Pa imaš pesmu ono za njega, dobra pesma. Kaže, protest i narod u bedi, ma boli me kurac, Marko Milošević. Pa evo ti...
Dedice vani uzimao prefik, tako mu se činilo. I uzmu i zapale.
Znači taj je Marko pravio red tamo, a?
Da, pravio.
Kako ti čale predsjednik? A žena ti veštica?
Žena mu je, ja mislim...
Ona poklanjala, brate, prijateljicama stanove.
Ovamo iz Ljubinja, odakle već.
Ne, ona ti iz Malog Crnice.
Mira
ti iz Malog Crnice.
Gde smo mi bili, Boris, kad se to delo džabe?
Pa jebote, kako ja...
Njena majka je iz Malog Crnića.
Crnići.
Po nekom,
Samo sa
Kume, priča sa nekim mafijašima, čekaj.
Dobro, neću da se bakćem, to je ipak tvoj region, ti si tu warlord, tako da znaš.
Može li tišina 10 sekundi sam, alo, tišina, može li?
Čekaj, stani, jel pričaš sa mnom ili s kim?
Svima, pa se čini jedna beke.
Ali nikom to nije važno osim meni.
O, Bog ušao u kratko.
Znaš? Nikom.
Onda čuješ, hoćeš ti...
A čuo sam od Ćaleta. Ne, ja radim, hvala. Ne želim.
Ti radiš?
Ne želim da stojim tamo i da kažem nešto što neću. Izjavit ću mu saučešće kad ga vidim. Prijatno. Izjavit ću mu saučešće kad ga vidim.
Jo, strašno.
Vrlo jednostavno. Neću da šaljem poruke, neću da ga posjećujem.
I ovaj, Dragan Šivković su familija.
Čuo sam od Ćaleta.
Ovaj, Dragan Šivković i mene neka familija.
I ta Dreamcast. Ne treba,
Šta ti konzola još jedno?
Naleti na neki u BG-u da ti ušli.
Šta da mi daš?
A ti nikad nisi ni koristio Dreamcast. Navedi jednu igru sa Dreamcasta.
Ne moraš.
Vrlo lako, sad ću ti reći.
Ne imat ništa, brate. Nego je rekao da imaš, ako imaš okej. Dobio sam
da kupim.
Znaš kakva je, Boris, je Granc nova, brate. Znaš?
Pa dobro, ali šta ti znaš da treba da narazuješ disko za to.
Pa pogledaj malo, izgooglaj kume neke stvari.
Da izgooglam? Šta da mu ubediš da ima interni hard disk? PlayStation 2.
Ima interni hard disk, pogledaj, izgooglaj. HD u PlayStation 2, pogledaj.
Da, dobro, okej. Otvaraj igronice.
Što kršine, Boris, hoću da stavim sve one igrice, lupam dvojke na nju, ovamo na trojku trojkine i tako, razumiješ? Ima i sve, ono može da stavim.
Sve da igraš,
A?
Kad ćeš stići sve da igraš?
Pa neka stoji, brate, što? Napravim mi stoji, evo sad, na primjer, na trojku imam, ne znam, oko 70 igrica, skate iz trojke, razumiješ? A dvojku neću da stavim na trojku zato što trojke mi radi emulaciju, razumiješ? Nema onaj čip unutra, razumiješ? Onda mi ova dvojka odgovara. Plus nova je, Boris ima i dalje Warranty Seal, stoji na nju. Jo. Dobro. Tako da...
Meni je želja jedino da nabavim ZX Spectrum i kom za 64 u ispravnom stanju.
A gdje boš našao Spektruma više, šta ti?
Pa ima na kupon pa ovdje.
Ima?
Što ne uzmeš?
Pa uzet ću samo da rešim stambeno pitanje, što živimo i ide 2 kvadrata od čemu kad uđe drugi stan da napravim u sobu samo za to.
Meni Kiju.
A šta ti sobom i ono da ćeš kupit ovaj stan u
Grčkoj.
Pa ništa od toga je. Pošto imamo neke druge opcije, tako završava studije u Španiji sad. I dobija posao vjerojatno u Barceloni, ali... Neko da mi Grčka otpada, ali vjerojatno pali meni Španija.
Španija, a? Pa dobro što. A šta da radi tamo? Šta da radi tamo?
Malo pre ti rekao.
U Barceloni ima akademiju za sportsku psihologiju, imaš samo diplomski.
Da.
U stvari radila je diplomski, ali ladno je nisu priznali, dobila 6,3 ocene iz diplomskog. Minimalno je sedmica da dobije certifikat. A imala ove semestre, sve pre toga imala položene 8, 3, 8,5, 7,5. I mi mislili da ide tirna, ona, znaš, sa diplomskim. Joka mora i diplomski da bude sedmica. Jedno pitanje je samo da je još odgovorila tačno, imala bi sedmicu.
Koliko nema godina, Boris?
Dovoljno. Žene se nikad ne pitaju za godinu.
42 gleda.
Koliko? 32.
42.
42, pa dobro, svaka je čast kad si toliko godina, vrate, i pokušava, jebate, ja ne bi sad... Ne bi me puštio.
Ja ga sam bio upisao.
Ti znaš da je Nenad dopisao faks sa 30 godina.
Njen brat je tamo i to malo i on sredio tamo za pompa što da se koristio, može završiti to i da krene. A drugo, gledala je tamo stanove, zato stanovi jeftiniji u Španiji nego u Srbiji, tako je.
Znaš šta trebaš da uradiš, da pogledaš ima neno za euro, znaš?
Šta?
Gledaj, pošto je to postalo popularno tamo u Italiji, u Španiji, ono za euro kao kuća neka.
Ne, to je ima u Valenciji, bre, na moru, brate, mili, 82 kvadrata, 50.000 eura.
To nije puno.
To je slabo. Italija isto, ne to za euro, u Italiji su isto stanovi 3-4 puta jeftinije nego u Beogradu.
Da, imaš, čuješ, imaš u Italiji, možda uzmeš...
Ona napuštena mesta, ali nije to tek tako. Da popišeš to neki kovana, da ćeš da pokreneš neku svoju poljoprivredu samo da radiš baštu, da prodaješ proizvode.
No, da ćeš da živiš tamo koliko godine i telefon. A ima sve, ima to loophole za sve.
Ali kažem ti u Španiji, ako odem samo da neki stan, kupiš sve verzije od 50.000.
O tvoj stan ti gdje živiš?
Nije.
Ti nemaš stan? Šta imaš u Zrenjaninu?
U Petrogradu,
Petrograd je li Nenad?
U Rusiji, ja?
Ovo ću napraviti kad reći stambeno pitanje.
Zrenjaninci se zove Petrograd.
Napraviti sobu samo su multimediju.
Dobro, nemoj opet stare priče, komunisti ovo, komunisti ono.
A komunisti? Da li ime po silovatelju, lopovu i kriminalcu?
Ko Nenade?
Nemoj da ulaziš s njim u raspravu, prestani samo.
Ko Nenade, da čujem, brate. Nije šta se smiješ?
Ovo je bilo za obojicu, nemoj da ulazite jedan s drugim u raspravu.
Šta je bilo, Nenade, pričaj mi.
Nije bilo ništa.
Ne posluša me. Ako me čuo sam da si
Pitaj majke tamo,
Čuo sam da si pogledao.
Čujem da si pogledaj ovo, šta sad da pogledam?
A pogledaj, slika gori više ti ja da reći. Jel ti asocirao na nešto? Jesi častio mu ćaleta neči?
Ja?
A dobro, onda ništa. Ništa.
A što ti Dinke bio sa
Ne interesuje me, nema veze sa mnom. To se poslovi ugovaraju svi bez mene. Meni se samo predočava svršen čin. To ti je već do sad jasno, znaš. To ti je valjda do sad jasno. Nije ti tu onaj glavonja s kojim se ti šuruješ i izjebavaš na moj račun, tako da se smiri malo. On je sad zauzet. Znam, samo prestani. Znači, stvari se radi mimo mene. Da mene pitaju, povadio bi sve jedno stablo iza kuće i zasadio detaljno. Pa nek sadi voćke koći, detaljno. Samo detaljno. Da, znači samo da je kosim, ništa drugo. Ama neću da sadim detaljno. Za svake godine zasade 4-5 stabala od bolesti u venu 5. Svake godine vadimo po jednu voćku, ne. Nije tlo za to, to je tlo za vinograda, ne za stablo.
Ne lupaj majke ti, a ne lupaj svega ti.
Ne jedi govna, znači plac koji je kupio moj čale, je bio pod vinogradom, full. Razumeš? Čitava površina, znači dvorište da nam je kuća i štala, znači sve ti je bilo pod vinogradom. Nisu bili voćnjaci, vinograd.
Ono su loše voćke, kako, ne znaš, brate.
A vidi pa mu reci da su mu loše voćke, ti mu reci, ajde.
Loše uzmeš voćke, brate.
Ti mu reci, loše uzima voćke, nauči ga. Ne kupujem ja ništa, ne pitam se ja ništa.
Nenade, loše su.
Nisam zainteresovan.
Znaš koliko to može, 10 godina Nenade i čao.
Nisam zainteresovan.
Znaš, Nenade.
Ono što mene zanima je kopanje rupa svake godine i vađenje stabala i lupanje sekirom po korenu i ašovljenje jedno 3 dana dok izvadim sva ta govna i onda opet sljedeće godine sadiš novo smeće. Ne pada mi na pamet. Rekao sam kad se ja budem pitao, povadit ću sve jedno. Se te bede reši, zato što ne mogu više godina to da radim. Da lomim i čupam i sadim. Pada mi na pamet.
To što su loše, Nenade, razumiješ?
Ma neću, ne tražim dobro.
Nenade, mi smo imali ovdje one Njemačke, naš. I šta je ovo? Slušaj, Nenade, one Njemačke koji dalje imaš poselu ko normala nije izvadio, i dalje su žive, to čovječe 100 godina stoji, Nenade. I oni izvade sa ovim visokoplodnim.
Pametni ljudi.
Da, pametni ljudi.
Iz sela, da.
U septičku.
Nije on. Većina ljudi koji imaju staru kuću, a mrzelo ih da kopa septičku jamu, su to uradili. To svi rade. Ispričaj tamo da si živio kod onoga Čiče, tamo onaj kraj kume. Ono je bio vrhunac. Znaš? Onaj kraj. Ne, onaj kraj stari gdje si živio, sjećaš se? Što si ti ispred kuće plivala, da ne kažem šta.
Da, ispred kuće su...
U lošci, fekalije, pišaća. U kanalu ispred kuće. Baš fino kad dođeš kod čovjeka u gosti. A nije to od njegove kuće, nego od komšije, razumiješ?
Da.
I šta sad ti radiš komšije, da ga biješ, šta?
Čovjek koji bačava fekalije ima milione.
A kome da ga prijaviš? Znači, oni su povezani svi u opštini. Kome šta da prijaviš?
Ti živiš, Nenade?
Ti živiš u Njujorku, šta?
Da, Nenad, gdje živiš ti, momak?
A ne, možeš da pozoveš možda nekoga iz Beograda ili Podgorice, možda bi ti on izašao. Ali ovi lokalni neće ti niko doći.
Znaš kako se kaže to kod nas u kraju, nešto, i ti znaš kako se kaže.
Znaj, ne.
Životno što ti spavao s majkom, to ti je ta priča. Svi su oni povezani što kažu, ljudi nemaš kome da se žališ.
Nemaš kome da se požališ.
Pa verovatno nije povezan ni sa kim i onda može, da, za tako te je sitno, ali imaš pojedini ljudi koji su malo jače, koji to rade, njima ne možeš ništa.
Tačno. To pa čuješ taj čovjek, brate, baš slušaj ovo, primjer za tog čovjeka kojem baš napravio se ispred kuće, kojem su te fekalije ispred dvorišta. On je imao u Suboticu zgradu jednu kupio, u centar grada.
I naplaćivao je Kiril i tako.
Ne, slušaj, i sad je on htio da smuči tu zgradu, ali je problem što jedni stari bračni par neće da proda.
I?
Pa nije smiješno, brate.
Pa nije smiješno, nego prepostavljam šta je moglo biti.
Ajde, šta je moglo biti? Ja ne možeš pretpostaviti.
Pa na silu su ih iselili.
Niko na silu nikom nije išćera, sami su ljudi iselili. Šta je on uradio, Nenade, da ih išćera?
Buku je pravio ili tako neko. Nije, nešto je napakostio. Ne, nešto je napakostio, buku je pravio.
Ne, on je pitao njih, hoćete li da prodate, neće.
Ja znam da ih je pitao fino.
Ne, fino ih je pitao.
Fino ih je pitao i?
I oni nisu šeli da prodaju i on je uzeo Nenade i daje ciganima 10 stanova za džabe da žive.
O, brat.
Nenade, jel
ja bi se iselio.
Nenade? A, Nenade?
To ni Nenado ne bi palo na pamet.
Nenade, bili ti kad za života palo tako nešto opet? Ja igram, ne možete ti igrati, ej paljba, u sobu. Imate tamo kompjuter, ej paljba. Igram ja, bježi. Pa možete jedna po druga, ajde, čao, ne može, a? Šta? Nema, ajde, pičite tamo. A, Nenade?
Ništa bio bosa za ciganima.
Šta je ništa, pa čuš, Nenade, nemoj zajebavat, brat. Pa cigani su ušli unutra, oni mi da za...
Ne, Nenada, zanima šta je bilo s ciganima kad se taj bračni par iselio, ali tako?
Cigane posle samo dove tamo dvojicu, brat, i ono...
Reka, aj sad napolje. Bilo je dobro, džabe, dosta više.
Razumiješ, Nenade? Jel sad shvataš, Nenade, i ti ćeš tome liku da zovneš šta? Inspekciju, jel?
Da, sanitarno, kao da oni...
Da, Nenade.
Ne.
Ne šo?
Pa misliš da...
Da proba da uradi...
Pa nije on to direktno, kao što vidiš, nije on direktno isterao te ljude. To ti je sve izokolo, znaš.
A ponudio je me da ću vam više, nećete. Dobro. Ništa.
Mislim, nisu ni morali oni da se isele, tako? Mogli su da žive pored Roma, jel tako?
Mogli da žive pored Romana, da, ali onda je bilo, kad je ovaj Roman ubačio, onda im nije platio duplo, nego im platio duplo manje. Razumiješ?
im je kao što je tržna cijena, jer im je prvo dao duplo više, pa onda duplo manje.
Plati duplo jeftinije nego što je treba da im plati. Znači na kraju su dobili, bolje da su odmah prihvatili. Jel to ljudi, znaš šta je problem kod ljudi?
Ja ne bi ono otišao mi da živim kao posao, samo ne bi.
Važi, Nenci, važi, vrate, važi.
Ti veš u Indiji pre par godina nekom liku tjerali da kupe kuću i on nije htio da proda, da pravi neke stanove, ono ovo, i on prijavi jedno, drugog mail dođu kući, pretili mu, cijepali mu prozore, sekli mu gume, ono ovo, i čovjek dođe preko glave i ode u opštinu, da li sa ručnom granatu, negdje otišao tamo i zapretio, ono, nemam pojma i...
Odu u zatvor.
Bio u zatvoru.
Pa naravno da tiš u zatvor.
Ali su ostavili, mislim, ostavili ga.
Nisu mu dolazili više kući kume.
Pravo ti, ne rade, kad došli tamo i ti kupe i ti nećeš, imaš opće se digneš u vazduh, da.
Jest, a vičeš Allah Akbar.
Opću da mu odsečem glavu i da bacim na jednu...
Lavojima.
Samo što kod Neša to ne može se desiti u kraju.
Normalno. Što radi Nenad?
Samo stroga ruka kume, stroga ruka.
Ne može.
Nenad da to ne može se desiti.
Hoćeš li kume da te časti, čuješ li me, taksi?
Slušam.
Ekspanziju za onaj Craft World, ne znam da li ga igraš.
Pa igram kad igram, ali...
Imaš novu ekspanziju, idi samo u Steam Store i pogledaj ekspanziju.
Čekaj, sad ću na koje dugme to stisnem, na Sony joystick?
Na Sony joystick, a ti to Sony joystick ležeći, onda nikad neš vidjet, bojim se Craft World na konzoli.
Ja. Siguran?
Tu ti ne mogu pomoći.
Sad sam trenutno kume u Assassin's Creedu. Ezio Collection. Znaš? Ezio Collection, prošao sam jedan Assassin's Creed idem redom prolazim kume, znaš?
Reci mi kad skontaš da je priča postala nebulozna.
Kako misliš?
Tako, ja ne uvrćem reči, kao što rekao. Kad priča postane nebulozna, javim se.
Moj Nenad misli da može protiv države.
Nenad, je to ono Nenad protiv države?
Da. A slušaj ovo, Nenci, ja ću reći jednu stvar. Čuješ me, Nenadi? Kad država dođe na tebe, dobri moj Nenade, već je gotovo, već je kraj. Ne možeš ga pobjedi, brate mili, to što ti vidiš, čak i u Ameriku, pa znaš ono kad u Ameriku kao tuže se ono nešto.
Čak si.
Slušaj ovo Kube, oni se, brate, istuže, sve okej, ovi im plate, sačekaju pola godina prođe i dođu tamo i zapale ih, znaš ono. Jes. Nema šanse, Ivan. Šanse nema. To mene ne interesuje što tebi treba. Dobro.
Treba mobilni telefon ili kompjuter? Mobilni.
Takav sam po cijelome tijelu. Čerki.
Ne, čerka mu traži telefon, nema telefona.
Šta o tebe mislim? Stvarno želiš da znaš šta mislim o tebe?
Ajde, da čujemo šta mi.
Pa on voli ljude iz Južne Srbije, da kažemo tako. Ali ti nisi Južna Srbija, ti si Istočna Srbija, tako?
Ti si klasičan južnjak, brate.
Nije, to je istok. Pogledaj na Google mapi. Nažalost ne pada. Ne, slušaj, ja sam bio dole na jugu, u Leskovcu, 8 mjeseci. Nagledao sam se ljudi. Nisi toliko teški kao što mislite.
Da, bio sam ja Kruševac, brate.
Ne znam koliko je Kruševac južno. Leskovac je dosta južno.
Dobro, to je Kako,
Da čujem.
70 km lijevo, šta je to, ništa.
Ne znam.
O, Kruševac,
Dosta
pa bili
južno.
su Leskovčani. Leskovčani su bili sa mnom.
Ne znam, Sinkovci su najveća kasarna po veličini.
Kako?
U staroj Jugoslaviji je bilo.
Moraš ići Leskovčani.
Rekao, Sinkovci, kasarna su ti najveća kasarna, čekaj, druga najveća kasarna u staroj Jugoslaviji. Da. Ne kažem najveći po vojnicima, u vojnoj tehnici i magacinima.
Najveća kasarna, brate mili.
Zar nije u Varaždinu bila najveća vojna kasarna?
Ne znam, nađi mi podatak.
Zapadni blok.
Ajde mora radimo lakše.
Ajde da nađemo istorijski. Nemam pojma, nije ni važno, dosta je velika.
Dobro, ajde.
Ajmo tako.
Dobri.
Kao što rekoh, ne vidim potrebu da šalješ ljudi iz tako velike kasarne u Kruševac. Zarad čega? Ljudi su dolazili u kasarnu.
Šta ti si normalan?
A
šta ću ja iz Lučenca, pored Topole da idem u Kruševac?
Ali ne šalje se vojska blizu. To nikad nije bilo. Osim ako nemaš neku vezu. Znaš. To samo ako si vezara neka mogu da te pošalju tako blizu.
Ali sad, to ću te pitan, zašto šalju? Sad si rekao zašto bi pored...
Zato što, znaš, slušaj, da ne bi, prepostavljamo da ti ne bi rodbina dolazila i prijatelji tako često, znaš, u posjetu, zato tako udese. Ko će ti doći svake nedelje, razumeš, da pukne 500-600 km. Ajde.
Sad si rekao, zašto pored te kasarne da šalju u Kruševac Leskovčane? I sad si stan kontradiktoran sebi, brate, šta pričaš, ti si normalan?
Ali nema potrebe za tim.
Ali, čovječe, znači priča je išla ovako, zaboravljaš po pričanju.
A ti znaš da živiš?
Rekao da si bio još južnije.
Jel ti znaš da živiš?
Ja ti kažem, bili su vamo Leskovčani. Ti kažeš šta će Leskovčani?
Živiš u Srbiji. I
onda na kontu toga sam te ja pitao zašto sam ja išao dolje ako imamo ovdje kasarnu u Topolu.
Ja, ali nisu kasarne dovoljno velike, eto ti.
Ne, samo malo.
Aha.
Nisi u pravu.
Kolika ti je velika kasarna u Bačkoj Topoli?
Ne, nego ta rečenica prvobitna što si rekao.
Jel znaš da su prodali zemljište od ovih kasarni u Subotici? Znaš? Jel znaš? Nije glupost. Nije glupost. Ako kasarna nema dovoljno, razumeš, ljudstva, ili ako ima previše, kako ćeš smestiti vojnike? Gdje će spaviti na livadi? Znam da je nekim možda to kapetanima ili generalnima to možda interesantno da vojska kampuje, znaš, po kasarni, ali nažalost moraš imati kravet. Tuše.
Šta je ovo?
Malver, a?
To je to.
Malver, ili?
Sve okej, bro. Nisam, izgubio sam interesovanje, zato što pričat s tobom,
duga priča.
Kontakt sebi.
Jesmo li oterali sve već iz Discorda? Nismo, još sve. Dakle, smo oterali sve iz Discorda. Ali ima ljudi koji su teške priče, nesimpatične, prvo meni.
Ja idem svoje i...
Jep.
Pa da, svi igramo svoje.
Igraj svoju igru.
Igramo svoje i ne diramo tuđe.
Svako igra svoju igru, to ti je tako.
To je to.
Svaki čovjek voli... Šta je sad, nije desinhronizacija, zašto? Rest in peace, viđu.
Uradio si nešto što nije trebalo da uradiš.
Ko?
A imaš ono kad kao radiš neki paradoks. Kad uradiš nešto što se kao ne slaže istorijski, kako neke glupe poruke. Random.
Ne, nije to. Sve okej, ali ovi imaju, brate, samostalno. Pa smatraš.
To ti što si ih napao?
Pa ne bre, nego imaš da ubiješ neke da kao kontrakt neke tipove da rokneš, kad ih rokneš, moraš da pobjegneš. A imaš obično pored ovih kao vojnika i govana. I sad ne bih da ih gađam zato što nabijam sebi sumnjičenost.
Negativnu reputaciju. Osumnjičenost. Ok, dobro.
Da. Pobjegao sam 10 sekunde za target lost.
Taj što si trebao ga platiš ti utekaš, šta?
Da. Da. Slušam. Šta?
Da li si jeo?
Nešto. Pa šta? Majke bit. Dječki, budite pozdravljeni. Hoćeš kome dolazi da gledamo nešto?
Možda posle ručka.
Dobro.
Mislim da je pošteno.
Ćao.
U zdravljiku.
Na šta sam htio, to ću jedan put da vidim da uplatimo na profil moj, pošto neću više sigurno se bakcat s ovim kretenima.
Na PlayStation svom nalogu.
Da, lažne ove, brate mili, to mi se remisa toga. Znaš šta je problem bio? Ja sam, slušaj ovo, znači kako što sam radio je... imaš Deluxe, imaš, ne znam, Essential i imaš, ne znam, još jedan profil, znaš.
Da.
Uglavnom, taj kao Deluxe je treba da bude najveći profil, razumiješ? Ja rekao, daj mi taj najskuplji i dajem mu pare za to, razumiješ? I uglavnom, ispostavlja se da to nije najskuplji, nego najskuplji je, sam što kako se zove, ne znam, nije profesional, nego, samo sekundu. PlayStation Plus, evo, gledamo, Premium. Najskuplji je Premium, slušaj ovo. I sad u Premium imaš igrice i sa PlayStation 3 i 2 i keca, svega ima, znaš, baš ima dosta.
I možeš da igraš na
Eticu, da. I slušaj ovo, ne, slušaj pojentu, Nenade. Ja ono gledam, nisam ja ni konta šta se dešava, razumiješ? Ja vidim vamo na moj profil koji ja igram, vidim da imam neke igrice u taj Play Store, pošto on na ruski govno, onda gledam vamo na engleski, naš, i onda vidim neke igrice, gledam vamo, nema ih. Ja sad ću imao neke trener, pa če je to, vičo, kao to je deluxe, kao to je što ti hoćeš, to je premium, kao to košta 200 eura. Ne, košta, Nenad, evo sad sljedeći, 150 eura košta. Ali slušaj, ja kažem njemu, ja rekao, pa čovječe, pitan sam te za najskuplji profil, to sam tražio naš kao ne, kao to je premium, kao znaš, to je puno para vamo tamo, ja rekao. I najgora stvar, gledam ja sam njima platio to 8.000, znaš, 9, tako nešto. Taj deluxe paket, to je taj između ekstra i premiuma. Znači tu neki glupavi paket, nešto, ne znam, neki loophole neki. I pa sa ovo. I ja gledam, ne mogu da vjerujem, znaš. I prije jedno 2 mjeseca, koliko je bilo mjesec, gledam na 100 eura je bio ovaj premium, se mislim ovo. Znaš? Šta se treba dođe da pitam, zvao sam Slavka, 74 put Slavko, ništa, brate. Šta ja pitam? Ti znaš o PlayStationu, ali? A okle znam da ti znaš, šta znaš?
Jako sad za taj, možeš čak i na kompjuteru da se imaš igra.
Da.
Ne možeš da streamuješ, nego preko druge mašine, udaljene, imaš lag input. Hvala.
Nenade.
Može i da skineš i da streamaš.
Drakulice.
Daj pogledaj malo stream da vidiš, opet sam dobio ove blessing.
Drakulice. Gdje je narkomančina?
Ko ti treba?
Bek je umro od tad, samo da znaš.
Ozbiljno?
Da.
Kad?
Danas. Prije jedno, 2-3 sata.
Kome Milanu?
Da.
A to da uzmem.
Šta, da ga zovnem?
Ne znam da ga zoveš, a?
To sam ja rekao. Ne.
Ja ću uzet, ne znam, ja ću uzet slobodan dan i pođi, brate. Šta hoćeš, šta da radim?
A telefonski malo je bez veze, a sad...
To ja
A,
kažem.
bez veze,
To ja
glupo,
kažem.
ono.
Nemoj se ljutiš za to.
Ako si jako daleko, pa okej, ali nema...
Nisam daleko.
A onda velim.
Koliko? 150 km, koliko ima?
Da, 150 tako.
km.
Autoput ima 2 sata, tako, manje. Sat i pol vremena.
Ja, majko mila. Sranje.
Ne znam, kako hoćeš, Drakulica, ja sam rekao, pa ti...
Dobro, svakako.
Draculizr. Welcome to my channel.
Uglavnom, gledaj, Nenad, imaš, pa je sad premium, slušaš me, Nenade? Evo, idemo Essential. Essential imaš tu share play, to ti je ono da možeš da preko onoga, možeš da streamuješ na laptop, nebitno gdje ono, znaš, da igraš preko laptopa i preko govana. Cloud storage, to ti jasno, game help, nebitno, online multiplayer, i neki ekskluziv pak, neki gluposti, discount neki i mjesečne igre. To ti je taj Essential, razumiješ? Slušaš?
Da.
Sad imaš ekstra, dobijaš Ubisoft Plus igre i dobijaš game katalog kao, znaš, dobijaš više igrica, razumiješ, u ekstra. I gledaj sad, ovo ti je baš na PlayStation sam za sad, znaš, i gledaj sad, taj Deluxe ne postoji tu, Nenade. Ne postoji, razumiješ?
Nego?
Kad ide od jedan put, premium, dobijaš cloud streaming, klasični katalog, klasične igre i game trials. Možeš da igraš, kao što ja ono probavalo, pa možda dobiješ 5 sati da igraš, ne znam, neku od tih najnovijih igara, razumiješ? Ono, čisto da vidiš ako ti se sviđa. I sad se ja stio da uzmem premium, ovaj mi uvalio deluxe. Ovdje je ne? I to mi uvalio deluxe ruski. Koliko ovo može koštati, ne rade? Ukrajinski. Koliko?
Jesi čuli Nenad, žusti u zemlji, ovdje.
Jesi.
Samo mi ono, javite kad je sahrana.
Imaš, evo ti, imaš tamo, sad ću ti odmah reći. Piše ti vamo. Sahrana je, imamo ovo pogrebna služba, u 2 sata.
Kad?
Danas u 2 sata.
Neće biti.
A ne danas.
Neće biti. To nigde nema. To nigde nema. Nigde.
Dobro, njegov je tata bio nešto bolestan jako.
Jep.
Imao je rak.
Imao je godinama problem.
Nenade.
A dobro, i raka je imao.
Nenade. Ajde. Vidi mi koliko je deluxe. Koliko možeš, za koliko najjeftinije možda ga uzmeš. Baš me interesuje koliko su me odrali ovi bogalji. I to da, Nenade, nisam ti rekao. Ja taj deluxe dijelim sa ko zna s kim, znaš.
Svaki put kad se neko uloguje na taj profil, tebe izloguje.
Šta deluxe, u vezi čega je?
PlayStation nalog je kupio, ali taj nalog je šerovo sa 20 ljudi. Taj lik je napravio profit 200%. Što je 200%? Što ja pričam?
200?
Šta ja pričam? 2000% napravio profit. Kupiš jedan nalog i izdaš ga, 20 ljudi ga koristi.
Ja ulogujem na moj, pa ću ti kažem, evo se.
Ti mi nisi ni završio onaj nalog, jebote kurac.
Što me Daniel jebe, kaže, kod klinaca mu je, ne bi onda preći za tu nešto.
Dobar.
Da.
Nema. A, Nenade.
Koliko mu ima čele?
73 godine.
65 do 70. To je moja pretpostavka.
73 godine.
Dobro, u redu je. Rekao sam što sam mislio. Ti si rekao pravi broj.
Kaj čeka Simba? Šta ima tam?
Baš Ninja že
PlayStation Plus ti vidim, jel?
A?
PlayStation Plus pretplatu, to?
Ali ne premium, nego deluxe, Borise. To ti između premium i deluxe šošaj, ali da je ukrajinski, Borise, pošto je taj izgleda najjeftinije.
Ukrajinski kad je meni na UK na ovo.
Ne mogu gledati to je 150 eura, to okej, nego ti govorim...
20 mjeseci je 10.000 dinara.
Čuješ?
Da. Ja sam
ima
platio...
ovako, gledaj. Ima premium, extra i essential, to ima.
Da.
Koji te interesuje?
Ali slušaj me, postoji još jedan, Borise. Deluxe. To ti između premiuma i...
Pa ne znam, ja imam premium, extra i essential.
Imam i ja. Koliko je tebi? Premium?
Premium, šta ću ti kažem? To je ovo poskupilo ovako je.
Na 2 godine ti 300 evra na...
120 evra, god 12 mjeseci.
Meni isto 150 eura. Šta kažeš ti, Nenade?
2 godine imaš karticu 300 evra.
Na koji nalog? Naš?
Nalog koji imaš je dosta.
Kažem ti, meni je essential je 60, extra je...
To je isto ta meni, Borise, da.
Extra je 100, a premium je 120.
151,99.
Samo kažem, meni je engleski nalog, meni je UK nalog.
Znači 120 je premium, jeli?
Da.
Viš meni piše ovako, essential 72 eura, extra 125 i premium 152 eura. Šta kažeš? Da, taj Deluxe dijelim ko zna s kim, Boris.
A što ne kupiš igru kao svi normalni ljudi?
Ko je ja?
Ja imam 500-600 igara na svom Steamu nalogu, izvinjavam se, mogu da kažem...
To je koštalo jedno 30.000 eura.
500, ne tati 500 igara, neš igrat svih 500 igara. Ja imam na svom Steam nalogu 500-600 igara, ne dam ga nikom. Ako ti se igra nešto, kupi ga. Ako ti hoćeš da probaš demo, skine piratsku verziju, ako ti se sviđa, kupi original. Kupi igru na sale-u. Ja skoro nikad ne kupujem igru po punoj ceni. Skoro nikad. Ako ne moram. Skoro nikad. Neke moram da uzem, zato što nema popusta skoro nikad. Kraj, završio sam, izvoli.
Monkey boy.
Prekidaš mi se, ali znaš šta je fora?
Ako ti se igra jedna igra, igra se obično igra da bi imala vrednost. Igra da bi imala vrednost mora da vredi barem 30 sati gameplaya. Za 30 sati gameplaya može da košta 60 evra. Znači ispadnete 2 evra po satu, je li tako? To ti je vrednost gameplaya. Ako igra možda se pređe kao novi Call of Duty kampanja, pričamo o kampanji, za 5 sati manje. Za koliko Drakova se pređe Call of Duty kampanja nova? Za 5 sati, ja mislim, ili manje. A košta 70 evra, onda ne vredi te pare. Razumeš? Ne vredi te pare, ne igram kampanju. Nisam je kupio za kampanju.
Nisam slušao, nego vidim da i Drakula, vidim da ti Dostina kume...
Mutirala, da, znam.
Ne sluša.
Ne želi da se meša.
Tačno, da.
Da, pa ne treba se meša. Ovo između tebe i mene.
Jel to ti radiš, onda su to svi počeli da rade, izgleda.
To ja radim, to svi počeli da radi. Šta su počeli svi da radi? Šta?
Pa znaš, kad ti nešto pričaš,
da svi ćute.
Pričaš sa mnom.
Da.
Evo viš to upadanje.
Ti si do sad pričao s Nenadom iz Borisom. Jesi ja upadao reč? Jesam li upadao reč? Jesam li upadao reč?
Ne viš, pa to je to što...
Jesam li, ne dozvoljavam. Jesam li upadao reč kad si pričao s Borisom?
Nebitno je.
Bitno je. Jesam li?
Yes.
Ne, nisam. Hvala. Ne, nisam. Ne, nisam. Ne, nisam. Ne, nisam. Ja kažem da nisam. Ne, nisam rekao reč. Pričao si o PlayStation nalogu, nisam rekao ništa. Mlatio si prazno slom zadnjih 15 minuta.
Da.
Nalog košta 150 evra godišnje. Za 150 evra godišnje kupi za 150 evra 4 igre koje stvarno hoćeš da igraš. Koje možeš da izvučeš barem 200 sati, 300 sati igranja. I to ti je 150 evra godišnje za 300 sati zabave. Nemoj da kupiš 500 igara koje ćeš da igraš po 2 minuta.
Šta misliš ti, Borice, da stavim tamo oni, gdje su oni, kako se zove oni bogalji kod Amerike, gdje je prejeftino? Nenade?
Da tražiš pomoć, ja. Ajde.
Ne, pa znam.
Pomoć prijatelj, ajmo.
Argentina, ali? Da im baš šta kaže.
Ne, nije to. Nije to tako kuma.
Ne, gledaj, country of region Argentina, preferred language Spanish.
Ne, promenilo se to.
Zato što ne dobijaš iste igre kao na englesku i na američku.
Da, hoću da vidim, Nenade, nije mi bitno što znači.
Pa bitno je možda nešto što hoćeš da igraš, nema tamo.
Mislim, ako već pumpaš pare u to, onda kupiš kada čovjek od 150.
Alija.
Ako hoću da uzmem, da, Nenade, hoću možda vidim samo da imamo blavara i iđeš kako ćemo napraviti. Nema pojma mačka.
Tačka ja. A što nisi stotilo? Nema šanse.
Argentina je jeftina ili Turska, Nenade?
Ni jedna i druga bi trebalo da.
Više ne možeš ne koristiš.
To je preradilo.
Nenade.
Mislim, ne možeš koristiš lire, nego može se koristiti dolar.
Pa ne može. U sveka.
Ne daju ti da koristiš ti valutu koju hoćeš.
Više nije u funkciji na Steamu, samo dolar i evri su.
Ali, Nenade, mi pričamo o Sony, da te...
Isto ti.
Mi pričamo
A isu ti iz ovoga.
Nenade, je li ovo taj belt? 2 volatil zombi summon on potion user. Dobro, to je potion.
Ili je jučer dobio jedan. Mislim da je su sigurno ću da postaviti.
Ja sam dobio nekakav kožni, ali nema veze, to je to isto.
Ma dobi ekspert, to je eksperimentalni belt kad dobiješ noga čarobnjaka. Sad je pitanje kako ima statistike, da li ima sve što mu on hoće. Svaki put kad popiješ bocu dobiješ 2 zombije, 3.
Mara, igraš nešto?
Sorry.
Oni, šta igraš? Single player
Sam
igraš?
Creed sad.
Nije ti on online igrač, znaš, ako se to misli.
Pa bio je, nego je prestao.
Ali je stara?
No,
Ja se ne sjećam kad je igrao GTA online.
to
Možda
najjače,
greši.
I ja sad u posljednje vreme sve te multiplayer igre.
A igra si Samp, ali na tom serveru gdje si igra Samp nisam primijetio baš 100 igrača.
A ja chillujem, šecam da se ribuju.
Nije kao da trče po gradu, 30 ljudi pucaju na sve što miče.
Samo ja i još jedan fazon i to je.
Vidio sam, naišao si na 2 čovjeka za 10 minuta gameplay što sam te vidio.
Pa dobri komar.
Mi to nego da je pun server.
Jes.
Da će biti s kućom.
Biti će nešto, Borise. Roboblox, što bi reka moj dobri Franciska.
Roblox?
Blavor, ne, stavili smo da Blavorički. Čekaj.
Kako se gasi kompjuter na ovaj Windows 11? Bratu, instalirao ono.
Čekićem, probaj čekićem.
Na sredini kostica.
Probaj čekićem. Kako lice? Da, vjerujem. Vjerujem mi čekićem. Šta ni, šta je ovo? Nije ovo Blavor, čekaj.
Nema nijednu opremu.
Aha, ovo je koji je mrtav. Ne, Blavor iđoške. Čuro ti mi čega, Blavor iđoške. Da, ali ne mogu da...
Ne možeš da veruješ.
Da. Znaš to, kume? Šta ne može kornjača kad to krene na leđa?
Može ako valjda zgrabi travu ili tako nešto glavom pa se nekako obrne.
Šta ne može?
Šta ja znam, da ima seks analni.
Nije, nego ne može da vjeruje.
Ja ipak mislim da ne može da ima analni seks.
Moguće, Drakulice, da im nisi to rekao, bre.
Šta?
A za to, za kornjaču.
Gdje ja živim?
Šta sam jeo juče, kamali...
Gdje ja živim?
Da se sjetim toga.
Što neće da mi pošalje na... Jao, kreten.
Hvala.
Joj, pa gledaj šta piše.
La kukarača, Landa manda pišor. To je to, laptop mi sređen.
Ljapa top?
Ljapa top.
Čekaj, ide, jel tako? .com, da?
Ti imaš tamo account?
Evo 500, će biti dosta. Uđi onda. Dobro, čekaj. Play Store, you didn't sign in, čekaj. Samo sekundno uposao sam, oprosti. Znači lijevo desno petljam. Sing in. Čekaj. Dobro, ovdje. Aha. Squedo verifate autore. Čekaj, nis. Stari malo.
Parla italiano.
Parlo de france. Samo sekund. PlayStation. I... Evo stalo od onoga juče mena. Dobro. Jesi to podrignuo, kume?
Ja? Oprosti što dišem u tvom pristupu, izvini, evo. Ne želim da dišem, evo. Evo, otišao sam da dišem, ne, otišao sam da dišem, neđe drugo. Odo da dišem. Od. Sorry that I exist.
Developing multiple leagues of experience with the build that you're playing, to where you know the ins and outs, you know exactly at what stages, at what levels to switch to certain things, when you should collect various items or get them off of trade, or like what you should craft, at what what's the first thing you upgrade, what's the second thing you upgrade, what's the third thing you should upgrade in the build to overcome the content that you're currently dealing with. All of these things add up to it, make it a really, really fun experience when you put time into that in a multiplayer environment, because you're going to be ahead of the curve, you're going to be able to farm more currency than other people faster. Your time that you've spent is just more, it feels more rewarding. And I feel like the reason this is a thing is because PoE just has so many layers of in-game content at this point, where players kind of like to just skip all the early stuff and get straight to the in-game content as fast as possible, because there's like a lot of different choices to choose from, and maybe you've like picked a certain build to do something like better than another build. For example, like you've chosen a Sanctum farmer, and that's like your entire end game. Like you just want to be a Sanctum farmer for a week plus, farm a lot of currency, then go to bossing, and then after you've done some bossing, you might want to switch to heisting. That's just kind of the result of when you've created a sandbox for players. The fundamental question that you're asked is not so much what build do I want to play, like what skills do I want to use. A lot of the time it's more so what content do I want to do in the game, and that might influence like the decision making you do with your build. Or if that's not the fundamental question you're asked, like if you're a newer player and it's more so like I'm just going to pick something that's fun and what I want to do, you are unfortunately going to hit a lot of walls, right? Like let's say, man, I just really liked how Caustic Arrow looked, because I don't know, I just like bow builds, I like poison, so I decide for my first Path of Exile playthrough, I'm going to do a poison bow build. Well, you might get to Sanctum, which is a piece of content that you're like, I actually kind of want to try this out, it looks pretty fun. You're going to realize your build sucks, right? Because it's a dot build, it doesn't have a lot of damage early on, like not a lot of front-loaded damage, you're going to get blasted, and there's no really change for that, to be honest. You're just going to have to go try something else in the game. And then you might switch with that build and go over to maybe farming heist, and you're going to be like, I'm a little bit too slow for this. This is like pretty painful, so I'm going to go try Legion. Oh wait, I can't even clear half the Legions right now, so I guess I'm just going to stick to what the Maxwell build recommends for this, which is just like doing essences and farming harvest. But you might hit a wall and you might be like, I'm not really enjoying any of this. I kind of want to do that other content. And that's kind of where the decision making starts to take place for a player on PoE. It's like, I need to actually probably pick a build that's good for the content that I actually want to try out and have a good build for, right? While in Last Epoch, there just isn't really that setting yet in the game that's been put in place. You have the campaign, you have monoliths, you have empowered monoliths with, you know, corruption, and then you have arena. And that's just kind of where like you stress test your build in the maximum end game. And so the question really for that game is more so just what do you want to do, right? Like what skill do you want to use, what build do you want to play, how do you want to scale it? You know, it's more like a sandbox in the sense of your character, because the devs have provided you such a massive amount of options. And I feel like the end game will definitely progress over time, like we will talk about later. But does that mean that the Path of Exile player base is not going to be compatible with the Last Epoch player base? Like, no. Like, there's definitely, it's absolutely not mutually exclusive at all. For example, I could definitely see a Path of Exile player who's not happy with the lack of flexibility that you have when it comes to in-game, or just character progression in general, not enjoying how a certain build just can't do a lot of content, and they might just want to move over to Last Epoch where they can do all the content with their build, right? They may like Last Epoch more in the sense of, while it doesn't have as much in-game content, I have way more flexibility with the build I want to play. I can do all of the content in the game with you know, my minions and skeletons, whereas I couldn't do like half of the mechanics in Path of Exile with my minions. So this is a lot more fun for me, right? So I do think that's where character progression differs quite a lot, but I do think there are a lot of things to enjoy about both. So while I do prefer PoE, just because it's way more complex in the ways that I've described, I do like Last Epoch a lot because it's really a sandbox in terms of character building. And so that's all I'll probably go over in character progression, since there's a lot to talk about with crafting. Alright, so the first section that I was really looking forward to getting into is the crafting, and it is the section that I feel like I've gotten the most questions on about how I feel about, like how do I like Last Epoch crafting, do I think it does things better than PoE? And so I'll go ahead and get into that. Now the crafting in Last Epoch, I would give it probably like a 10 out of 10. It's probably the 10 out of 10 aspect of the game, and I enjoyed it quite a lot. And it's not just because of how much agency it gives you in the early game. You know, Path of Exile, in comparison, you don't really get to craft until like the late to mid game. If you're like an SSF, if you're in Trade League, you have to probably drop a pretty valuable item until you can actually start crafting. You'll go through the entire campaign and maybe have like a few Scouring Orbs. If you convert all of your Chance Orbs or something, you could maybe have like 10, 12. You'll have a few Essences, but in general, in PoE, you're supposed to play a League Starter that can function on basically no gear at all. Like maybe maximum 1 to 2 modifiers, and you can't really get more than that early on. If you do, it's pretty lucky. Yes. You know, leveling in PoE has kind of become an art, because it's really about having a finely tuned loot filter and being quick to go to items from the vendor. You know, in any time that it's efficient, where you level up and you're in town, you're supposed to go through the vendor, because you can get like a 4-link, you can get modifiers that you need, and this is a really massive point of frustration for a lot of new players, because you just don't have that kind of skill set. You don't know to get like a finely tuned loot filter that's going to show you exactly what you should pick up and identify. You're not going to know to go to the vendor and look for, you know, good items when it's efficient. Like, trust me, as someone with over 10k hours, I haven't really practiced this part of the game enough, I feel like, and so I do have leveling runs where I'm just like, man, I have no gear. I am so unlucky. I have nothing. But the reality is I've just not been efficient about checking vendors. I've not been efficient with killing essences to be able to get, you know, this early gear. And on top of that, you're really supposed to pick a League Starter. If you want to have the smoothest time possible, you're supposed to really pick a League Starter that functions on nothing until you get to the mid-game, when you can really start crafting. Because if you don't, things are going to become pretty awkward, right? You know, it really does make PoE overly complex in a way that I feel like it doesn't really have to be. Because once you finally get to ROG, you're like, oh, I suddenly go from no items to having like 5 mod, 6 mod items on every single slot if I need it. It's honestly kind of surreal having that massive jump, whereas in Last Epoch, you really can just make whatever you want on your items pretty early on, depending on if you have the affix shards. Now, Last Epoch's not really a hard game like PoE. You really don't need to do this. You could get all the way to in-game Monolith with just picking up items off the ground, I believe, and then you getting uniques, because the game's really just not hard enough. But to be honest, it's fun. It's just straight up more enjoyable when you can do that. If you want to go poison, go bleed, you can just craft chance to poison or bleed on the things that you need. If you need a certain resistance or you need life on your gear, is probably what you're going to need more than anything else. You can just craft life on your gear. And, you know, I don't think it has to be that easy in PoE, but having some form of crafting to balance out the massive jump that you go from being able to do nothing to just suddenly making like really good items when you get to like something like ROG later on, or getting a lot of essences, or being able to buy crafting materials, etc., etc. I feel like it's something that the game could really use. And, you know, people are going to say, oh, this is unnecessary. I mean, it doesn't make sense in PoE, but, you know, the reality, like, the reason why a lot of people say that is because they're just so trained and used to just playing builds that just don't need that they don't really think about it. It was enjoyable. I don't think it would make PoE too easy, because PoE, like, once you reach the point where you can ROG, where you can buy gear off trade, where you can, you know, get infinite crafting materials, this really is a non-issue. It would really just smooth out the early game. I think it would result in a lot more diverse League Starters. For example, if you could make like a good bow for LA a lot earlier, rather than just throwing one essence. Oh, I guess LA's not, Lightning Arrow is not a good example, considering you could literally put a Deafening Wrath essence on a bow and it would be good enough for in-game maps, because of how just absolutely absurd the build is at this point. But, you know, there's like a lot of crit builds, a lot of spell builds that, you know, things could be a lot easier. You wouldn't have to have such a high reliance on unique items, or playing skills that are just extremely strong from the start. You know, those builds would obviously get a lot stronger if things were made more deterministic, but I don't really see that as an issue, considering like once you get to the mid-game, they're already going to be insanely strong either way. But anyway, that's my thoughts on the early game crafting. But Last Epoch actually has a whole nother type of crafting, which is the end game crafting. And this is a type of crafting that I feel like is more unique than any other ARPG that I've played, and I think it's pretty awesome, and I hope that PoE introduces it in some way in a future league mechanic, just to see how the community feels about it, because I think it would be very exciting for me. And what I'm talking about right now is crafting with legendary potential. Now, when a unique item drops, it can have a chance of dropping with something called LP, legendary potential. And what this allows you to do is to take a rare item and grab a 1 to 3 to possibly 4 modifiers at random and slam them onto your unique item. Now it's very hard to get higher than an LP of 1 or 2. 2 allows you to choose 2 mods at random, one mod at random, etc. And I think this is honestly really awesome. Now the game doesn't really have pinnacle content yet to where it would be necessary to get more than like 1 LP. It's not even really necessary to get an LP or to even slam 1 mod over, but it just makes the game more fun in my opinion because it really takes things to other levels. Considering, like, I'll give you some examples. There's like a unique that when you stack cold resistance, you get more ward, which is like kind of energy shield in this game. And so if you can like basically grab cold resistance on your items or more than that to just max out the defenses in your build. Obviously this is applicable for damage as well. We can slam like T1 crit multi, crit chance, stuff like that. It is really an aspect of gearing that is pretty sick. Now obviously when you do this, you kind of make rare items irrelevant when it comes to equipping them on your character because there's a lot of really strong uniques in this game I've noticed, and so rare items eventually progress to a point where they're just used for crafting fodder for unique items. I've seen a few builds where you use some rare items on like jewelry and a weapon, so I think this is still this aspect of gearing is still applicable for certain builds in certain slots, but in the large majority, you're going to be trying to farm for uniques with LP and then crafting a good rare item and then slamming it onto that. And I don't think this devalues gearing at all, really. A lot of people, like ARPG veterans in the community, they prefer it when rare items are used in an in-game build rather than just slapping on uniques. And I think this comes from a distaste of Diablo 3 gearing, right? When you play Diablo 3, a unique item is a straight up upgrade above a rare item. Like, when you get a rare item, you're like, this is going to be eventually replaced by the most garbage unique in the game. For this slot, it'll just have higher base stats in general. And D3 is very dated in that aspect because things have gotten a lot more complex and a lot more cooler since PoE has kind of set the standard for gearing. Grim Dawn has also been pretty good about it as well. I feel like this is a really nice twist, and I feel like PoE could maybe benefit from it as well. Now, people in PoE, the PoE community is very hardcore about rare items being good. I don't know. I think it comes from past leagues where crafting is much more deterministic than it is now. I honestly don't really care for rare items as much as I used to, mainly because GGG has really just slammed the nerf hammer down on rare modifiers. I think Eldritch implicits are one of the main reasons why rare items are actually even relevant at this point. Influence mods are very dated. I bet if you asked a random person, they wouldn't even know like 99% of Shaper and Elder modifiers in the game. Probably not even Hunter, Redeemer, Warlord, etc. because we only use like a bare minimum of them, because as soon as you use a influence modifier, you are sacrificing Eldritch implicits. So we see Shaper and Elder mainly for multi-link items, which are really, really cool, and I would never want that to be devalued, because I think, multi-linking is super cool and a unique thing about PoE, but I feel like it does need to be revamped in certain aspects, because we just don't really see influence crafting as much anymore. Actual crafting has devolved into just essence spamming, getting a fracture modifier on the ground, essence spam is something good, going to ROG to make like a 5 or 6 mod item. So I'm gonna be honest, let's not even go into how much of a chore it is, honestly. It really, really is a chore. And people are gonna think I'm just bashing PoE right now, but trust me, I have over 10k plus hours in the game. I've spent probably 6,000 of those hours min-max crafting. I've made hundreds of mirror items. I do, like, crafting is why I play PoE, but I have to be honest about it, right? Like, you can make so much money in a league for crafting, not because other people don't know how to do it, which that is a part of it, but it's mainly because people just don't want to bother doing it. Like, they will literally pay 50 plus divines profit margins simply because they don't want to put the time into doing it. It's just such a pain, and it's not because it would take hours to make the item, it's just because it's such a absolute pain to go buy all of the crafting materials and go get unlucky RNG, and so you're just hating the game, and you're like, I wish I just grinded and paid someone to do this, because determinism has really just been unnecessarily stripped away from the game. Items used to be a lot easier to make, now they're just not, and I found myself enjoying mainly just ROG crafting. ROG is mainly the reason why I still enjoy crafting, because it doesn't feel like an absolute, chore. Honestly, I think a lead mechanic in PoE would be awesome to have this. There's a lot of unique items in PoE that are just dead right now, but they could be pretty damn good if you could slam 1 to 3 random modifiers on them. Now, things would get absolutely out of control, but this is not really something we haven't seen before in this game. Leagues are really just meant for experimentation and meant to just take things to the next level and just make things absolutely absurd, in my opinion. And so I think this would be pretty awesome if PoE actually experimented with something like this. Like, I think a lot of reasons why people don't go low life anymore on spell builds, for example, is because it's just very hard to not get like one shot by most things in the game. But if you could take a Shavron's wrappings and throw like an extra 100 ES, throw some spell suppression on it, maybe some Fizz damage reduction, it could actually be an item that gives you a lot of ES, like how ward uniques in Last Epoch give you a lot of ward. You know, for deck stacking builds, slamming, like, there are a few deck stacking uniques, Fractal Thoughts, like if you could just slam T1 dexterity on that, you know, slamming, I mean, there's probably like a million examples I could give, but I feel like things would get really interesting. Things would get completely out of control. Like Sentinel League was a league where everyone was just in a frenzy, didn't know what was going on because everything was just absolutely busted, and these are leagues that I think are the most fun in PoE for me. Now, I've already gone over 10 minutes just into the crafting, but to be honest, I didn't want to review too much about the game, so you know, this is why I'm taking so long in crafting. I do want to touch on in-game content, though, so let's go ahead and go over to that. Now, in-game content, I only have 40 hours in the game, so I don't have a whole lot of experience with this, but I kind of knew what I was getting into from the previous like videos I've seen about Last Epoch, about how the grind is mainly monoliths. Now, PoE also has a pretty repetitive end game as well. It really is just a lot of grinding, but it's a lot of fun grinding in my opinion because PoE is a sandbox. Now, Last Epoch is not a sandbox yet. It could be, it has the foundation to become one, but it is a part of the game that is a little bit hollow at the moment because it is lacking a lot of customization. Now, customization in PoE is like sextants, scarabs, various lead mechanics that you can add to your map to make it more fun, to make grinding a lot more enjoyable. I think Last Epoch could do this as well. I feel like it's really not hard to follow in PoE's footsteps, not to copy them exactly in any way, but just to, you know, follow the formula that PoE has, and it just would work so well. And a lot of ARPGs just don't do this. I think D4 had the most potential, and they actually did a pretty good job at the start, but then they've really started dropping the ball, especially with Season 3. And what I mean by that is, I feel like an ARPG endgame, like the way you design endgame, it really just comes down to stuffing as much stuff as you possibly can in without it becoming a chore and unfun to actually do. A lot of the time, this is making it optional, and if it's not optional, it really needs to be fun. And I'm looking at Helltides when I say this, because Helltides are not really optional, and they're definitely not fun after you do them a few times. I think ARPGs can be described as like an infinite ladder, like a ladder that you are just infinitely climbing, and it represents like the most basic grindy gameplay that an ARPG offers. And I feel like the job of developers is to just like kind of distract you from the fact that you're just doing the exact same thing over and over again. And the more you become aware that you're just grinding and grinding and grinding with little gain, the faster you are going to burn out. But I mean, there's nothing wrong with an infinite ladder. I mean, this is why ARPGs are so popular, is because people love the infinite ladder, as long as it's fun, right? And when you have a sandbox like PoE, I guess the ladder in PoE you could probably call it maps, but since it's like a sandbox, you know, there's a different ladder for everyone, really. But there's just a lot of things that you can throw into a game to make it super, super fun and distract you from that, to where you don't really feel like you're just endlessly grinding and doing the most repetitive thing over and over, because you're just having fun while you're doing it. Now, with monoliths, there isn't really much else rather than just grinding monoliths, getting higher corruption. You know, dungeons are pretty cool, and I think that is, you know, a great first step in I guess we'll call it a distraction. In D4, I think Season 2 did a pretty good job with this. We have your Nightmare Dungeons, which is the infinite ladder. You have Helltides, which is how you grinded crafting materials for your items. And then with Season 2, we had the Vampire Side area, which was actually a really fun open world area where you would just farm absolutely insane amounts of like rare and unique items. And then Helltides were like, you know, like I said, the crafting materials, which Honestly, I hate Helltides though. I really wish they had just moved the crafting materials over to the vampire side area. I think it would have been a lot better, but you know, either way. Season 3 completely dropped the ball though. It was not fun to do like the new little gauntlet like activity, I guess. The companion you get, not very much fun to play with. Not much to say about it. Stopped playing the league within like 3 days. I played season 2 for like a week plus. I think it was actually a pretty solid step in the right direction. Maybe they pulled together. Not sure how they haven't yet with the budget they have and the team they have, but we'll see, right? Last Epoch, they've already released a news post going over all of the in-game content that they plan, pinnacle content like PoE, and so I honestly have no doubt that they will do a lot better job than D4 did. And will it eventually evolve into something that has 10 plus years of content to the point where it evolves into something of a sandbox? It's quite possible, right? Like, they already have an auction house, the Circle of Fortune, the Merchant Circle. I feel like these are really cool aspects of in-game that I haven't really messed with a lot. And I feel like they are really taking, steps in the right direction, like I said, because obviously the end game needs to be expanded quite a bit. I feel like it falls off quite hard because it really isn't pinnacle content. There isn't a desire to min-max. You really don't need more than 1 LP. You don't even really need LP on a lot of items because the game just is not that difficult. And even though you could argue like, well, yeah,
welcome
but if you
to
want
my
to get
channel.
like 1,000 plus corruption, you need to start. But
welcome to my channel.
I feel like at that point we're diving into Diablo 3 territory where it's like, yeah, but if you want to get like Raider Rift 150, you need to eventually, like, no one cares, right? At that point, if your game is getting to the highest possible corruption, that isn't actually an in-game. Although it would be cool if PoE actually had something like that. I would not mind at all if they added that at some league, because I think it is pretty cool to have something like that, but I don't want it to be the only thing. Is just infinitely progressing, and obviously like there is arena, it's just an infinite, you are very aware of the infinite ladder at that point, that you're just doing the exact same basic grindy gameplay over and over. So what could they do, right? Well, PoE, 10 plus years of content, so it's pretty unfair to compare, I guess. Last Epoch, I feel like they're going to start coming out with a lot of content, so this isn't going to be as much of an issue. But what LE could do, pinnacle bosses, which it sounds like they already have
welcome
plans
to
for.
my channel.
Pinnacle bosses could do things like drop uniques with LP 2+. That would be, pretty interesting. Chase items. I feel like the reason PoE is so successful is because, like, there are a lot of leagues where people start the league and the first thing they want to do is just grind nonstop until they get a Mage Blood or a Headhunter, because this is like completely gameplay altering type of items. Your build is not even the same as before when you equip a Mage Blood or a Headhunter, and there just really isn't something like this in other RPGs. It is a really important thing in my opinion. Like you could argue, well, there's a really strong unique that, once I get like 3 LP on it and 3 different items, it's like 30% more. No, like we're not talking about 30% more damage or like 100% more defense. Like we're talking about items where you are just not even playing the same game as before. Like when Rax, I really enjoyed seeing when he came from D4 to PoE and he was playing a Lightning Arrow, and when he got a Headhunter, he was like, okay, so the game is just not even the same as before anymore. Goes from taking like maybe 2 or 3 minutes to clear a map to 30 seconds because everything is just getting completely obliterated. And you could argue that, well, this makes the game like not fun at this point, but when you have a sandbox ARPG like PoE, that Headhunter, sure, maps are a joke now. I can do higher tier difficult, I can add more difficult content, I can add Delirium, I can add super juiced Wildwood, but that is just one aspect of the game, right? That Headhunter is not going to help you if you want to go do pinnacle bossing. That Headhunter is not going to help you if you want to go infinitely delve. It's not going to help you if you want to go heist, so maybe you want a Mage Blood at that point, right? Or you want to go do Valdo maps. You want a Mage Blood at that point, not a Headhunter. A Headhunter just min-maxes, and it's a chase item for a specific aspect of the game, and it may make one aspect of the game feel like you've completed it, but you've not completed many other parts of the game, which a Mage Blood would be different for, or different builds in general would be good for, and that causes people to just want to grind so much more, right? And that kind of brings me to my next point, is in-game customability. I feel like monoliths really do need to have some customization. I feel like PoE maps, I hear a lot of people say this, But when Eater and Exarch influence was added to the game, it completely changed everything when it came to mid-game to late-game enjoyability. Because originally, maps just felt pretty empty unless you added, like, even if you actually added, like, packs of monsters from Sextants and Scarabs, it was just kind of, you know, a little bit more monsters, a little bit more juice, a little bit more density. But when you added Eldritch and Eater influence to maps, it really just brought them to life in a whole new way. Because you have these altars that are just basically loot pinatas. I mean, you basically just add a bunch of loot pinatas in your map. It adds so many more monsters, a lot more density. And then when you add Delirium on top of that, you really just feel like the density really gets out of control, and it feels really, really good once you actually have a good build. And I feel like Monoliths could use this too, because currently you just kind of speed run through the entire Monolith and go to the end if the monsters aren't really worth killing, and most of the time they are not. The ways you could change this is adding like Last Epoch's version of Sextants, like maybe you buy them with Favor from like the, you know, Circle of Fortune or something, where it adds like 5 packs of monsters in your map. The monsters all each have a 5% chance of dropping an Exalted Wand or maybe like a unique item. There's a lot of ways. It's really infinite the amount of possibilities that you have, and over time with each cycle, maybe they add a bit more. You could really have something of a sandbox at that point, right? If there's, because currently we have dungeons, we have monoliths, we have arena. Let's say with each cycle they add a new area that you can go to, maybe like a roguelike, like Heist, or you know, something like Delve that Pee-wee has that has some reason.
Yes.
I feel like optional is pretty important, but for some motivator for people to go do it, to distract themselves from, like I said earlier, the infinite ladder that you feel like you're climbing on, right? And to make it really fun. But again, like I said, I have no doubt that this will be a thing. I feel like they're handling Last Epoch pretty well, and so this isn't something, I don't feel like I can like fairly criticize the end game, even though it is a little bit dull at the moment. Now, I know you guys are going to want me to rate the game, even though this isn't really like a typical review. I've left out a lot of stuff like stash tabs, like MTX, like just like the lore and etc, so it feels kind of weird, but I'd probably give the game like an 8 out of 10 overall right now. I think it's definitely because of the lack of endgame, but it has an incredible foundation to definitely be like a 9 or even 10 out of 10 game in the future, just because you have so much character customization, really fun skills, you have great item progression. All that's really missing from this game to just increase to a 9 out of 10 game, I feel like, is just some in-game development, which apparently is planned very soon, so I'm looking forward to that. PoE in comparison, I kind of just have to give it a 10 out of 10 game. For a lot of people, PoE is not a 10 out of 10 game. This is just my personal ranking. A lot of people are going to just love Last Epoch because it's not as complex as PoE, and it's way more complex than something like Diablo. So it's going to be a great game for them, a 9 out of 10 game for them. And I definitely recommend picking it up for if you're that type of player. But obviously, I can't ignore the fact that PoE keeps me entertained for like 3+ months out of a league. There's just an absolutely absurd amount of things to do. Even a lot of the builds that I enjoyed are nerfed to the ground. Some of them are literally unplayable. A lot of the crafting that I used to enjoy is gone. I can't deny that the game is in like an amazing state, and there's just so much complexity when it comes to in-game, to where like the content is really endless, right? And I would love for other RPGs to reach that point as well for me, because you know the more games to play, the better, right? I feel like as a gamer, you should want there to be good games. So that's it, guys. Hope you enjoyed. Follow me on Twitch if you want to check out me playing the game and discuss further, or just type in the comments below, because I feel like this video will prompt a lot of discussion in the comments, and I'm looking forward to that as well. So I'll see you guys later.
Not sure why does it matter.
The diagnosis that I decided on was So, I am finally back after a much-needed break. It ended up being a little longer than I anticipated, but I am here now, and that's what matters. While on this break, I rewatched my Psychology of Cartman video and felt the urge to do a similar video about a different character, since there are so many psychologically complex characters in this show. So, let's go ahead and do it. Also, if you like this video, feel free to subscribe. Thank you. Now, when you think of offensive TV shows, you probably think of South Park. Consequently, when you think of offensive TV characters, you probably think of Cartman. And while Cartman is a safe pick in deciding who the most offensive character on TV is, I find safety to be boring. Oh, but he killed... This is you, by the way. Oh, but he killed someone's parents and fed them to him. Yeah, well, that's nice and all, and this may be a hot take, but I don't believe that Cartman is the most offensive character on TV. In fact, he's not even the most offensive on South Park. That honor is reserved for the man who said some of the most absurdly prejudiced and derogatory sentences ever aired on television. The man whose opinions and beliefs will shift radically. The man who pushes his beliefs to the absolute extreme only for his own self-interest. Mr. Garrison. Mr. Garrison is by far one of the most psychologically complex characters in South Park, and while Cartman may be more so, Garrison is different because while Cartman's actions are more or less tied to his narcissism, Garrison seems to have several different psychological disorders all acting at once. So what exactly is the cause of Garrison's intense personality changes, his incredibly contradicting and radical beliefs, and why does he talk to a puppet as if it's alive? Well, with the intro out of the way, let's get into it. The complicated psychology of the most offensive character on TV. So first I need to say that I am not a psychologist and this video is just for fun. Also, in describing these illnesses and disorders, please remember that this is still a cartoon and there are plenty of people in the real world that are affected by these conditions. And just because I label Mr. Garrison as having one of these conditions does not mean that those that have it in the real world are anything like Mr. Garrison. So with that out of the way, let's cue Psychiatrist Blooms. Mr. Garrison is one of the earliest characters we are introduced to in the show, first appearing in the pilot as the teacher of the 3rd grade class. At first, he seems relatively normal, outside of the fact that he is an absolutely horrible teacher whose curriculum seems to revolve more around sitcoms than anything related to school. We also get to meet Mr. Hat, his teaching aide who is a puppet that he voices. So, initially he just seems to be an incompetent teacher who is a bit strange. But as we quickly find out, Mr. Hat has a much more sinister side to him. In the very next episode, when Mr. Garrison learns that Kathy Lee Gifford is visiting South Park, he begins to talk to Mr. Hat alone about his trauma in losing to Kathy Lee Gifford in a talent show when he was a child. Now, talking to an inanimate object is not necessarily indicative of any sort of mental illness, and if it helps Mr. Garrison process his trauma, then I don't see anything inherently wrong with that. The problem comes when Mr. Hat is revealed to have a personality of his own and begins suggesting to Mr. Garrison that he needs to kill Kathy Lee Gifford. Yeah, that just might indicate that something is off. As the episode continues, Mr. Hat continues to urge Mr. Garrison to kill Kathy Lee, with Mr. Garrison continually refusing. When he gets fired from directing the school play, Mr. Hat urges him once again, and Mr. Garrison relents and tells Mr. Hat that he needs to be the one to do it. He goes about planning, and when Kathy Lee comes to town, he begins his plan. Just as he's about to take the shot, Stan and Wendy break in and try to talk him out of it. Mr. Garrison eventually decides that they're right and decides not to do it. However, Mr. Hat decides that it must be done, and he takes the shot.
The bitch must die!
He ends up missing and accidentally kills Kenny, you bastard. Mr. Hat is then sent to a mental hospital where Mr. Garrison is forced to follow because, you know, he's a puppet. So, with this episode, we get our first look into the darker side of Mr. Garrison's psyche. It's likely pretty obvious to everyone by now, but we can confidently make our first diagnosis. Mr. Garrison appears to be suffering from dissociative identity disorder, previously known as multiple personality disorder. This disorder is characterized by switching between alternate identities. These identities often have names, history, and characteristics distinct from the person's true identity. They will often have distinct voices and mannerisms. All of these characteristics can be seen within Mr. Hat, as his personality, actions, and voice are all very different from Mr. Garrison.
It happened again, didn't it? Now we do things my way. I can't kill her, Mr. Hat.
So yeah, it's pretty safe to say that Mr. Garrison is suffering from dissociative identity disorder. and throughout the early seasons of the show, this was a major part of his character. Also throughout these early seasons, Mr. Garrison is occasionally accused by others in town of being gay. He hates these accusations, and in response is often incredibly homophobic.
Well, gay people are evil. Evil right down to their cold black hearts, which pump not blood like yours and mine, but rather a thick, vomitous oil that oozes through their rotten veins and clots in their entire brains, causing their Nazi-esque patterns of violent behavior.
He would also constantly talk about how much he loved women, specifically women and women only. This makes it pretty clear to both the audience and everyone in town that Mr. Garrison is a closeted gay man who is unwilling to accept his true identity. These two seemingly separate parts of Mr. Garrison's psyche are first identified as possibly related in the Season 2 episode Summer Sucks. When Mr. Garrison loses Mr. Hat, he begins to experience a mental breakdown, being unable to do life without Mr. Hat. Later in the episode, he decides to visit a psychiatrist to try to sort out his mental health. The psychiatrist immediately asks Mr. Garrison if he is gay, to which Mr. Garrison is offended by the question. He does say, however, that sometimes Mr. Hat would fantasize about same-sex relations.
Sometimes Mr. Hat liked to pretend he was in a song with Brett Favre and a bottle of 1,000-hour dressing.
That I did not know.
With this, the psychiatrist is easily able to identify that Mr. Garrison is the one who is gay, but because he is in denial, he acts out his gay persona through Mr. Hat, who is trying to come out. Mr. Garrison entirely refutes this, and the psychiatrist is killed by a giant snake. Not the animal, but the firework. It's a whole thing from the episode, I'm not going to explain it. Having still not found Mr. Hat, and having still not accepted what the psychiatrist told him, Mr. Garrison introduces his replacement for Mr. Hat, Mr. Twig. Mr. Twig essentially plays the same role as Mr. Hat, however he does have a slightly different personality, thus we can identify him as a new personality within Mr. Garrison's dissociative identity disorder. If you look closely at Mr. Twig, you may also notice this symbol, which was used to identify gay prisoners during a certain time period in Germany. It's a small detail, but it shows that perhaps Mr. Garrison has subconsciously accepted what the psychiatrist told him, despite not being willing to admit it to himself. Mr. Twig remains Mr. Garrison's teaching assistant for 6 more episodes, despite the children asking for Mr. Hat to return. Mr. Garrison gets extremely defensive when Mr. Hat is brought up, demanding that his name never be said again. Throughout the episode Chef Aid, Mr. Twig's life is on the line, as he is continuously attacked and injured by someone. Mr. Garrison goes to the police to find the attacker, but he is stopped when he finds an old friend in his closet, Mr. Hat. He berates Mr. Hat for his attempt to return, when he is interrupted by several people from the town. This turns out to be a sort of intervention, and they arrest Mr. Garrison. For some reason, I don't know why. While in jail, his cellmate is Chef, who again explains that the puppets are just Mr. Garrison and that they're not actually alive. Again, Mr. Garrison doesn't listen. Now, this is when the whole multiple personality theory gets even more complicated, as Mr. Garrison is broken out of prison, and it's revealed that the person breaking him out was Mr. Hat. At the end of the episode, Mr. Garrison throws out Mr. Stick and returns to Mr. Hat. Now, this seems to suggest that Mr. Hat is actually some kind of living being independent of Mr. Garrison, so it kind of throws a wrench in the whole theory that we've developed. However, due to this event and some others that take place later in the show, I don't believe that Mr. Hat is truly independent of Garrison. It seems as though Mr. Hat does have some kind of power over the user. For example, when Satan picks him up at the end of the movie, he begins to talk in almost the exact same voice as Mr. Garrison. However, Mr. Garrison's use of Mr. Twig seems to show that he does indeed have these split personalities, as Mr. Twig has shown no indication of any independence. So while Mr. Hat may have some sort of influence on the user, it doesn't necessarily negate the dissociative identity disorder. You know, that's really hard for me to say, it's kind of a tongue twister, so I'm just going to start saying DID instead. While it's obvious that Mr. Garrison has many of the symptoms of DID, to ensure that this diagnosis is correct, we need to identify the cause of this. Research has shown that those with this disorder are often victims of childhood trauma, with statistics stating that up to 99% of those with this disorder experience some form of trauma during their childhood. We've already discussed some of the possible causes of this earlier in the video. However, in Mr. Garrison's case, we can see how this trauma still manifests itself in his everyday life.
There was my uncle, Richard. He molested me.
When was that?
Saturday. Last Saturday.
Following the South Park movie and the beginning of Season 4, Mr. Hat begins to appear much less frequently. This means that his symptoms of DID begin to appear much less frequently as well. Because of this, Mr. Garrison was forced to finally confront the true cause of his issues. Denial. Is a river in Egypt. It's actually one of the biggest rivers in the world. It's pretty cool. The show makes it pretty obvious that Mr. Garrison is gay. Of course, this is obvious to everyone except for Mr. Garrison, who is totally unwilling to accept the truth. This denial is likely the cause of his personality disorder. Though we don't directly see any trauma Garrison experienced as a child, besides the whole Kathy Lee thing, it's likely that growing up as flamboyant as he is meant a lot of bullying and discrimination from other kids, perhaps leading him to develop this other personality, where he would channel all of his gay tendencies as a way to separate his gay side from himself. The only real evidence we have of Mr. Garrison's homosexual tendencies at a young age comes from Season 3 when Garrison visits his parents. It's clear that he has some kind of trauma related to his father, but we aren't aware of the nature of this trauma until Garrison confronts him. Okay, with YouTube being way stricter on demonetization lately, I kind of have to figure out a way to say this that is PG, so let me think. Mr. Garrison is upset because his father never violated him as a child. Is that okay? Hope so. But yeah, Mr. Garrison's trauma comes not from being violated as a child, but rather not being violated by his father. In his incredibly warped view of the world, this meant his father didn't love him. Now listen, in the real world, this subject matter is not funny. It's a serious issue, and there is absolutely nothing funny about it. Now with that being said, in this context, it's pretty hilarious. I mean, come on, like, okay, I'm sorry. And while this mindset from Mr. Garrison shows his gay tendencies from a young age, it also has implications with his mental health that we'll talk about later. But his denial of his sexuality may have led him down some very dark paths, including in the episode Cartman Joins Nambla, when he meets up with Cartman after chatting with him online. Despite his claims that these were the actions of Mr. Hat, he was arrested and fired from his teaching job. During his hiatus from teaching, he decides to pursue a career in romance novels. While writing his first novel, with the help of Mr. Hat, he struggles when writing about the women in the book, but he seems to have no issue going into graphic detail about the men in the book. His novel later won an award for Best Homoerotic Novel.
No, this is what we in the book publishing business like to call...
on my way to amend the record.
Really, really gay.
And this is when he finally snapped, causing him to have a full-on mental breakdown. He moved into the mountains to live as a hermit. When the 4th grade teacher wants to talk to him, she climbs up the mountains to try to find him. When she does find him, he is so paranoid about the gay rumors that he continuously refutes them unprompted.
Do you know what it is to be a teacher, Miss? Joke's on Dick. No, I don't. It's a lie.
He eventually walks into the Tree of Insight, where he is finally confronted by his gay side. He tells himself that he has to finally admit to being gay, as it is the cause of all of his confusion and trouble in life. He is hesitant at first, but eventually is finally able to admit that he is gay, and that it feels good. He returns to the school and excitedly proclaims his gayness. They are all very happy for him, until he suggests that he wants to start teaching again. Then they tell him that they don't hire gay people. Despite this, he is later told that he is allowed to be a teacher, but he has been demoted to kindergarten. But with that, Mr. Garrison has finally accepted his true self, and is able to move past the issues he's had in the past. After this, any signs of DID in Mr. Garrison are basically non-existent. So, it seems like he's really turned his life around. It's like we're seeing the true Mr. Garrison for the first time, and from here on out, I'm confident that he is cleared of any mental health condition and has finally found a stable identity. Right? Now that Mr. Garrison has finally come out and formed an identity, we begin to see the development of the tendencies that would shape his character going forward. If there's one thing you should know about Mr. Garrison from this point on, it's that he takes everything to the extreme. It is impossible for him to be neutral on virtually any topic. Whenever he becomes interested in a topic, there are two options. Either it is the only thing he cares about and he makes it his entire personality, or he despises it so much that he dedicates his life to destroying it. His homosexuality is where we see the early signs of this. He is really, really gay. And I don't mean that in a, I don't care what they do, as long as they don't do it around me way. I mean it in a, he performed the rubber mouth technique to a room full of kindergartners. This extreme homosexuality is a common theme for the next few seasons. In a later episode, he creates a machine that allows the user to travel at record speed. However, the way you steer the device is, once again, really gay. But where he really takes it to another level is in the Season 6 episode, The Death Camp of Tolerance, when he is promoted to 4th grade teacher. He discovers that the school couldn't fire him for being gay, since other cases have led to lawsuits where the victim was awarded millions of dollars. Upon learning this, he immediately makes it his mission to be fired for being gay. He introduces Mr. Slave as his new teaching assistant, and this leads to actions that are so graphic I can't talk about them on video. All you really need to know is that they involve Mr. Slave, a glass tube, and a gerbil. I'll leave it at that for now. Granted, these actions were done with a goal in mind, but it still highlights the extreme nature of his behavior. Then, in Season 7, he attempts to kill the men from the TV show Queer Eye for the Straight Guy, since he believes it's essentially causing the appropriation of gay culture. They turned out to be evil crab people anyways, so I guess it all worked out. So what do all of these extreme actions prove about his psychology? Right now it just seems like he's really passionate, maybe a little bit too passionate, about his sexuality. That doesn't necessarily indicate any sort of mental health concerns. Well, that all changes with the Season 9 premiere, because now, out of nowhere, he's not gay. He's a woman. Mr. Garrison undergoes a sex change operation and is no longer Mr. Garrison, but rather Mrs. Garrison. Just wanted to say real quick, I actually planned on calling him Mrs. Garrison for the entirety of his time as a woman. I even had it written in the script and everything, but I realized it is incredibly confusing for me, and I definitely would have messed it up anyways, so I'm just going to refer to him as Mr. Garrison for the rest of the video, so I'm sorry if that upsets you, but it just makes it so much easier. This is now the second time that we can observe an extreme shift in Mr. Garrison's identity, since the moment he steps out of that operating room, he is the most womanly woman of all time. All he talks about is girl stuff, and being a woman to the point where everyone around him is immediately tired of it. It also demonstrates a severe lack of knowledge on his part, as his idea of womanhood is based on stereotypes and cliches that your average Andrew Tate fan would read to themselves as morning affirmations. It also demonstrates a total... It also shows just how impulsive of a decision this was, as he doesn't even understand the basic anatomy of a trans woman, thinking that he's pregnant, despite this clearly being impossible. He didn't even tell his boyfriend, Mr. Slave, that he was getting the procedure done, causing him to leave her. Here we see another major personality shift, as he immediately begins shouting homophobic slurs at him when he leaves. So now, in just the span of an episode, we have seen two major identity shifts within Garrison. Keep that in mind. Once he realizes that he's still not biologically a woman, he doesn't even want to be one anymore. However, it's too late to reverse the procedure, and he decides that he's okay with staying a woman. So where does that leave us now on the Garrison timeline? So, first we have straight homophobic man, and then gay man, and then extremely gay man, and then trans woman, and now homophobic trans woman. Now, obviously it's normal for people's identities and beliefs to change over time, but changes this drastic in this short of a time span show that there may be something else at play psychologically. And this leads us into our next diagnosis. Now, examining this behavior, my first thought was that this may be bipolar disorder, which is characterized by mood swings ranging from depressive lows to manic highs. It was mainly the manic part that seemed to align to me, as a lot of Garrison's behavior aligned with the manic episode, including risky behavior, irritability, and hypersexuality. However, I struggled to find evidence outside of these characteristics, so I didn't feel confident in that diagnosis. After some more research, I realized that a different disorder aligned much better with Garrison's tendencies. The diagnosis that I decided on was borderline personality disorder. According to Cleveland Clinic, borderline personality disorder, or BPD, is characterized by extreme mood fluctuations, instability in interpersonal relationships, and impulsivity. Right away, it would seem that Mr. Garrison fits this description, but to be sure, we're going to go through the diagnostic criteria for BPD. These next two episodes are some of the best evidence we have to support our diagnosis, so I'll list the criteria as they come up. Afterwards, we'll look at his previous behavior as well and see how it aligns with the criteria. So later in Season 9, Garrison decides that he wants to get back together with Mr. Slave and visits him to apologize. He quickly learns that Mr. Slave has moved on and is getting married to Big Gay Al. This enrages Garrison, and he instantly switches from apologetic and kind to screaming homophobic slurs at both of them. This, along with his previous behavior, shows a pattern that is evidence enough to check off 2 of our criteria: intense, inappropriate rage and emotional instability in day-to-day life. In BPD, this emotional volatility is usually episodic, only lasting for a few hours and rarely lasting longer than a few days. And as we will see, his anger doesn't last very long. But his unstable emotions are not only related to rage, as we've seen him switch from sad or angry to happy and excited several times. So now, his view of gay people has once again shifted to the opposite extreme, and he not only leads the charge in blocking the gay marriage bill, but even tries to get his followers to beat up gay people. Throughout the episode, he goes to even more extreme lengths to prevent the bill, but in the end, his efforts are futile as the bill passes anyways. The whole relationship with Mr. Slave, along with future relationships, are evidence of another diagnostic criteria: a pattern of unstable and intense interpersonal relationships characterized by extremes between idealization and devaluation, otherwise known as splitting. Now, what exactly does this mean? It means that the instability and intensity in the relationship is caused by the contrasting ways the person treats their partner. One moment they could be praising their partner, telling them that they are perfect and that they are everything they've ever wanted, aka idealization. And the next, they're talking down to them, treating them as if they mean nothing to them and are completely worthless, aka devaluation. We see this throughout the relationship with Mr. Slave as he switches back and forth between praising Mr. Slave and tearing him down. Again, we'll see this in the future as well. In the next season, he is absolutely outraged that evolution is to be taught in his classroom due to his strong Christian beliefs, and reluctantly explains it to the children in an interesting way.
You're the retarded offspring of 5 monkeys having butt sex with a fish squirrel. Congratulations.
When he inevitably gets in trouble for this, the school puts Richard Dawkins in his classroom to explain evolution. After another incident of Mr. Garrison completely denying evolution and again showing inappropriate anger, Dawkins begins to express his interest in him, asking to go on a date. Garrison immediately switches from outraged and defensive to soft-spoken and interested, accepting the date. Again, this is another example of the emotional instability. During dinner, Dawkins expresses how he wishes that Garrison were an atheist, to which Garrison responds with,
I'm not totally into the whole God thing.
At that exact moment, Garrison decides that he's now an atheist, immediately renouncing the beliefs he was fighting so passionately for earlier in the day. This is one of the many examples of arguably the most important characteristic in making our diagnosis: identity disturbance, with markedly or persistently unstable self-image or sense of self. Garrison's character is essentially defined by his frequent changes in identity. Not even counting the more minor identity changes, we've seen him as a straight man, a gay man, a trans woman, and now an atheist, all within a short time span. As I said, whenever he adopts a new personality, he takes it to the extreme. These are all signs that Garrison lacks a sense of self. He doesn't know who he is, essentially living in a constant state of an identity crisis, always compensating for his lack of identity by becoming as obsessed with his new identity as someone could be. During the lesson in the next day's class, he makes sure to let his beliefs be known, telling the class that there is no God and chastising Stan when he asks if it's possible that there is a God, calling him some names that I'm unfortunately not allowed to say here. He even puts him in a dunce cap at the front of the class. He takes it so far that he's even able to convince Dawkins to team up with him to campaign against religion, eventually leading to a future society where there is no more religion. This is eventually reversed when Cartman makes a call to the past and Dawkins learns that Garrison had a sex change operation and he immediately leaves him. As soon as he leaves, Garrison, of course, immediately begins yelling both homophobic slurs and condemnation due to his atheism, once again showing the identity disturbance, emotional instability, and unstable relationships. Then, in Season 11, after a date gone wrong, he is once again enraged and decides that he hates men. For this one, I'm not going to directly say the criteria, I want you guys to try to pick up on it. Upon talking to a woman at his gym, he goes to a bar that ends up being a lesbian bar. He's flustered at first, but upon some convincing, he decides to give it a try. In class the next day, he seems very happy and explains to the class the situation. As we expect at this point, he then tries to be the most lesbian out of all the lesbians. again using absolutely outrageous stereotypes and statements about his newly found sexuality. He makes sure to remind everyone of the fact that he is a lesbian as much as possible and leads the charge in protecting their bar after it was bought out. He starts an all-out war between the Persians and the lesbians, battling over the ownership of the bar. He ends up saving the bar in an epic parody of 300, and shockingly, he actually sticks to this new identity. So the criteria that I picked up on in this episode was definitely emotional instability, inappropriate rage, and identity disturbance. And you could also argue for the unstable relationships because of how his relationships went with the other lesbians. So, finally, in the next season, he reflects on his sex change and decides that he no longer wants to be a woman once again. When he sees an opportunity to have the necessary organ grown using stem cells, he decides to go through with it. Wacky hijinks ensue throughout the episode as the mouse it was grown on escapes the lab. They eventually catch up to the mouse and he has the surgery done, once again becoming Mr. Garrison. He announces it to the school and immediately claims that he was never a woman, as you have to be able to have children to be a woman. When someone tells him that his wife can't have children because of cancer, he immediately makes a homophobic remark, leaving us with the final form of Mr. Garrison, a gay man that is also homophobic.
Well then get an AIDS test, Thompson, cause your wife's a dude.
When diagnosing someone with borderline personality disorder, they need to meet at least 5 of the diagnostic criteria. Just looking at the surface, we have already identified a pattern of 4 of these traits within Mr. Garrison, so now let's go back and see what we can find for the other traits. First, we have chronic feelings of emptiness. While there's no direct evidence that Mr. Garrison feels empty inside, we can infer his feelings based on his actions. The majority of his actions are pretty typical of someone attempting to fill a void within themselves, as his actions are incredibly reckless and self-centered. It feels like he is always on the hunt for something to fill that void, whether it be a new personality or a cause to fight for. So while it seems like his actions are related to an emptiness inside, there's not really any concrete evidence, so we'll leave this as a maybe right now. Next is impulsive behavior in at least 2 areas that are self-harming. This is another iffy one since we know that he is incredibly impulsive, but whether or not his actions are self-harming is up for debate. His actions don't really align with the examples given, but I still think you could argue that his impulsive actions are often self-harming. For example, his sex change was an impulsive move, and he regretted that by the end of the episode, so would that not be considered self-harming? It's up for debate, but for now we'll leave this as another maybe.
Pretty good.
Next is recurrent suicidal
Pretty
behavior,
good.
gestures, or threats, which is pretty much a hard no, since he really hasn't shown any sort of suicidal ideations throughout the show. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Frantic efforts to avoid real or imagined abandonment. We actually have hard evidence for this one. If you'll think back to earlier in the video when I mentioned his trip to his parents' house. We know he felt abandoned by his father as a child, believing that his father didn't love him. Now, whether or not these feelings of abandonment were valid doesn't really matter, because the abandonment can be either real or imagined. Even though the logic behind it is questionable, the abandonment was still real to Mr. Garrison, and these feelings of abandonment have undoubtedly carried over into his adult life. It can be seen when Richard Dawkins asked him out on a date, and he immediately said yes, despite hating him and everything he stood for just seconds earlier. Just the idea of someone being interested is enough for him to accept, since he is so used to those feelings of being abandoned. The same goes for when he is being broken up with, as he instantly becomes incredibly hateful and hurtful, likely because he is scared of being abandoned again. So this one is a hard yes, and that allows us to officially diagnose Garrison with BPD. However, there is one more criteria that I haven't talked about yet that I found to be very interesting. The last trait is transient, stress-related paranoid ideation or severe dissociative symptoms. Do you guys see why that's so interesting to me? See, this one trait is what really brings everything full circle. At first, it seemed that the first diagnosis I made was only kind of related to this diagnosis, as it was likely that they stemmed from the same traumas from Garrison's childhood. However, with this, we can see that these 2 conditions are almost one and the same. His constant paranoia over being called gay, his inability to accept who he truly is, and his denial being so great that he created a separate personality to channel his gay feelings into, We haven't seen Mr. Garrison grow from DID to BPD. It was just the natural evolution of his character. That's why the dissociative personalities faded away as he was finally able to accept who he was. As soon as he didn't feel insecure with himself, they no longer needed to exist, and instead, they were replaced with the traits that we see now. The thing is, these traits have always existed inside of him. He was just too preoccupied with his fear and paranoia to showcase them. These two conditions built off of each other and took over when the other wasn't needed, almost like some sort of twisted symbiotic relationship. And these conditions built the foundation for who Mr. Garrison would become, the president. But we're not going to talk about that because he's basically just Trump, so there's not really much to say there. And if you still somehow are not fully convinced of my diagnosis, I will leave you with a final quote from the National Institute of Mental Health that can be used to basically summarize this entire video. People with borderline personality disorder may experience intense mood swings and feel uncertainty about how they see themselves. Their feelings for others can change quickly and swing from extreme closeness to extreme dislike. These changing feelings can lead to unstable relationships and emotional pain. People with borderline personality disorder also tend to view things in extremes, such as all good or all bad. Their interests and values can change quickly, and they may act impulsively or recklessly. And with that, we can conclusively say that we finally understand the complicated psychology of the most offensive character. But honestly, it's kind of hard not to feel at least a little sorry for Mr. Garrison. You know, he had a really tough childhood. I mean, his father never molested him.
What's the fastest way to ruin your YouTube reputation? Is it mixing fact with fiction when covering serious investigations?
It is half fiction that is parallel to the real story, and then there's just the real story.
Or is it lying about catching predators so that viewers support you on Patreon? Or maybe, is it threatening and harassing other creators who didn't spread your message?
But I am being nice as I could. I could literally cancel you, Charlie, and I choose not to. I'm the friggin' people hunter.
Perhaps the better question is, how did you get away with it not once, but multiple times? Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today, we'll be diving into the disturbing decisions that led one of YouTube's most respected predator hunters, Mama Max, to losing over 50,000 subscribers in January of 2024 alone, possibly ending his well-respected career on YouTube.
I consider them a liar.
He's a complete fraud, dishonest, exploitative. He was deceiving everyone all along.
Max's main channel, Mama Max, was created on the 26th of May 2016, with his first upload coming just 2 days later. However, judging from the comments, Max already had a dedicated fan base that loved him long before his channel existed, with comments reading, "We have missed you, Mama. Glad you're back. The king is back." The love and admiration towards Max only grew, as Max discussed themes of emotional distress in his Life Sucks series, which was meant to comfort viewers going through similar negative emotions. While there were light-hearted uploads like his Saving Game documentary series and his anime reviews, a majority of the subject matter on Max's channel was dark and edgy in nature, something that would only get worse with time. By the 27th of March 2020, Max uploaded the video cartoonincorporated.mp4, which would go on to set the tone for his channel moving forwards. The upload featured Max documenting his journey through the dark recesses of YouTube in search of users with malicious intent towards children. At the time, YouTube was dealing with an overwhelming infestation of predators, and through videos like this, Max made it his mission to bring them to justice. Max's surreal editing style and provocative elements propelled the video to over 2 million views, bringing in overwhelming support for his attempts to clean up YouTube, and Cartoon Incorporated was the first in a long line of so-called predator hunting videos that were uploaded to his channel. With videos like kidschat.net and mylol.apk receiving millions of views and hundreds of Patreon pledges, Max had found not just financial success, but an identity. At this point, Max had fully leaned into this edgy investigator persona that thrived from exposing predators. Unfortunately, this kind of content could get any creator in trouble with YouTube's strict moderation, and Max was no exception. On the 13th of September 2020, Max received a strike on his video titled "Hunting Predators on a Children's Dating App for Harassment." He responded to the situation by confronting YouTube about the decision to take down the video.
Were you sipping on your venti frappuccino at YouTube HQ when I was in the trenches with them? I worked 3 long, hard, traumatizing months on this project, trying to fix the injustice that has been wrought on the internet, just for you to obliterate it completely. You treat criminals better than you treat your own creators. This is not the first time.
Max would end his rant by asking his viewers to reach out to either YouTube or any other popular creators to get answers on why the platform was supposedly protecting views.
H3H3, Philip DeFranco, Moist Critical, Scarce, Kingstar, Markiplier, or whoever your preferred voice to get through to YouTube is, with the message.
The hashtag AnswerUsPikachu almost immediately gained traction on Twitter, morphing into numerous viewers and creators making the black and white argument that either YouTube supported his cause or they were protecting predators. However, the situation was far more nuanced than that.
So when it comes to YouTube, and when it comes to the idea of, hey, is this site picking a side between protecting individuals that are predatory, and I feel that if you have predatory issues on your platform, you should use your platform to call out actual predators on the internet. Again, this content, some of the people that are making it sometimes will go above and beyond with their storytelling or their coverage, where they may unintentionally violate something TOS related. They may reveal personal information. They may show some. And in that case, YouTube has to act in favor of a predator. At least that's what it appears to be. It's not that YouTube, I think, is assisting any predators. It's literally because the content that is uploaded may not have been checked or screened hard enough, and YouTube has had to enact its TOS on that content.
27th of December 2021, Max had acquired a second strike, and with it came another campaign against YouTube. While the goal of eradicating predators on the platform was a noble one, the methods that Max employed were becoming increasingly more problematic. The video titled "PickASide.win" served as a catalyst for getting YouTube's attention, and while it seemed well-meaning at first, the conversation quickly shifted to Max accusing YouTube of some very horrible things. The first portion of the video was a compilation of various creators sharing complaints about moderation on the platform. In contrast, the second half of the video saw Max borderline demanding that popular creators like Charlie, Philip DeFranco, Ethan, and Corp's husband spread the hashtag. He even threatened Corp's husband to speak on the matter based on past personal issues.
Corpse, I know you have nothing to do with this, but with all of your power, influence, and the favor you owe me, I just couldn't help myself. So, remember when you reached out after years of not speaking to me while I was at the hospital tending to my
things off, Max directly
Delazim.
accused YouTube of loving
Welcome to my
predators.
channel.
Šta ima?
Dodgy Ovimo.
On me jako podsjeća na Sratena i na incidente. Da, ako nije tu moj kum.
MSM de Imam Nico Kol Jziatib.
A ne, sve je to u redu. Sve je to u redu. Ako se pojavi, jednostavno neće da pričam s njim. I završili smo. Da, u redu je, u redu je. Da, nije u redu. Šta? Znam da nije. Ništa na to. Gdje da kliknem? Na šta? Na chat? Opet neki glitch, ako je glitch neće to da radi.
Uzmi, klikni na ovaj slide menu.
I?
Imaš ove dve strelice što idu na desno.
Je. Šta sad?
Sad ti olakšano ideš po sekcijama, da ne ideš ono da klikneš na case dvojku.
Ma jako. U suštini trenutno sam filtrirao iteme, ono, hvala.
Mislim, lakše bi tebi da nego da ono...
Da, znam.
Evo samo da završim Monolith i Sentinel. Mislim da imam neko kopiju za tebi.
Čisto sumnjamo, koplje ima skoro 300% increase damage over time. Svaki udarac kopljem nabacuje stack bleeda koji radi tikuje po 500 health. Skida. Ne znam da on može, ali aj, mogu da vidim. Ne, mogu da vidim šta mogu da napraviti s njim. To da. Oh no. Vidi. Hvala. Kako mi je hladno u sobi, Bože spasi. Prehladno. Ja sam sunčan strani Vlado, ali ja sam pod rumu. Možda bude sunčana strana koliko voliš, ovo je pod rumu. Jedino ako je napolju 50 stepeni, onda je ovdje 20, 25. Znači, treba nešto od ovoga. Što? A? Da je resistance i movement speed. Ne šo. Da. Ne znam šta imaš. Ne znam šta imaš od ovih... Gildi. Ovo je bilo dobar fazon. Znači, glyph of order. I onda... Onda glyph of order. I onda ovdje... Neće da mi da rune of despair. Super. O majku ti jebem. Uspio sam samo. Ostao mi je 3 potencijala.
Marksing. Welcome to my channel.
Gledam ovo. Nije loše, ali... Ovo radi masivan damage over time. 500 bleeda, 170 poisona i 260 ignite. Baš masivan bleed. Tu ćemo staviti. Ajmo ovako. Ti si nezavisan posmatrač. Nemoj da budeš sudija. Da li sam ja toksičan prema njemu? Ili je on samo normalan, moj kum? Rekao, ti si nezavisan posmatrač. Nemaš ništa od toga da kažeš da sam ja loš ili dobar ili kako nešto. Jesam, ali se ja izvinem ako smatram da nisam u pravu. A neki ljudi nikad se ne izvinu. Ja znam da sam naparan. Ali hvala na kritici. Da. Idem toliko daleko da ne dopuštam ljudima da završe rečenicu. To je istina. To mi je loša osobina, ali šta će. Da.
ono bez bilo kakve povode.
Ko, moj kum? Mislim ja pričaš o njemu. Ne znam kad se napao Vladu.
Pa naravno da on u početku bio na pol Vladu.
A, nije to nego... On je čovjek od predrasuda, znaš. Ne znam kako to drugačije sroči. Imaš li išta stabilitya na ovom monolitu? Ne treba mi to. On treba regularno. Kad završim regularni monolite mogu da igram Empowered. Ne želim da Empowered radim na monolit 1, a ostale nisam uzeo. To mi je preglupo. Ako je ovo... Je li ovo taj mač? Je li ovo taj mač, majke? Ti gledao? Ne znam. Je li to taj? To je taj mač. Jel znaš kako radi? Jel znaš kako radi? Gledaj ovo. Samo posmatraj. Jel vidiš šta radi? A? Gledaj. Čekaj. Samo da nađem nešto dobro. Čekaj. Gledaj. Nešto jako dobro. Ovo je dobar, a? Šta misliš? Vidiš? Nije nešto posebno dobar, jel tako? Ali... Ako radim ovako nešto... Ovo nije još mača, tako? Pa je sad. Morate biti u ruku, da. Zanimljivo, da? A? To možeš ti da uradiš. Nije, jel ti vidiš šta piše? Vidiš zadnji red? Ono što nisu mala slova. A, pročitaj. Ja, kako ljude mrze da čitaju. Ja kad kažem ja ove igre, ne igram sa vodičem, ja samo čitam mnogo. Ne falim sebe, ali kažem, čitam. Viš da ovaj mač ima 15% life steal. Pogledaj. Bože sačuvaj. Bože sačuvaj. Možeš koje hoćeš statistike da mu staviš. Pa možda mu staviš šta hoćeš.
Mogu da mu stavim 60% valjda.
Ne, možda mu staviš 3-4 atributa koja ti hoćeš. Sve što možda staviš na ljubičasti mač dvoručni, iskraftaš ljubičasti mač, kakav ti hoćeš, dvoručni. A kad si završio sa kraftanjem, ubaciš ga na nakovanje, staviš mač u ruku, ovaj staviš u ruku i uradiš dismental. I ovaj dobije njegove osobine. A čuješ šta sam radio? Kao što rekoh, trenutno igram s kopljem, tako da mi ovo nije zgodno. Ali sam prilično zadovoljan kako izbao. Budući da sam imao od čega da ga iskraftam, ok izbao. Dobio sam luk. Hoćeš da ti ga bacim? Ovaj imaš luk. Ne mač.
Već imam onaj što mi treba, samo... Evo, dobio se 2 mention direktno dešava. Da me opet ukine onako kod ove.
Pa što ne uradiš dungeon? Treba pomoć, šta? Ja ti treba pomoć, tu radiš dungeon ili šta? A nemaš bow sa 2 potencijala? Ne.
Ja njemu one-shotujem.
Dobre.
A vidio si sam on.
Jesi vidio ovo? Ili ti ovo nije zgodno? Pa još je mali level, šta?
Nije to za mene.
Ovo nije za nekromancera.
Ne koristim te...
Skillove. No, pošteno.
Mandalin Spirit jeste jak. Ja sam se levelovao.
Ali?
Ovo je mnogo jače. Ovo je...
Ti si zatvorio ovaj dungeon, jesi uzeo maksimalno stability ili šta? Ama nije to puno, ali vidiš mogu da uzem 47 stability, znaš, ja gledaj. Ne izigram 15 dungeona, hoću da odigram.
Ovaj tvoj kumpo, a to više samo zato što nije htjela dođe da pita.
Šta, konzolu?
Ne, nego ovaj PlayStation.
Ne, nego... Šta da pitam?
Pita kako, šta da pita za savjet.
Pa nikoga nije ni pitao ovdje, ni mene, ni naš, nikoga, to je istina. Naš. Kako imam strength u minusu? Sam ukleć, šta? Šta je sad ovo? Vidiš ovo? Neka kletva. I health sam. Jel ti statistike u minusu? Jesi u minusu? Pa otvori samo onaj tab i reci mi. Dobro, nego gledam, znaš po čemu sam provalio? Slučajno sam bacio pogled na health. Bacio sam pogled na health i vidim da nemam 1200 HP. Skinuo sam armor i uzeo sam onaj drugi, ovaj ima increased crit chance with flurry, a flurry mi je ovaj base attack. Spalo je dole dosta glifova. 3-4 run of ascenda sam dobio u zadnjih 30 minuta. Kraftao sam 3 šlema, 2 put dobio isti. Ok, u redu. Šta god. Hvala. Ako odlučim da nosim 2 bodeža, reći ti. Patike već imam, ali hvala. Ovdje je bio shrine, sad nemam pojma šta je. Sada poravim šta je. Jesi gledao film Brightburn? To ti je onom kao dečaku, onome malo mjestu što živi, a u suštini čitav plot je kao kod toga, to nije ni plot. To znaš prvih 10 minuta filma. Da je on kao u suštini kao sin tuđinske rase koji je pao negdje u šumu sa tom svojom svemirskom letelicom ili svemirskim podom, space podom, kako hoćeš. Pao je i neka porodica ga je uzela, ne ti zvuči poznato priča. Jeste, ali kad bi Superman bio serijski ubice psihopata, jer u suštini to je film. Šta je bilo da Superman nije dobar, odgajan kao ono dobro dete, već te ono, znaš, imao čak šta više, nije ni imao loš parenting, kao, znaš, nisu ga loš uopšte odgajali taj bračni par. Jednostavno je mali seronja. A ne, nego tako je napisan karakter, razumeš. Tipa, ta neka drugarica u koju se on zaljubio u školi, ona ga izbjegava zato što je creepy, razumeš. On se njoj nešto udvara i ona ga ono izbjegava zato što je on, ono, jebi ga, ono, freak, čudno se ponaša. I on nju hodi, prati je, pušta je neku muziku, razumeš, ona se okrene da pogleda, on je tu, sljedeće sekunde nije tu, razumeš, ono, uskoči, tipa 5 metara uvis skoči, ono, kroz prozor skoči i ono, ne znam, krije se i ono, posmatra iz prikrajka. Onda ona ga tuži, ne znam, psihologu, onda on njoj na času fizičkog slomi ruku. Ne da je slomi ruku, nego je zdrobi ruku, razumeš? On zdrobi. Onda ode kod psihologa, pa onda pokušava da je zastraši, kao ne bi bilo dobro da istražujete kao ovu stvar. Ona ga gleda, mali ima 10 godina, kao koji si, idi kao kući mali, molim te. On je prati po kući sa maskom na licu, ali to su napravili kao da gledaš Petak 13 i kao da znaš, ne znaš ko je Michael Myers i kako izgleda. Takve scene, znaš. A znaš kako izgleda mali, gledao si ga sve vreme filma, znaš da je on i da je to on ispod maske. Ali takvu tenziju, ne razumeš, te filmađe nabiju kao da je, razumeš, to druga ličnost ispod maske, to je isti lik. Da bi ušao muž od te žene, koji je sasvim slučajno njen ujak. Meni su statistike za boga, ne znam otkud njoj debuff. I taj njegov ujak, kažu kao, što se kao kriješ u ormanu, kao šta će ta maska na licu? Skinemo masku. I mali ono, kao i kao nemoj kao da me kažeš roditeljima, kaže ideš, kaže kod oca, kaže kao prošao si svaku meru. I brate on stavi masku i kao druga ličnost, kakva druga ličnost, ista osoba, razumeš? Kao druga ličnost, ono se pojavi, on kao iskoči iz auta, udari rukom vrata, izleti, prevrne auto, auto se sruši, on kao nešto umire, ono iskasapljeno, ono u autu leži i ono mali mu prelazi s maskom na licu i sad to kao da prelazi ne znam ko. I kao skida masku, opet ono normalno dete, znaš. A scena sa majkom od devojčice koji je bukvalno uhodio. Znaš kakva scena? Ona kaže, kao moja mama mi ne da se oduži s tobom, kaže sedit ćemo. Sljedeća scena, neko uhodi ovu radnicu tamo kao ono food market, ono quick food, kao restoran. Ono scena, kažem, koji iz horror filma. Neko uhodi, pali, gasi svetla, pukne staklo, zabije se u oko, znaš, onako jeftini neki fazoni. Žena kao ne vidi s jednim okom. Posle pola sata se seti da možda zažmuri na oko, znaš, umjesto da ono kao, taj efekat dobar, znaš, kao zabije se staklić u oko, ona ga iščupa i bukvalno kao kako je krv ide preko oka, kao pola vidi crveno, pola, znaš, tako gledaš ti kroz njene oči. I u jednom trenutku se seti kao da zatvori jedno oko, jeli, to krvavo, da bi vidjela normalno. I pobegne u zamrzivač, onaj što ima svaki restoran, veliki. Pobegne u zamrzivač veliki i zaključa se i samo još kao neko razvaljuje, kao ono u Supermanu, neko seče laserom vrata i kao kao neki brzi kadar i kao tu se naprekida. Policija dolazi, nestala je radnica, kao tragovi nasilja. Taj lik se ne pojavljuje, te žene, narednih 45 minuta se ne pojavljuje više u filmu. I znaš gdje ga vidiš? U podrumu, pored toga svemirskog poda koji su sakrili njegovi roditelji u ambaru. Pored tog space poda koji kao nekakvom mentalnom sugestijom utiče na malog, leš te žene, rasporenog stomaka, izvađene utroba. Znači žena ono, mrtva, gola. I iskasapljena bukvalno. Kao da je serijski ubic ubio. I njenom krvlju ispisani simboli nekakvi satanistički svuda okolo po sobi. I ja gledam, jebote šta je ovo? Znači ono od Supermana do zlog Supermana do Hannibala Lectora. I ja rekao, ovo je 100% neki trik. I bio sam u pravu. Film je imao budžet. Ne znam da te zovnem ovdje ili ti igraš nešto. Igraš nešto, ne?
Evo sam da završam.
No. Film imao budžet, oni tvrde da imao budžet 5-6 miliona dolara. Ali ja kažem da je nemoguće. Tvrdim da svaki put kad on stavi tu masku, znači svaki put imaš neke scene, razumeš, da on kao pokazuje nekakve, tu počinju da upotrebljavaju onu kao računarsku tehnologiju, kao tu animaciju. Jer im je vjerojatno budžet bio toliko tesan za film da su morali da uslove njegovog karaktera da... Oni su to opravdali kao ta njegova druga persona, kao naš zla, izađe kao na videlo kad god on stavi tu masku na lice. A to je običan trik, zato što je lakše animirati lika koji se ne... Kako kažem, nije ne pomera, nego... Lika koji nema, kome ne moraš da vidiš lice. Jeste, ne interaktuje ni sa čim. Znači, samo model lika, siluetu i to je uvek u mraku. Kad god uradi neku scenu kao nadljudske snage nešto, to je uvek nešto kao iz nekog mraka iskače, brzo leti sa leva na desno i tako. Sve se desi u sekundi. I tačno se vidi, da razumeš da je ono low budget. Scenario nije loš, ali nema smisla u većini vremena. Ne znam kako sam ovo objasnio, ali... I to je moj kum bio taj film da gledam. I posle mi ispirao mozak, znači kao da sam ja imao utjecaja na to. Znači... Koji je ovaj? Ili je nešto mi u sanduku?
Stavio sam ga samo.
Jesam, imam jedan i dom. Ne mogu. Kao što sam rekao, neki ljudi treba da ne prestaju da ispijaju alkohol. Jer jednostavno, kad odeš na suvo, izgleda poludiš.
Zašto?
Pa ne znam zašto, ali mislim da je moj kum dobar primjer toga. Jednostavno ne sme biti bez alkohola, to ti to. Hm.
Aj, ček.
Zapravo teo sam da očistim ovo. Tista da se 8 minion armora, level 1. Svašta. Da, druide verovatno.
Aj, samo da smiješno.
Znaš šta, jesi zaključao Afix, šta pa si dobio novi?
Teo sam da zaključavam.
Da koristiš ti ovaj Hour of Decay? Uzimam kako si ti prišao, tako si počeo ispada ljubičasti ajtemi. To neki loot, taj table se promeni kad si ti tu. Da, imaš ono 25% šanse da promeniš rare u exalted. Prepostavljam. Ili to nemaš?
Kao kad set item padne, imamo...
Dobiješ ceo set. Jel to?
Da.
Da. To sam vidio. Items from the prophecies are duplicated. Pa, nemam pojma koliko je to dobro. Da imaš više stvari.
Gledaj ovom. Imaš one lense koji nisu neko dupliraju,
Da?
ali košta duplo kao miše. Fero. I možeš, znači 6 puta više itema kad iskombiniraš sve može dobiješ.
Ali istih itema ili samo to kvaliteta?
Različiti ti padaju sa tebi. Znači da oni imaju ono kako se zove Legendary Potential. To je već random. Na duši ti imaš ovdje na ovom momentu da ti je garantovan Legendary Potential na...
Znam, vidio sam. Šta smo rekli? Koji misliš da je imao atribut? Jel ovaj?
Stavio si ga jučer za mene negdje.
Ali koji, šta je imao?
Uspjela, imao je kelte... Imao mi poveća kelte za nekoliko posto i mislim da 47% kelte još dodao. To ti je onaj što vate dva snota. Uspjela.
Vidim, stubići. Ovo je malo preveliko. Ovo? Jel ovo?
Ne.
5%. Ako možeš toga reseti svaka čast. Jel ovo? Ne znam koliko imaš health, ali...
Trebaju mi još 6 takva.
Ako treba, cijelo selo će da pomogne. Dobro. Švaj luk.
Ako ima način, gledaj field chance to mi treba.
Ovaj ne, treba. Da li ima negdje mjesto za ove prste? Bojim se da nema. Čudno je vidjeti samo jednog minijena pored tebe. Obično vodiš vojsku. A ja sam dobio neki unik, ne znam da li ga ti imaš.
Ovo ide mountain, ovo taj ti dobro.
Imaš ovo?
To sam imao za onoga za boloj, taj zombija. Što nema se ovdje? Gdje ima uglavnom sve te predmeti za...
Nekromansera. Treba sve ti dropao već. Zanimljivo.
Ja ću se staviti geodetskom listom da... bude lakše.
Auto atak, šta?
A da ne volim da me non stop čita, nego pola da ubijam i da nađe neki predmet, a ja nisam tu da imam sam.
Slušaj, ja sam htio da uradim 2-3 stvari, ako nije problem.
Može biti uraditi.
Slušaj, htio sam da odradim ovdje bossa posle ove mape. Da uradim ono 3 mape za bossa. Da kompletiram ovaj monolisk. Da odem da se obrijem, što nema veze s tobom, nego ima veze sa mnom, nervira me već. I da uradim onaj daily u Huntdownu, ne daily, nego, pardon, deo onoga weeklya da odradim. Pošto sam otprilike toliko izračunao da bi trebalo svaki dan da napravim. Kako je ovo ispalo ovdje, pogledaj ovo. Je li ovo normalno? A? Je li ovo tebi normalno?
No nije samo beskoristan.
Beskoristan je. Ima crafting potential 3, taj ledeni potencijal. Tebi je beskorisno da uzmeš item, onaj Exalted koji je level 50-70 item i da ga zguraš na item koji ima level requirement 9. To ti je beskorisno. Nisam ni mislio da je to endgame item. Stvarno. Ako sam level tog unique itema nije bog zna šta, naravno da ni ne vredi na kasnijim levelima. On nije bio ni profesija, ne mogu da vrem. Ne znam šta da mislim. Koliko imaš ono crafting materijala, svega ti? Ne, ukupno sve. Aha, samo onih malih šardova, ne ovih papirića. Samo razmišljam da li sam preterao sa dismentlovanjem. Pošto kad god sam mogao, koristio sam one za šetar. Kad god sam mogao. Jednom sam dobio, čini mi se, 10 ovih runu šetara na jednu profesiju. Mislim, koje da ih čuvam. A health regen sam, čini mi se, sa svojim amuletom digao na 150 healtha po sekundi. Oko 10% healtha, maksimalno healtha jače. Čekaj. Da, više od 10% maksimalnog healtha mi se regeneriše po sekundi. To je bilo Tomislava? Ja ga ne čujem. Šta, ne možda mu se staviš od tog builda?
Mislim da lakše ne mislim žać.
Ne znam zašto sam ovako uklet, stalno mi baca dvoručne mače. Recimo kacige ne baš nešto preterano, ni rukavice. Baca eksperimentalne, ali meni se ne sviđa. Šta imaš ti?
Ono ne mi baci informacije.
A to li imaš? Ne znam da to utiče na moj drop rate. Ne znam. I šta to bi? Sad na drugu stranu, a? Šta? $999 block effectiveness. Šta 900? Kakva je to statistika?
Aliyah. Welcome to my channel.
A šta je bilo u ovom ovdje ćošku? Šta bi? Mogu sledeće pokrenem. Dobre.
Traveler, can you help me?
Evo, našao sam neki... Nemam pojma što sam našao. Halo?
Halo?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Halo?
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5.
Halo?
Aloha.
Halo?
Halo, stari, čuješ me?
Mladi. Gde si, mladi?
Da, nije loš. Propustio si razgovor kuma Ivanovića sa svim ostalima. Izgubi interesovanje za ovaj Discord čim sam ja izašao. Možda grešim, ali možda se predajem previše veliku važnost.
Šta je bilo, ajde ukalkuliraj.
A ništa, jede govno. Čovjek koji se ne seti da navuče pantalone kad dođeš kod njega u posjetu ti sere o tome da mikrofon je daleko od mene 1,5 m. Ja moram da dišem. Ne mogu da idem u drugu prostoriju, razumiješ, zato što je nekom neprijatno. Pa, ne znam šta kažem. Čudovište.
Znači imao je raspravu sa ostatkom kanala.
Yes, something like that.
Prešao to čovjek na slavu Station. A nekad je bio
Ne, ja sam mu rekao, ne vidim pointu da kupuješ nalog 150 € godišnje, plaćaš, koliko rekao, 500 igara, ne znam. Ne vidim tu računicu. Tih 150 € ću da uzmem 3 ili 4 igre koje ću da igram po 500 sati. Umjesto 500 igara koje se razumeš shit. I sljedeće godine opet moram platim 500 igara. 500, za 500 igara 150 €. Ne znam. Možda sam ja starom, ko zna. Hvala što si mi boostao bossu health, Nenad. Ništa je drugi put. Alo. Ne, u redu je, kažem, hvala što si mu boostao health damage.
Nisam bio u areni, nije boostovalo ništa.
Čisto sumnja. Ne spust increase suffix shard. Ne. Ovo je dobro. Mislim, naporan je sa svojim napadima, ništa posebno nije, ali ona je, pretpostavljam, kad se krene okrećati ukrug i šibat s onim laserom, to je malo sranje, ali... Ostao mi još jedan monolit, normalno. Ovo ću da radim kasnije. Samo ću da otvorim inventar. Hvala.
Take care. Yes. Take care.
Ti valja? Ne znam za koga, mislim da je ovo za mage. Ali ne znam kakvog mage. Neki void damage radi. Mislim da je za mage. Ne znam. Ne mi jasno.
Diner. Pomislio se učutao to možda posle kumovog monoga.
Ne, nije, ja sam mislio da je tako, ali nije. On ima tako nekad naviku da me izbacuje iz takta, vjerojatno da bi me stimulisao da što pre batalim to što radim i pohitam, razumeš, zato što se njemu gleda film. Sad kad sam najjači u vrhu piramide.
Tako sam se najao.
Najel?
Jak sam se najao. I da mi je samo do ovog tvog imenjaka iz Bečeja Snake-a dovučem da mi pokaže šta to nije crno na mom Samsungu u odnosu na taj njegov glupavi OLED.
Ma, samo ga spoji, ali nemoj sad. Za jedno nedelju dve sa Milanom, da oni to rasprave što im je, ko ima bolji monitor. Ali da se pobiju, znaš.
Ozi kad mi je Milan rekao najiskrenije kada nisam spektakularno. Da mi on nije baš nešto oduševljen.
Cena kvaliteta. Very nice. Momci, otišao sam da se obrijem. Šta da radim? Danas je nedelja. Danas je nedelja. Ko radi nedelju? Ne znam ko to radi nedelju. Možda Drakula. Žive ste na Drakula radi nedelju. Tu nema zbora.
Aj kulj Drakulj.
Mjau, mjau. Mislim da je... Moment, mislim da mi je neko došao u goste.
Gdje smo?
U mašini.
Što radite, momcovi? Kako u Beogradu, se koja je temperatura?
Brate, ja sam izašao u majice na kratke rukave pa mi toplo bilo, sad kažem.
Majke,
Da.
do Beograda za toplije zbog te betončine smrdljive.
Pokazuje ovaj zvanični internet termometar, pokazuje 20, ali ja ne znam 20.
Kod nas mi je.
Papsteru? Papsteru, papsteru. Šta gledaš? Papsteru, papsteru.
Če mi je kumara, moj dobri.
Reče da ide da se brije, ne znam da li je tu.
Da se brije?
Da, pred par minuta.
Je Nenad je tu, on mutiran, standard priču.
Nenad multitaskuje, ne može sad
Da, multitaskuje, da. Nenad sve radi, samo ne multitaskuje, sad se odmutira, znaš.
Znaš da on ima taj multitaskuje poremećaj, jebi ga, znaš.
Znam. A neče to mutira mikrofon i prisluškuje, vrati, špionira nas. Nenad, špioniraš, Nenade?
Pič!
Neće da se nas isprovocira, kaki. I što, baš ću posle, ajde, budući. Ajde.
Budi se, jel? Budi se, drogo, mala bela. Budi se, jel?
Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel.
Working on the Gigabyte 6900 XT graphics card, the customer actually mailed over 2 cards. He mailed over the Gigabyte 6900 and neither card gives an image.
Oh,
I didn't find.
I had to stop scratching. I did.
Guarda, il nostro chiedo, ma ti davanti al nostro funerale, questo becco, ma che stavi da fuori, ne ho lasciato fuori, non è nemmeno qui. Oltre che mi danno, anche il suo governo, il suo governo, vuoi portare, a me da più di questo. Gdje se vrati opet? Šta se to gleda na Netflixu?
Seth. Here. Seth here. Seth here. Here. Seth here. Seth here. Here. Seth here. Seth here. Seth here. Seth here. Here. Seth here. Seth here. Seth here. Here. Seth here. Seth here. Seth here. Here.
Snake! Game is okay, but they sliced whole Final Fantasy VII to 1/3. Sorry. Oh no. I know that much. It's like I played the originals. I played the original. I just never got past this 2. Oh, thanks for hitting the follow button, Snake. Yeah, I played this one and this 2, so didn't want to spoil. Oh no, you're fine. I played the original. The only thing I don't understand out of this whole thing is like the ghost stuff that's been rolling through here. don't understand. I'm guessing they're like the gatekeeper. There's gatekeepers of time or whatever that's supposed to be going on in this game. And that Aerith still lives for some god awful reason. She's a sweet character. Square Enix tried to reboot. Yeah. But it's apparently good, and I really want to play Rebirth, so that's why I need to end up finishing this so I can kind of understand what's going on. No problem. Thought it was a Fowler. I want to touch Cloud's hair. It looks soft and fluffy. Yes, it does. I don't know. Cloud dressing up kind of outclassed Aerith quite a bit. Which direction am I going? This way? Ooh, there's a chest. That should be it, right? Oh, ooh. There was that famous scene with Sound Crossdress, the fake Dawn. Yeah. We literally just got past that. Like, I'm gonna say like maybe like 30 minutes ago? 35 minutes ago? Ooh, smart enough to know that that's hot. Okay. These crab things. Yep. Activate range. Where are you going? Yeah, we just got past that part. So now we're heading to Sector 7 because the Dawn told us that there's a possibility that the plate is about to drop. And we're trying to see if we can prevent it and see if it's real. Ooh, okay, we got 2 movement medals out of that. Nice. Nice. Okay, let's move. They both look the same. Okay, so this goes down. Okay, I don't want to end up going that way. I'm trying to get as many of the extra items as possible. I think this might be good.
Here.
ぱり落書きしたくなるよね。
The elderly, truly some of the most terrifying creatures in the entire Warhammer universe.
I'm not retarded, somebody's in the fort. And clearly you cannot see very far. Yeah, sure, buddy. Don't. What? Okay, sure.
Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel.
Sure. Look easy I am.
Here.
What is going on?
Here. Because they spend their entire day skittering through the forests like an osteoporotic centipede while using strange ingredients to conjure dark magic. And even if you are their ally, there's at least a 50% chance they'll forget this and shoot you with a crossbow. But we won't have to worry about that, because today we are the elderly, and we're going to be trying to survive the apocalypse. And no, I'm not talking about a flight of stairs. We're up against a vampire apocalypse, except this time I've installed a mod that increases its difficulty by 1000%, which inevitably results in this. There's only going to be 2 rules to win. We must 1. Assassinate Vlad von Karstein, and 2. Protect Kislev at all costs. If at any point I lose this city, I will delete the save before detonating my explosive vest, which will instantly vaporize myself along with my 200 square foot apartment. But before we begin, I have a question for you. Have you ever felt like your paintings were somehow inadequate? Like they lack the strength and certainty of cold hard steel? Well, look no further, because this video is sponsored by Displate, a company which sells premium branded artwork printed directly onto a sleek, smooth metal canvas. You want this item, and I'll tell you why. Because it's not okay to cut down an entire rainforest just to decorate your room. Trees are alive, and they have feelings. You know what doesn't have feelings? Rocks. We're gonna go to war with the rocks, and we're gonna make so many high-quality metal posters out of them, it's gonna be absolutely nuts. You'll be able to get whatever you're passionate about. Neo-Japanese, 18th century Spanish artwork, even Warhammer, it's all there. And the best part? They're going to be super durable. In fact, I like to use my displate as a ballistic shield. Legally, that's not a suggestion, just a personal preference. Additionally, displates are incredibly easy to mount. No more slamming holes in your drywall. Simply put the sticker on the wall, attach the magnet to the sticker, attach the displate to the magnet, and luxuriate in the bliss of high culture. Also, don't forget, each displate is a collector's item. That's why I hang mine up with the plastic wrap still on. So what are you waiting for? Click the link below and use my discount code to get some displates for up to 35% off. And your order should reach you within 4 to 5 days directly from Europe. Thank you, Displate. Now back to the video. Alright, here we are on the bleak coast. I know it may look like the site of a nuclear detonation, but don't be deceived. It's actually much, much worse. Because to our north are the Dark Elves, our east, Dark Elves, and our south, yes indeed, Dark Elves. Being surrounded by this many slimy freaks has increased our chances of being victimized with a strap-on by upwards of 90%, and I don't like those odds. So I decided to start proactively killing my neighbors. After a few turns, we had made our way down the coast to a battle at Arnheim, where several elves intended to massacre us. But what they didn't realize was that I had already recruited a deranged leper who has conditioned a flock of crows to attack his enemies. The crows pecked and clawed at our adversaries, weakening them substantially and allowing my small collection of spiders to overwhelm them. This is but a fraction of the power you can unlock by becoming senile. Speaking of which, Mother Estonkia has a small but formidable sweatshop called the Witch's Hut. You see, when we defeat an opponent, we gather magical trinkets from them, such as their teeth and sometimes even their spines. We can then combine these items at the Witch's Hut to generate powerful buffs for our units. For example, by combining a rotting femur with an elven skull, we can create a consumable that causes our soldiers to explode on death. Here.
Interesting, very interesting.
After giving this item to a group of inebriated farmers, we have effectively converted 120 men into 120 mobilized bricks of C4. The best part is that the more of these trinkets we create, the stronger we become, unlocking new and powerful hexes, which is good, because if we want to have any hope of surviving Armageddon, we're going to need Estonkia's final and most influential hex. But that's a long ways away, and the fastest way to get there is by killing a lot of people and harvesting their body parts for arts and crafts projects. So let's continue. With the first faction of elves defeated, we can now begin some infrastructural renovations. Personally, I recommend destroying the Earthen Hollow, because all it does is let you recruit spiders. And I know bug maxing may look cool and fun, but it's not, and it sucks. So we're replacing this with the only building chain you need in the entire game, the Eerie Woods. This allows us to recruit Akshina ambushers, which you will soon realize are absolutely broken. But for now, I need to communicate with my neighbor, and the only language I speak is violence. So I declared war on Marathi and invaded her territory. She attempted to stop us at the Petrified Forest, but remember those Akshina ambushers? Yeah, well, they have the stalk ability, which makes them functionally invisible, and I also unlocked Snipe, which allows them to fire without revealing their position. This combination enables them to stand 20 feet away from someone and shoot them in the side of the head without anyone even noticing. Anyway, I used this technique to slaughter most of Marathi's army, and whoever survived was eventually ground to dust against my meat field of Eastern Europeans. Truly a horrifying death. Much like a small child doing battle against a steamroller, the Dark Elf military was flattened, at which point they sent us a message begging for peace, and I took that personally. So I divided my armies up and violently acquired the rest of their property. But for each action, there is an equal and opposite reaction, and in this case, it took the form of a horde of men covered in feces marauding their way through my territory and burning my cities to the ground. I wasn't prepared for this, and by the time I stopped them, my economy was devastated, so I had to start getting creative to make money. For example, I sailed across the ocean and attacked Count Noctilus for the crime of violating a restraining order that existed exclusively in my head. The simple act of beating a waterlogged corpse with a hammer had apparently made me a hero among the High Elves, and I was able to forge an alliance with Tora Nock and sell them back their own settlement for 1700 gold. Not too bad. Around this time, my armies also started doing this weird thing where they would move at superhuman speeds on the campaign map. I don't know how to explain this, but it is equally frightening and convenient. In other news, we engaged in a quest battle against some Skaven and Nurgle warriors, and I'll just summarize it by saying they didn't bring enough missile resistance. By defeating them, we acquired some magical ingredients, 9,000 gold, and we unlocked Astankya's second hex, Coven's Curse Mark. This allows us to target enemy armies on the campaign map and drain their movement points, effectively stun-locking them for 5 turns. Between this and the ambushers, you should be realizing that this faction's existence is predicated entirely on the merits of being a scumbag. Anyway, all of this killing has drawn the attention of a new Kislev hero, the Golden Knight. She's a melee specialist that also has a number of support auras for nearby soldiers, but most importantly, she looks very, very cool. So we recruited her to Astankya's army and prepared for our next move, which is to go from here to here. But how will we do that? Well, if our sweatshop can produce enough gift store trinkets, we'll receive a quest battle to unlock our next major spell, and we can use that to teleport to Kislev. I just need more ingredients, and I think I know where to find them. I declared war on the Sisters of Twilight and structured my whole military philosophy around not fighting them in their god-forsaken settlements. That's just a moral stance I take, because their maps suck. But we can't always get what we want. Don't worry though, I'll tell you exactly how to get through this. Simply enter the battle and leave your Akshina ambushers right here. Place the game on triple speed and go smoke 5 or 6 cigarettes. By the time you come back, all of the elves will be dead, and you'll be addicted to nicotine. This tactic allowed Astankya to girl boss her way through the remaining Wood Elf territories, which unlocked our next quest battle. This quest is, on paper, very easy. We're working with one gang of Wood Elves to kill another, and as a supporter of elf-on-elf violence, I was positively thrilled. The issue is this gigantic dickhead needs to survive. I tried to protect him, I really did, but he displayed a mind-boggling amount of suicidal tendencies. For example, he spent the entire battle standing perfectly still and letting enemy archers light him on fire. This caused him to die and us to fail the quest, which for some reason killed all of my ambushers. To put it simply, I was pissed. 5 turns later, we tried again, and it went much better, because I successfully disabled the archers by running over them in a toboggan and hitting them with every spell I have access to. Clearly distraught by the fact he couldn't grief me anymore, my tree man ally wandered off into the forest by himself, leaving me alone to defeat the remaining enemies, and honestly, I was relieved. After a fairly messy battle, we came out on top, unlocking Astankya's teleportation ability. I was pretty hopped up on the high of killing wood elves, and in this frenzy, I quickly teleported my main army to Kislev. Perhaps sensing this, our Skaven neighbors declared war on us back at home, launching attacks in the north and the south. I responded with 2 different tactics. In the north, I used my hex to stunlock the enemy general for 5 turns and make him watch as I captured all of his territory. I believe he could appreciate this tactic because, much like the Skaven, it was absolutely filthy. In the south, I intercepted their army and used one of our most powerful trinkets, the Whiff of Madness. By putting this on an enemy, it causes them to suffer a psychotic break, during which they'll spend the entire battle running around in circles until they tire themselves out and give up. I just so happened to have like 15 of these trinkets, so I put them on every unit I could, including the enemy general. We still had to kill a few people just to prove a point, but the trinkets made them so acutely insane that they forgot how their weapons worked, which is why their flamethrower squad is currently frothing at the mouth and charging into melee combat. As you may imagine, this tactic was less than effective. Now back to Kislev. Immediately upon exiting the portal, the first thing I saw was a wood elf, and before I could think, my reflexes kicked in, causing me to declare war on their entire faction and eviscerate thousands of non-combatants. Honestly, they shouldn't have put me in a self-defense situation like that. Alright, so we're here in Kislev and it's kind of a mess. We have mutated rats, sadomasochistic orcs, short people who are not coping well, and a man who probably spends his spare time luxuriating in septic tanks. Truly a sick and twisted assortment of characters, and they're all trying to destroy our capital city. Right now it belongs to Katerin, but honestly I really don't trust her, so I'm going to confederate her faction. The only issue is she thinks we're a bunch of losers and doesn't want to team up. I tried everything to impress her. I massacred 1,700 wood elves. She didn't care. I slaughtered over 5,000 orcs. Still nothing. I even tried giving her settlements, but yet she ignored my advances. That's when I took the biggest black pill of all and realized the key to getting the girl of your dreams is not to improve yourself, but rather to make her worse. So from here on out, I started focusing all of my resources on making Katerin lose the war. If we can make her start losing, she just might become desperate enough to accept me into her life. So how can we sabotage her empire? Well, I started by using my teleportation spell to relocate Katerin to the middle of the desert. With her main army now in a sand dune 1,200 miles away, I figured she may be nervous, so I offered a defensive alliance, which I then used to force her into several wars with her neighbors. The pressure was mounting, but she was still holding her own with a second army, so he had to go on vacation as well. Finally, this caused her to start losing ground to the Chaos Dwarves and Skaven, which is when I graciously offered to confederate our factions, and of course, she accepted. Gentlemen, I believe this form of emotional manipulation is what the autistic youth are calling Riz. So, we now own all of Kislev's territories, which immediately put our income at a very impressive negative 8,000 gold per turn. But after abandoning the North African division of our military, we were back to being profitable. Very profitable. This influx of income and military infrastructure allowed me to finally start building armies that weren't just a bunch of Slavic men in explosive vests. I spared no expense. Winged hussars for cab charging our enemies, artillery platforms drawn by polar bears, and an entire army of ice guard, which, if you put them under Katerin's command, are actually cheaper to use than even the drunkest and most chromosomally compromised commoners. This might seem like a lot, but we're going to need it, because when we confederated with Katerin, we inherited all of her wars, and Azazel, Throt, Astrogoth Ironhand, Archaean, and Festus are all looking at me in much the same way a dark elf looks at a kindergarten.
He's pulling his cock out!
Unsurprisingly, the next 10 turns involved us being molested, but eventually we managed to stabilize our borders and start picking off our enemies. The first and most immediate threat was Azazel and his army of kinky warriors. They started beating the hell out of me along the west coast, and I have to say, being beaten up by Azazel is especially humiliating, because you know he's not just hurting you, but he's also extracting sexual gratification from it. Disgusting. However, we struck back. For example, I made this trinket that I could put on his spellcasters, and it gives them about a 40% chance for any spell they cast to backfire and blow their head off. With Azazel's commanders taking the Kurt Cobain challenge, I was able to wear down his armies and move Astankia to his capital city, which was defended by Azazel himself, along with an army of sexually liberated deviants. Actually, never mind. I just teleported them to Orion's camp and steamrolled their fortress. That takes care of the Ecstatic Legion. While this was distracting me, Throt took the opportunity to rush our capital city with 2 pretty nasty armies, and with that, the first major defense of Kislev was underway. Our towers made pretty short work of the first army, but they did manage to blast a hole in one of our walls. Normally, this isn't so bad, because you can just block it with some infantry, but they have Gorich, and nothing in my entire roster can block Gorich. So he spent the next 10 minutes at the east wall turning my infantry into a human variant of mashed potatoes. Meanwhile, Throt attacked us to the north. Piss-soaked bullets peppered my battlements, while hordes of filthy rodents scaled the walls. Throt himself crashed through the gates with a posse of mutated mutated rats and started wailing on Katerin. And judging by the pile of mashed up dog food that has now replaced her face, she's losing that battle pretty bad. Luckily, Throt is losing his battle against my 4 squads of archers, and once we killed him, his units started to scatter, only to be stalked through the streets by my frost worms. Not long after, we won the siege, and with the main Skaven armies destroyed, there was nothing stopping me from auto-resolving the shit out of his capital city. This left Clan Moulder in some kind of vegetative state, still technically alive, but so impotent that no one would take them seriously ever again. Back at home, a faction of Dark Elves decided to take a break from their busy schedule of hanging around playgrounds in a trench coat in order to declare war on me. So I shot them with a lot of cannons, and they asked for peace on the next turn. Back to Kislev. With Throt and Azazel defeated, I was able to link up my armies and castrate Astragoth Ironhand using the medically correct device known as a flintlock. Unsurprisingly, this procedure diminished his enthusiasm to continue the war, and as I stood there hyperventilating with bits of Chaos Dwarf dripping from my bloody knuckles, I realized something. The amount of peace treaties we receive seems to be directly proportional to the number of Chaos Dwarves that we club, so I continued to use Astragoth as a punching bag until I had convinced everyone to leave me alone. The only holdout was Festus. I know Festus may look like a little piss baby, but he's actually quite dangerous, so I teleported in some reinforcements. However, he was waiting for that, and he absolutely slaughtered us. This was an army full of artillery that I had just recruited, and losing it made me briefly consider crushing the cyanide capsule in my back left molar. But before I had the chance, I was interrupted by this. Oh, fuck. The vampire apocalypse has started, and it's so bad that despite being one of the strongest factions in the game, you can't even see me on the balance of power. After this happened, Festus and I looked at each other in bewilderment and quickly settled on a peace agreement. We're now in a difficult position. We need to kill Vlad, but he's nestled in between like 25 other vampires, and if we overextend ourselves, they could rush Kislev and make us lose the campaign. But on the upside, I've spent the last 15 turns outfitting my armies with the latest Eastern European technology. For example, Yevgeny Turin has an army of over 2,500 pet spiders. Ostankya has an army of vaguely civilized Gopniks, and Valentin has a formidable front line along with several cannons. Altogether, we're ready for anything. So, what's the plan? Well, Vlad is being very defensive, and he seems to be fixated entirely on this settlement. So I took 4 of my armies and flanked them around to the west, while Ostankya stayed behind to defend. In the west, I encountered some of his auxiliary forces, and they were very well equipped with a variety of undead monstrosities, but there is one very key ingredient that he does not have access to: gun. Using our superior firepower, we blasted our way down to Schwarzhaven and captured the city. From here, we do a little trolling. Since we control a settlement in the same province as Vlad, I can use a purification chant to cleanse the entire region from all vampiric corruption. After doing this, each of his armies started taking attrition damage for not being in vampiric territory. If we can just hold them off long enough, their entire military will crumble, and then we can swing in, beat the hell out of Vlad, and be back home in time for traditionally delicious jellied meat. The only issue is, this little maneuver pissed them off pretty good, and they attacked Ostankya with 3 full armies. Fortunately, I've prepared for this moment, because I have accumulated an extensive stockpile of grotesque trinkets, which I began liberally distributing among the attackers. Every opposing commander is now violently insane. The infantry have a 100 DPS curse that is contagious. Oh, and minus 20% movement speed on your cavalry. Don't mind if I do. By the time I was finished, I had applied about 45 debuffs to the enemies. I load into the battle and noticed that about half of the vampires' units are already in rampage mode. That's exactly when I began edging. They attempted to organize their forces, but this was made considerably more difficult by me blowing their heads off with a crossbow. Eventually, they assembled something vaguely resembling a military formation and started shambling across the field towards us. My front line is equipped with axes and flintlock pistols, and we started wearing the vampires down on approach, but eventually they overwhelmed my gun line through human wave tactics, and the melee began. This first wave was an absolute slaughter that lasted around 10 minutes and burnt through about 70% of our ammunition. Thankfully, it got easier from here. You see, they have thousands of reinforcements, but there's a limit to how many units can be on the field at a time, and since they already have 1,500 soldiers dicking around in frenzy mode, they're only getting a slow stream of actually lucid soldiers to attack us with. Given this, we were able to slowly digest his entire army over the next 30 minutes, and that's when I stopped edging. After this battle, I pulled Ostankya back to Fort Chikova to recover. She's in rough shape, but at least the entire vampire military is slowly slowly decomposing. Actually, no, they're not. They appear to be taking refuge at Castle Tempelhof, which is the only vampiric province left on the map. But that's alright, because I've got a plan B. You see, we finally have our quest battle to unlock the most powerful spell in the entire game. Malediction of Ruin is a single-use ability that nukes an entire faction, hitting their armies with massive attrition and depopulating their cities. If we nail the vampires with this, it's a death sentence, and all we have to do to get it is win this quest battle. Honestly, I'm going to consolidate this battle a lot, because it pretty much boiled down to us being attacked by 5 different undead armies one after another, each led by a necromancer, specter, or banshee. After shooting said necromancer, specter, or banshee with 1700 crossbow bolts, they promptly died, which caused their army to physically dematerialize. We did that 5 times in a row, casted a few big spells to clean up the leftovers, and before long the battle was over and we had unlocked our new spell. This was it.
Šta sad?
Turns of empire building, tens
Evo
of
me za
thousands
5
of
minuta.
casualties, and a whole garage
Bože,
full of
sad
weird
ću.
body parts. It all led up to this moment right here, where I apply the malediction of ruin to Vlad and wipe his faction off the map. My hand tentatively hovered over the button as if I was about to melt a bunch of Japanese people with a nuclear weapon. I clicked it, leaned back in my chair, and it didn't work. I waited about 5 turns, nothing was happening. Vlad still had like 20 full stack armies and his cities were absolutely fine. It's safe to say I was more than a little upset, but it's okay because I always come prepared with a plan C. Before failing catastrophically, plans A and B relied heavily on attrition, which is why you may be disappointed but also unsurprised to hear that plan C is again about attrition. You see, I've been very effective in containing Vlad to Sylvania, and at this point he has only 2 settlements, Castle Drakenhof and Eschen. But since they don't have vampiric corruption, his armies aren't defending them, so all I need to do is destroy his last 2 cities, at which point his faction will begin to dissolve. The first target will be his capital city. I besieged it with 4 full armies, and was somewhat shocked to be greeted by a crushing defeat auto-resolve. After starting the battle, I realized the problem. Vampire castles appear to convey a debuff of -70 leadership on all of my units. For reference, most units don't even have 70 leadership in the first place. This resulted in half of my army immediately deserting me, with the other half being as emotionally stable as your average League of Legends player. I don't want to sound like a diva, but this was bullshit, which is why I have no problem using my own variety of immoral strategies. If you're going to terror rout my entire army after 5 minutes of fighting, I'll spend those 5 minutes destroying your walls with cannons and pelting all of your soldiers with frozen arrows. And then, when I'm forced to retreat, I'll come back and do the whole thing all over again because I've refilled my ammunition. I had to do this 4 times on the same turn before the vampires were so horribly disfigured that they just kind of gave up. Only 1 more city to go. I passed the turn with victory in my eyes and triumph pumping through my veins. And that's when we were presented with a unique opportunity. We need to kill Vlad to win, but for the past 20 turns he's been in some kind of witness protection program. But right now, he's out of position. All that's between us and him is 8 vampire armies. So I gathered up my 5 stack and began barreling down on him. Fortunately, I was able to auto-resolve the first 4 armies, but the next 4, which included Vlad himself, weren't so easy. For this, our final battle, I would have to rely on my hundreds of hours of tactical knowledge to implement the most ingenious battle strategy imaginable. Or, I could just set up all my units in the corner like a filthy degenerate. Obviously, I did the latter. You might consider this to be in poor taste, but all of my armies are half dead, I burnt through most of my trinkets, and if we lose this battle, I'm going to commit an honor killing on myself. So I don't have much of a choice. Optimally, we all survive, but really, I don't care. As long as we can assassinate Vlad, I'm calling it a campaign victory and taking a handful of random pills in celebration. The battle started with the undead organizing their forces. In response, I sent a delegation of Bulgarians to remind
Bojim se da sam samo ja ovdje, ostali su ti vrlo neaktivni. Misliš da je Nena tu kao da pričaš sa Filadendronom.
For example, as the legions of ghouls crashed against my lines, I pushed forward my incarnate beasts. This allowed the enemy units to gather around my incarnate, which gives me the perfect opportunity to cast every vortex spell in my library. The Witch's Cauldron is a new one, and it's very powerful, but in terms of raw efficiency, Heart of Winter is absolutely unreal. Every time I cast a spell, the balance...
Ne, Rohan I Gondor, da. Daješ u Gondor, da.
Ti li si fan Lord of the Rings?
Pa, volim ono, nisam čitao knjige nikada, ali ovako, gledao sam nekoliko puta i sviđa mi se. Drugari mi preporučavali šta se dešava. Majari, onda oni...
Ako si stigao do dela sa Majarima, onda...
Pričali su mi za ona čarobnjaci što postoje, pa onda kao... Gandalfovi čarobnjaci, oni su na foru kao neki anđeli, oni su stvarno nenormalno jaki, ali nisu to koristili svoje moći nego da upravljaju ove. Onda patuljci nisu trebali da nastanu, pa je neki od tih što stvarali kao te stvorili patuljke, jer su neki njegovi kao braća stvorili ljudi i virenjake. Koja beše fora, a ima se svašta. Ali su valjda patuljci prvi probuđeni, a ovi su stari virenjaci, ovi su prvi probuđeni. Bili oni dva drveta, pa su ih uništili, kao onaj Morgoth njega 2 puta ili 3 puta protjerivali. Pa ga ovaj Sauron nasejio, samo priča. Numenorijan, onda oni ratovi kad se delili, pa ljudi koji su stali na stranu ovih dobri, pa oni su dobili to na košće od ljudi, pa se onda i tu podelili na 5 klanova.
Numenorci su ti rasa visokih ljudi.
Da.
Ne fizički visokih, već kao...
Ali zato što su stali uz one kao... Kako je dobro, kad se bili neki rat, onda su ih koji nagradili kao život i tako nešto. Pa su onda i oni stvari. Pa se podelili izgleda na 5 takti.
Yes. Izvini Marko, idem da ručam nešto. Ostao bi da pričam. Ja sam fan fictiona, njemske fantastike, ali stvarno, počeo sam da ručam.
Važno je prijatno. Settings, audio, music, off, naravno. Multiplayer, official. fokus. Kao Daisy, da. Tok. Na B. Na X ne.
se pobijaju. Nenad je opet AFK. Šta se radi? Ne, to je bilo retoričko pitanje.
Ovo šta je komanda u ovoj armiji, čovječe, to mi ništa mi ne odgovara.
Kako misliš komanda?
A mnogo ima i ovaj, kako se zove,
Ako?
baš mnogo, neko mi ne znam,
Aaaa,
ne možeš kao da
na to
otvoriš.
misliš kad kažeš
Kad
komanda.
zatvoriš neki taster pa onda miše onak, kad pomereš imaš kao ponuđeno. Šta je sad dobro, to ne dira ništa. Ovo mi nije potrebno, ja se ovako. Vehicles, dobro, X to izlazim, okej. Engine, dobro, to okej. Helikopter neću da vozim, Cycle Fire Mods, za granate, čekaj, dobro, to je tu, okej. Imala sam na mjestu gdje, Select Grenade Launcher, to bismo mogli, bez toga. Weapon Safety, okej, Lower Weapon, 2 puta CTRL ekstra. Rise Weapon, Low Ready, nećemo, Rest Weapon, nećemo, Bipod.
A jeli šta igraš?
Ma, armu ovu, ovo kako se zove.
A armu?
It's a power would shift in our favor.
Možda malo prvo multiplayer neki meč. Ja put samo ovdje, evo ti ideš. Next weapon. Disable jer menjam na 1, 2, 3. Optika. Dobro. Dobro. Evo sad ovako. To je za ture. Kamera. Okej. Sad vidimo. Aim down sight na hold, da mi bude na hold i na toggle, to ja hoću. Da koristim jedno i drugo.
I jedno i drugo koristiš?
Da, u Army Days juda.
Toggle kad hoćeš duže vremena da ideš sa oružjem na gotov. Zar to ne smanjuje field of, F-ovi?
Smanjuje, ali u nekim malim prostorijama mi nebitno, F-ovi nije toliko bitno. Neće vidimo...
Dobro.
But the vampires have an ungodly amount of reinforcements, which would push it right back. However, we also have reinforcements, including an army of 20 spiders, each one armed with the Explode on Death trinket. I had them skitter across the map and begin dive-bombing the enemy from behind. This helped me free up the left flank and close in on Vlad, who is now sporting about 7 debuffs and substantially less health than he would prefer. Eventually, my Frost Worm was able to beat the life out of him, thereby securing our moral victory. But the battle was still raging on, and my front line didn't exist anymore. We did have a late resurgence thanks to this trinket, which allows my soldiers to transform into gigantic bears when they get low on health. But over time, they too fell to the hordes of the undead. I stared off into the sunset as the final remnants of my army crumbled before me, waiting patiently for the defeat screen to greet me. This was the definition of a bittersweet battle. We did kill Vlad, but paid the ultimate price for it. Fortunately, the allies of Order rally in support of us, and to them, I leave the rest. Mostly because it's 5 AM and I don't have time to kill 20 more full stacks. So that's going to be it for this video. We've weaponized child labor, old people witchcraft, and Slavic customs to save the world from a vampire apocalypse. Thank you to the channel patrons, our sponsor, Displate, and finally, thank you for watching.
Vidiš što dobro. Tako je dobro. Menu, multiplayer,
Today I randomized Bloodborne, and if you know anything about the game, it's
Sad
only on
to
PlayStation,
uvijek sam s tim igračem
unfortunately. So you might be wondering, how does some...
Hardcore, Ukrajina, Rusija, rat.
Šta ratuje?
Rusija, Ukrajina ima rat kao official server.
A bar su igrači napravo toga sprnju. To šta treba, to ozbiljno shvati, jel to? Koji će političari ne mogu da reše stvari i razumeš? Ni vojska, šta se vojska pita? Neće neki general da izvrši puč. Koji će to da rizikuje glavu na panju?
Sve je to dogovoreno i namešteno, sve trgovina da se bogati koji pravi oružje, apsolutno sve. Ti misliš, Rusija nije mogla sve mostove na zapadnom delu Ukrajine da uništi i pruge, sve, gdje nikad ne dođe napadno oružje. Pa mogla je, ali ne odgovara, treba se testirati, treba se prazni magacin, ovo, a narod uvijek niti mi druže ne ide, ali svakom ratu. Hajde, šovjet. Deploy.
Čekaj, 6 okvira.
Za SVD.
Dragunov SVD. Po 20 metaka.
Trebalo bi da 10.
Eto, nije neka količina municije, bez ljutnje.
Može od DMR ekstra. To znam. Ja samo koristim. Ne, trojku sam igrao, ali nisam, jer sam je modove. Ali je stvarno, kako kažem, fluidna igra, lepa, pa novo šta. Nove engine, sve ono.
Arma 3?
Ne, ovo je Reforged. Ovo je kao preče ploče. Testiraju taj engine, taj Fusion, kako se zove.
Ja, da, mislim da sam čuo nešto o tome, da su moderi mogli da rade s time isto, jel tako?
Pa valjda. Mislim nešto još pratim, da budem iskren. Bandage, što još ima? Arka 74.
Spot that contract. Let's grab it.
Ma da. Ma da.
Gdje si, Vlad? Jel Vlada?
Au, možda razi kurac. Aj, prolice.
I have cataloged these creatures. Study them.
palica, bre, evo te sad. Nemam pojma, server sam ušao. Vidim malo pre server list, sad bih te koliko sam vidio. Rusija, Ukrajina, rat. Simulacija, hardcore. Ne znam, vrati ni mapu, ni gdje treba da idem, ni šta treba da zauzimam u pičku materiju.
Eko ti šta treba da zauzimam. Pritisni mapu.
Ovo je baza. Ovo je baza. Cheese. Pošao je.
To PSP ili?
Pa nije na serveru.
Dobro.
Serveru.
To je... Možda protiv NPC-ova, kao što smo.
Pa mogu, što znam.
Jer NPC-ovi su baš bili zajebani. Baš su po ljudi razmišljali. A kad pogineš u bazu uđeš oružje, znaš. Svako ubistvo dobiješ poen, to je pare. I onda možda postoji bolje. Takav ide i
Pustimo opet na jednu.
Jel ima tu, evo, red?
Ovaj ide između EU i ovaj League Sable, kako se ovaj join. Kaj komandu pušku, radim koji si sad to, ali nisam znao kako. Naprimjer, na levi klik, ne znam, ajde, na duplo V klikčeš, a kad dva put udariš duplo V možeš sasvim kako to.
Pa nećete da gledate moje klipove iz Borne i YouTube. Pa moj na YouTube ima. Po 3 sata traju Borne. Da, kupim Apache i 5 put me gađaju, 5 put se vraćam nego oprano. Ispalim onaj tačas i onaj sa strane sve ono pa se vrati. U bazu me napuni. Ali sa Ruseno kad sam igrao ono za SU-34. Kaže, ajde, hoćeš jednu vožnju, rekao, ajde da vidim. Dođe, znaš kako upravlja su ne suhoj. A pišete onda, pišete u chat. U chat da neko uzme onaj, tako se zove Galeb, ali češka verzija Galeba. I jedan uzme njega, a ti kao snajperista si uzmeš onaj laserski obeleživač. I tamo gdje su ovi neprijatelji, ili gdje je njihova oklopovi Abramsi, ono, samo ga obeležiš sa laser, aj samo pusti raketu laser. Ili Javelini. Ja sam Javelin uništavao oklopu.
No šta radi? Isti princip, obeležiš metu s laserom i opališ Javelin iz vazduha, samo ga
pikira. Ne, Javelin ga zaključa, uzme Javelin i zaključa ga, Javelin dioda ispaljuje, ali ne leti na rakete Javelina pravolinijski, nego krene pravolinijski pa u nebo, pa onda odozgo na njega padne.
Dobro, pretpostavljam da gađaš tank.
Da, brate. A Kornet mogu si iz ramenja da koristiš ili da ga postaviš na tronožac.
napravili DayZ, ali nisu svi oni original. Mislim da neki Crackman. I ovaj drugar Zoran što u Finskoj. Čovjek igra Armu dvojku baš puno. On bre leti sa helikopterom, znaš kako, nenormalno. Ja ono kupi sve
je
nas
lako
i...
letenje, ali avion nije. Ali kad je kod arma kolik, kad si skinu. Pa neka deca što sam igrao, tad deca bilo. Pa preko Tango smo igrali.
To je crveno baš. A bio onaj game Ranger.
Ne, vidim preko Ranger. Nije preko Tango. I deca, kao ajde ti radi u vojsku. Ti nas vodio. Pa im pravi mape. Za
Ja sam Far Cry i dvojku na preko ovaj koliko.
Pa skinemo onaj Jugoslavski vod. To si imao sve i svašta. Plaćuje vojske si imao, znaš, imao si tigrovi, kamze, crne labudovi, Emlija više, neke hrvatske gate, pa onda radi cele, pravi, da se ti kempe celi da. Evo, odatle sam za DayZ naučio deo map.
Što iz te map?
Pa da, od Arma 2. Ali imaš Armu 2 Černa Rus i Arma 2 Pakistan, to je Afganistan.
Ona Kanoa, to je biš iz brojke tako, Arma 3. O Južna Amerika, Kanoa.
Nju nisam igrao. Dalje za Sveti Korije, ruska programa.
To dojurio bre na Discord tamo kod tresenja da mi čovjek objasnimo dobro nešto, ono, briga me čija šta. Dojurio, pa mi ti ta imena, pa daj ti si ono došlo, to više. A ja sam bio ovdje otišao tamo, ovdje da me nekog nije. Samo, žao mi. Ovako, to je ovo, to je ovo. Stavi, sad neće sve da skineš, što mi ne vidim.
To the motherland. Return the motherland. U Varšavu sad bio protest.
Za?
Pa onaj je 5 francuski. Kao da napravi koaliciju.
Onaj je bobojevac.
Ali da u prvi redu idu Baltičke države i Poljska.
Dobro, oni za njih, pošto su veliki ljudi.
Meni ljudi dati u Varšavu. Mi nemamo mi da dajemo sinove, muđeve i braće za rat koji nije naš. Se mi ulaze Francuzi pomrzno. Get some pets.
Sranje. Da prostite sranje. Nisam mislim to što vi pričate, nego gledam ovo naoružanje ovih plaćenika. Užas. Paramilitarnih Rusa.
Treba nekih, sad treba našli neki klipove bez tog naoružanja i izbaci onaj kao film Sicario što ima gledali što je vjerojatno.
Da, znam koji film.
Stvarno jedan predak.
Ali evo ti sad su rad pokazalo ta čuda mu da zapadne tehnike.
Pa čekaj, jel ovi njima uništili jednu armatu, jer oni nisu ni slali armatu?
Ma ne znam za armatu, ali ako su uništili to je normalno.
To.
Ali ono, Abrams, to je tank, kurac mu. Ispostavilo se da T-72 bolje od njih. Možda je Abrams dobar tamo u pustinje gdje su oni u kroke papuči i kalašnjikov zvuči.
Gde nemaju zakloni, jel to će gaži? Pešadija nema zaklon.
Protiv njih možda ratuješ kako hoćeš, oni nemaju ni dronove, dobro imaju dronove, ali nemaju...
Imaju, one ruske...
UAV, kako se zove. Tamo u fullu, jel?
Ali ako ti se zebat kad ti pošalješ drona pešadije da ih pokasapi.
Gledam jutros Challenger se zaglavio u plato, samo pola veri, aj ga ne može izvući. I bam ti vaš tank. Rusi prave tankovi, jebote da imaju tako zemljice, da im blato ne smeta, da tiče kroz blato. Pravan tank da bude.
Još jedan mod je bilo. Opet sam pisao jutro sa Ivanićem.
Pa šta kaže? Nemo to pazi, Snake streamuje na Twitch.
Ja sam špijun stari. Nemaš problema. Sve što kažeš meni ko da si rekao...
Comrade Snake.
Comrade Snake, yes. Vlado, bio je da se uzme samo Solid Snake. Solid.
Znaš koji, oni špijuni iz istočne Nemačke.
Da skatim priču, Vlado nudi mi ručnu pomoć.
Bilo je za 10 evra da se pazari sve Command & Conquer igre, paket. Sve one stare Westwoodove igre, onaj Command & Conquer. Da, bilo je Command & Conquer Red Alert, Tiberian Sun, Command & Conquer... Ne znam, pogledaj. Ja sam uzeo Command & Conquer zbog Command & Conquer Generalsa i Red Alert.
Daj da kako je malo sa Kineze tamo.
Ja volim da igram Generals, naravno zato što je politički jako nekorektna igra. I tako i treba da bude. I tako i treba da bude. Hvala.
Jajte sa Kineze, kako je. Svi redom pa te doje tehnologije koji upotrebljava. Ovo Mortal Kombat 3 biti.
Uj, kjer?
Ne. Kjer? Je to ono kad mu kupa kišmu?
Je. Kičmu.
šta update za Daisy neki treba sad. Street Well smanjili, šta još? Little change, šta je ovo? Što sam to? Easier to control, to. Sve. Kako dobar loading screen. Čekaj, kad biš 12. dana premijera onaj?
Ti misliš da će to valjati nešto?
Ne očekujem.
Ni ja ne očekujem, da to se ne hajpujem ništa. Nisam ushićen ni malo, da kažemo tako.
Da mislim gdje se skriva, a može bi. Vidi Vlado. Sikirće, udari ga kolega.
Nemo falar, dai, incidents.
Daj im flash.
Sada da će kolega na poslu malo čekati. Trećina za donosi.
A, mislim da je rekao da će da uzme odmor jer ne može da radi kad ne jede. Tako je nešto upočeno, sad se sjetio. Ili više reći neće privatno da radi. Ne može to. Pa sam uvijek nešto malo da pije vodu i to je to. Koliko se nešto kopira.
Ma jedem bre, brate, bre. Sve. Kod Snake-a tamo gdje se pravi meso.
Obične tortilje bez mesa. Ne proizvodimo mi takvu vrstu hrane.
Ovo, sve ubagalo, majko.
Sve
Veri,
ubagalo.
Rusiju Nenade kod Marka, vidi kako to predivno.
Jer je zombi, ne mogu da gubim.
Jesi gledao Nobles, Nenada? Stavio sam ti link. Nobles. Ne znam kako ti pročitam drugačije. Plemić, plemenit, kako god. Malo je stariji, mislim relativno stariji.
Ali hoće za cash, Marko, a?
Vjerovatno hoću. Ovo sam pisao, nije govorio, samo ti da odgovaram porukice.
Spot a contract. Let's grab it. Contract over here. Pick it up.
To će sve kurve valjda.
Kurve sudbine.
Gdje puške? Nema puške. Čekaj, neki pederi. Nisu šta. Ajde, laka Daisy. A nisi još ubacio kad biješ zombije, ti njega biješ, ali nema kao animacija, ali dobija damage. Jedan. Padim vem. Kako ne mogu to da uzmem backpack? Šta je? Search. A, evo mu. Mars. Dakle, ono... Zvona, ovo, ima bolje blik.
Stronghold knocked. Stronghold knocked.
Ne sviđa mi se.
Pa, ono, modovo.
Ipak je skam.
Misliš više...
Eto, ja mogu i tebi nerada u duelu da vas naučim kako da igrate.
Da, u skamu?
Da. Uđete ti nerad.
Mene da naučiš.
I zamislite kao da ste tamo u vaš kraj.
O, Neš, hoćemo li? Hoćemo li njega?
Vlado, znaš li da sam ubio čoveka sa onim improvizovanim Desert Eagle-om? Čovjek imao...
Onaj, s 50.
Da, znači napravio sam onu jednometku, onaj pištolj, imao sam 10 metaka, napravio sam jednometku, jedan metak sam upalio u lobanju, čovjek je legao. Imao je auto i full opremu.
On je litar.
Ma nije nas, pa litar jeste, ali čovjek nije znao da smo tu. Mi smo se ono, kad smo ga čuli da dolazi s autom, mi smo se šteknuli, on je krenuo nešto da luta. Ja sam samo savio iz ćoška i metak mi plasirao u auto. Čovjek legao.
Welcome to my channel.
Ništa ovo ne valja.
A... Kako sam ja na dead side isto prebao nekog lika bio u spulu, a ja imao tvocevku po ložaru i on me primetio mamu mu jebenku dok sam jutovao i će da ide ja na jednu stranu, a na drugu ja tamo, ja ovako i lik u pakiće se preskače preko ogradu i kako se ukotil rukama gore ja ga dočekao bate sa tvocevku odmah 2 metra u glavu.
Ovaj se šunja na njemu, da. Nije se koja situacija. Ovo je vjerovatno fokusirano na ovo tijelo. Sad ne znam da ja idem na njega.
Eno ga ti.
Vidio se koja scena, vidio.
Kad bi morao ga gađaš. Možda.
Evo ga.
Reci mi, trebaju li ti okviri u DayZ za oružje? Ili su okviri magije? A eto, je to oceni, kad igra bar ima nekakvu dozu kvazi realizma. Malo bude realno 100%.
SVT cigaru. SVT na Maruder, okej. Ide li.
Uff, tamo sam ga.
Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel. Alita. Welcome to my channel.
Nerada smo beš ja i ti igrali Maruder. Da ti kažem, meni je lepše Tarkova zato što nema onaj puševi,
Šta nema?
pa još bunove i ta sranja.
Znaš zašto postoje buševi Tarkov? Da bi developer mogao da proda cheat lakše. Jel' tako, Nenad? To je Nenadova teorija. Da developeri prave cheatovi i poslije prodaju kretenima.
Run, Forest, run. How do I make a party? Walk up to someone and find out if they are friendly. Bam!
Ipak je.
To nije loš. To nije loša metoda.
Nešto trebate, ja ću da vas navodim, a vi da uđete u stan, da vidite ovo.
Ja, sam ja.
Ali i Marko zajedno, vi ste kao.
Nismo, nešto. Treba postavljamo lokalni warlord. Reći, možda se kod nas daju.
Jedan kvadrant. Ja ću da vam pokažem pećinu iznad koje je bunker. Ne može lako da uđete do uđete.
On prima damage uopšte. Druge grupe ne prima.
Priznam da bi.
Baš glupo.
A da.
Uzmi, probaj da ga gađaš.
S čim da ga gađam kažeš?
S tu sekiru.
Može.
Viš, na skan možeš da ga gađaš.
Ska možda napraviš drveno koplje da ga ubiješ ko zeca, bez obzira da li ima ili nema pancir. Osim ako nisu fiksali to.
Ovo, brate, baš je trgljeno.
Znaš kad smo gađali robote, Vlado, sa kopljima drvenim? Kao pećinski ljudi je.
Ali da ne može da ubiješ.
Možeš, samo pitanje koliko hoćeš da izbaciš koplje iz sebe. Sad je možda nemoguće. Sad imaš opciju da hakuješ, ali nisam je probao. Nisam skoro igrao, pa ne znam kako radi.
Ja se sjećam pre, gledao sam neki sejlovi. Likovi se pobiju, onda onaj grad na sredinu gdje je policijska stanica. Kaj ga pogodi s koplje, ovaj trči iz ulicu s koplju s slomak.
Zavisi od konstitucije, ako imaš jaku konstituciju možeš da ostaneš duže živ.
Ima nešto check injuries.
Da, tek ono što imaš pulzom overiš. Evo ga! Me jebeš, ubi ga! Ha ha! Jej!
Probaj da zadržiš pa da prevučiš. Najviše ubistva imao sam malo kalibra.
Ajmo neki cijene. Take carrier.
Taj karakter ti liči na nekog ruskog pijačarskog trgovca.
Da znaš, on je tamo Japuci. Right car, šta je ovo, injury? Minor. Čekaj. Kako više, tab X. sam bacio sekiru, ti ideš u kurac. Ovo se ubagao ne javiti.
Šta se radi, je moguće ovo?
Prevodu kući. Oooo, termoelektrane, ne, nuklearne, uopšte nuklearne. Kad ću napravljam bude nuklearne prevodu. Dobro si lazi ovako iz bilo. Da je bio se podršće kolona. Ali ovo mi sigurno što ima kao skale na scrollu brzinu trčenja 50 metara.
To su pametni skale.
To mi se baš. Moram igra isto pravila da film interaktiv. Mislim da će nešto na foru taktičko pucanje. Nešto kao Huntdown OCE, tako 5, 6, 6. Ali to je malo slično. Ali isto je engine dark.
Ne, si igra Fistful of Break.
To je Huntdown na Divnom zapadu. Zanimljivo.
U ruku uzmeš Vault onaj brz, a u drugu ruku uzmeš onaj bre, kad nađeš iz kutije to. I ko god ti priđe zabiješ se u ugao i ko god ti priđe pipneš ga samo sa boke. Ja.
Kako je se zabijemo?
A reload za Colt Walker. Nema reload, a?
Onaj bolest je reload.
Kad lik istresa metke pola sata iz njega.
A dobro, u drugu ruku držim ovaj Peacemaker. Onaj komanda i kad igraš Meksikanca, andale, i kad kreš da se dereš. I mali Meksikanac, onda kao onaj Mortimer iz Čanku dolara i onaj kao Clint Eastwood i još jedan. I kad smo neki probali da igramo onaj bre, bolesti.
Znam, oni zombi kako veše...
Ne zombi, ono kao Half-Life onaj. Ono što se smijali.
Kako veše?
Samo ideš i pucaš to luk.
Brate mili, to skoro da bilo.
Redfall.
Da,
Bio je mod za Fallout. Ne, za Half-Life 1. Tema je bila Fallout. Ne znam da se iko toga seća. Wasteland se zvao mod. To je malo starija igra. Ko se toga seća medalje. Ona je pevačica, Jay-Z. Šalim se. Damn day, a ne day, jeli?
A može multipolar annihilation se
Da, možda ima cepanje u mozgu. Citiramo kuma.
Bipolarni poremeći sa nečim.
Elektrošokova.
Ne, samo neke nacističke metode.
A stavila, ima jedan story sa Kevom, brate. Čekaj. Kaže, ubedila mamu da snimamo konačno.
Ko je ubedio koga?
Ona mala brizbegija.
Sve su to kurve i mame i čer.
Ima je tako Vlada da si na kraj srca. Ima i one osjećanja.
Još bi onaj...
Za lovu, mislim, za lovu.
Gledaj majku, diraj čer.
Da.
Će biti s kućom.
Zapaljeći je.
Na tom, ja sam malo uradim. Pa niste jebati, je policasu na kuću.
Oprem, samo mi padne telefon u pitušku materinu poslije tu znam kako godina.
Neće bivaju.
Da. Sve to treba se dobro iz bambusa.
Ček, ja mislim da si našao nešto. Ima bonske.
Da. Sve si kokoška, ali je bez kokoška.
Bonske si našao.
Ma da, šta si?
Kratiš kukučku.
Ma, nije beška. Ako nema ništa za... Imam jedan metak, ideš u kurac, čekaj se, pa da.
Imam mnogo koji će nekog ide.
Da se često da radi.
Kiru, a?
Kako se kirče, vidi kako se kirče, poli kako se kirče, poli.
Ja s čekirom.
Sa sjekirom, sa sjekirom.
Če. Nepostojeća slova. Ščekira se, šče. A nek mi to neko napiše to. To su ti ovi zemaljci Crne Gore.
To je jedna mala grupica.
Da, zanemarljivih individua.
To su crnogorci stavljačari.
To su ti najveći Srbi, samo ti uživaju.
Evo, drugar što ima 5, 6, 7 ili sati upata po egzara možda jače.
Imamo mi ovdje. Ja mislim da John ima 5-4
Za 5 Fexel?
Da, jedan drug sad s tim ligu iskućenju.
Ja sad da mogu igram Hunt Showdown, ja to koristim. Rape-ovao u Hunt Showdown.
35 igrača na serveru, jeo svinji mater, da puno ljudi vode.
Pa kakvi Vlado sve invalidi igri Hunt Showdown, ti bi bio sa dužnim poštovanjem. Ti možeš s jednom rukom iza leđa da igraš.
Jednom i po rukom, dva tima sam isprava da je bavim.
Jednom rukom iza leđa, verujem.
Mislim da ima neko na putu.
Ja? Mene li pitaš? Šta igram Call of Duty, šta je plan? Meni je ovo odmor za mozak, ne odverujem.
Carovski prsok je.
Ali kako beti, kad prestanu ptičice, neko imaju
Ja ne znam za ptice, znam za kamenje na...
Ja za ptice znam. Ne mogu se taj ptice.
Za bračurke i za jabuke znam, a za ovo
da piše znate prestani tad ima neko.
Znači, treba bi konstantno da peluju.
Pa čuju se.
Ovako ko za pečuti da smo radio su ono 100 metri jedan na drugog, u tom radijusu od 100 metara. Ovo je elektro, nije elektro, ovo je... Ovo je kamušalo, tek sad jebo. Pa tu ima policijska bre, to što sam snajpao juče, da. Tu ima policijska dosta. 3 zombija, tri zombija, 4 zombija.
Najviše krivo što si izgubio lone.
Zombi, ali me preseće, jebem li mu mamu, kako trčiš na drum tako ne gledaš ni lijevo ni desno.
Extraction point marked.
Gledam se stvarno opet. I ovaj bre kurac je dobar, kako se zove. Mamu vam.
Jebo.
I ovaj bre dobar, kako se zove. Pišuj Foster sa Longhorn, on uzima 6 mjesta, a u ovom uzima manje.
Da, ono onaj krevet.
Neka se krecala dok imala benzis. Nešto manjač. Kako se? Nemam koplje pa da ih bijem s koplje.
Skopje. Skopje da ih biješ.
Kad spomenu to meni najskušnije bila Adriana Čečić. Adriana Čečić uzela da igra skan. Prvo što da pravila, našla dildo i dildo spir.
Šta je našla? Dildo?
Dildo i dildo spir, dakle.
A to ti je namešteno inače. Ne verujem da je to uopšte spontana zebancija bila.
Obično zlato. Da ti ga puši je.
Dobro, pošto je drugi bagra. Znači da je on bio u bagra na ruku. Ovo mi treba za njih. Vila. Odi daddy na sviralo. Aha.
Zgazim ti pljuvačku.
Kako reče više?
Zgazim ga pijan govno.
Zgazim ti pljuvačku.
Dan da sam stavim. Tu ima backpack koji zombi koji mi treba. Ali ništa gore od ženkog zombija.
Ima 2 zombija ženska.
Upravo se. Ko se dere tu vrla jebe.
Posteđi ti ženski zombi. Oni kretenki kad mi po to rad upenu, da su na zavrstu se lepo boju.
Ovo je bio Glory Hall, ali kroz prozor. Samo reverse. Beše backpack 1. Evo mesu. A ovo je ruina.
Šta ćemo ljudsko backpack?
treniraš na ringu. JD.
O, Vlado, može, čips, idemo. Baba uvijek nas ide, članiši.
O, ludilo.
Vreme zamko je dobilaziš zbog lovačkih pušaka.
A jo, bližano.
Bučercina Hara, a?
O.
Jel Bučercina Hara po JD-u, a?
Nekad, zajedno.
Da?
Nekad smo zajedno igrali kako mogu.
Nekad smo sjajno igrali, sada više ne igrate.
Pa ne mogu jebote, kažem ti, imam problema.
I sjajno, i... Oooo, 380, oooo, oooo, Vlado,
To je ona...
Tundra, kao, nije, ček, nije, Seat.
To ti je ista kao Astra. Mada ja ono na prelamanje više.
Kurir backpack. Što kurir? Kao tržna, ha.
Bacio novu repetirku, mi trebaš gledati. Neću.
Server, sad ovo se ne vidim koliko ima 34 časa. Ovo moje kući treba da gledam zbog municije. Ovo? Montir? Odljuštit ćemo ga i kvarit ćemo. Ajde. Nemam sad ništa.
Pa sad su se svi rastrčali po bolnici.
Moving to my mark.
njega može isto da otvaraš kao s nožem.
O, spotter.
Dobar dan, ne.
Ajde.
There we go.
Nema zombije,
Stvari da radi.
tu zevkaju.
Hvala Bogu.
Ja też.
Get in.
Ona zgrada prefiče sve.
U onu zelenu kuću možda i.
Yes.
Tu obično 3-5 sedmica municije se nalazio.
Mene omiljeno tijelo to i poljski klozeti. Zbog ovog kamena zaoštrenja.
Polski klozet.
Da, tu ima kamen zaoštrenja. Nisam bio čak.
Kamen za oštranje u klozetu.
Da.
Vrlo neobična vest.
22 ponoć, nema se kutije cijelo. A, tu imam još ove dvije u kući. Oooo, a, ništa čember hoću. Op, neko je palio vatru ovdje. Znači je neko nedavno bio. Da pogledam mapu šta je gore. Ja bi prije otišao gore.
Pušta neko. Priključivač.
Pipet nisam čuo. Čekaj, ovo sam smanjio.
Priključivač. Eto ga.
Gdje, u koju strani? Ja ne čujem, brate, majka.
Mislim da te stavlja.
Jebote, kako ja ne čujem, jebote. Čuješ ko mene na streamu, ja ne čujem.
Slušaj, dešava se, svi starimo i tako
Pa
to.
sam i očekao nog skoro.
A da, juče si se učuo nogi poslije mi ubili ti, jebote.
Ali kad kao prigušivač iz pištolja.
Ne znam da li baš onaj anti-stab vest može i od pištolja te sačuva. Ili samo od sočeva. Pošto anti-stab vest. Vjerojatno ima armor i protiv ovih mekova. Sad koliko je to?
Možda koji 380.
Čovjek gore neki zamak, da? Vidi ne. Mislim da ipak tamo negdje si. Mada... Sam paranoičan, jeboga. As. Koliko puta za ono oboreno drveće ovako bijele boje, mislim da je ko zna šta je.
I šta na kraju bude?
Ništa, drveće.
Ponekad je drvo samo drvo, ali?
Da.
Ja idem kroz šumu i vidim žuto stoji na putu, rekao nije nemoguće zombi u šumi. Ono gdje je bilo buko MBK odelo.
A, to...
Ja ga južem u stvar.
Ovdje je to stvarno lik ono mora da budeš. Ono
Da,
djela protiv radijacije uzeo čovjek i...
Ali lik stoji na putu ono to vreme. I ja pup. I uzem.
Sjećam se kad je tamo gdje je Miškino na zapadu bila ogromna baza, pre nego što ti si ubacili, ti si nije ni postojao. Idemo mi, ovaj Željko, drugar, ja i ne znam ko biš još jedan bio s nama. Nas trojicu bilo. I nalazimo, čovječ ovako silazimo kao sa brda, a tu neka uvala kao doljana. Govorice, evo tu. Kako srećemo li timing i mi imamo bukvalno sleđi. Bili smo, uzeli smo znači neke sve funkcijima.
Sad se s tog karaktera prebaciti na Livonu i krenuti.
Pa se je spolno odu pičku materiju. Ja, Livonu idem da igram s nekim, ono, ne mogu da igram sam, ne znam. Ne znam mapu, dok naučim ono...
Ni ja nisam znao mapu na to pa sam učio. Ni oni i na Livoniju sam sam učio. Ja sam sam učio, nije me niko vodio.
Ko će koga da vodi?
Ali mi imamo tebe.
Ne, nego znaš ko će koga da vodi.
Brajer je najjači. Od Brajera nema jači. Još traku nema. Ne, kurče.
Logističan.
Ma da. Lord Goblin. Nosi lik najveći mogući ranac u DayZ-u i u rukama nosi isti takav ranac pun opreme.
To smo ja i on radili.
Jebote.
U Skamu čini mi se sam to ja radio.
Pa on je...
Ba... Jun!
Slušaj.
Ima zlata.
Slušaj, onaj ranac je stvarno veliki, tako da nemoj da...
A čovjek nosi 2 ranca koje ti kurac izgleda.
Što si...
Znači, kad ne zove da igramo Modern DayZ, a Modern server, možeš u backpack da staviš 22 puške.
Ha, ne, to već ne. Razumeo bi 10 kutija metaka, ajde, ali 20 pušaka, ne.
Da, u ranac nosiš 20 puške. Dobro, pretjerac, možda ne 20, ali 10, 15.
10.
Mogu si da nosiš sve puške koje nađeš, da staviš...
Ako rastaviš, da, ali šta dobijaš od puške? Samo sanduk, šta? I koliko ti vredi takva puška rasturena?
I izvučeš municiju i...
Uradiš field strip, skineš sve što smeta, ali?
Je beš u Tarkovu bila fora u početku da se koristi kao kalašnjikov bez onog poklopca?
Ima i sad.
Ne, i sad možeš, nije to problem ako si na to misli.
Neka puška ti padne. Kada puca neprecizno, ali...
Što bi pucalo neprecizno? Što misliš da bi pucalo preciznije s poklopca? A? Što misliš da puca neprecizno, a ne?
Izaglavljuje se.
Se sjećaš, Marko, onaj pal 29?
Šta bre?
58, 59.
U DayZ-u?
U Survarium.
U Survarium, to smisli, da. On beš ima plavi skin laboratorija. Čekaj, a Velmet on je beš finski, tako?
Finski, Velmet je finski, rekao. Baš da nas mi izbacilo uspomenu kad sam igrao PvE u početku, igram sa Velmet PvE.
Aha, ovo je stavio karabin.
I nosim smoke, grenades i event.
A je ga prvi put. Ja sad kad prvi put sam imam taj snimak, kad smo prvi put igrali misiju na 45-50 minuta, nama trebalo 40 nešto da gledamo sad prvi put misija, PV, šta, kako, ono. A posle vežbaš za manje 10 minuta završiš. Još ako imaš sve na prvoj stadi, sve kutije, samo projuriš.
Palmet mi je bio prva puška koju sam sve na ljubačasto do maksimuma upgrade'o.
Now watch this. They put the new system where you do the mission. It's like a killing streak from DMZ, and then you get the upgrades. So it's really, really interesting.
Sam naložio na F1.
Meni je odgovaralo na njoj onaj NC style nišan, ali napred. Imaš veći onaj field of view, a ono pozadi te ono zatvori. A onaj televizor, onaj 552, evo tek to uopšte nisam volao. Idio kad umenjam onu tačku, to mi stane samo tačku, a onako krug i tačka to mi se ne svidjelo. A onaj Daniel Poljak, on igrao s tim AK-12 i to. Mislim da sam izašao s njihovog Discorda, činim baš. Nije, još uvijek imam njihov Discord. BS, Bandit of Survarium. Poljski gang. Aha. A idemo tamo, ide na bolnicu. Topolnik idem.
Znači bloke, možda neko da poprava.
Šta da je nešto mi sumnjivo, brat, igram igre, nešto, display settings, advanced, kako da nije bio, nešto, tako da nije 144 Hz ovo. Znaš, samo triple. A jest. Kit, proizio sam TV, ali... ne znam. GPS. Ponet ćemo ga. Sve u fullu. Sad nešto. Šta kad me neki lik kope da ovdje krije me prati, ja? Ali ono na Livoniji čovječe što je bilo, kad smo bio koliko 7-8 za redom. Brate, ono je bilo. Da, u ovakvoj kući sam bio da se healam i sve. Još za malo da me ubije jebote sa pesticama čovječe, ono krvarim, ranjen, on dolazi, jede se lah, upgar i bije me. Kako beše kažu oni pederi engleski Britanci, to su oni englesi Britanci. Ono su baš engleska govna. Kad zombi onako ruke podine kao onda je znači bio neko nedavno. Onako ramena kad izdigne.
Seth.
O, bliže smo. Samo kad bi malo promijenili ovaj melee combat i tako to sa rukama, sa ovim palicama, nožem. Šta ima, light napad i heavy
Randomized
napad.
Bloodborne, I had to modify my PS4, only to find out it was too new and I had to get an entirely new PS4 with an older version installed. Long story short, $200
Nazar.
one new console and 10 hours of trial and error with combining mods, crashing my game over and over. I got this masterpiece of a game to be completely randomized. So if you like this video, hit that subscribe button so I can make more content like this in the future and enjoy the Bloodborne randomizer. Let's remake Farquaad real quick. The brows, let's make him nice and Farquaad-y. The eyelashes nice and long. Farquaad is back. Perfect. I'm just gonna let this thing kill me so I can get some Hunter's Dream. Are you even capable, you little guy? There you go. There you go. Nasty, nasty little thing. Alright chat, should I still go Holy Moon Sword? Maybe I should try Soul Spear since Bloodborne's the first boss. I'm gonna go with Saw Spear. So we actually stand a chance at beating at least one boss today. I've never even used this weapon in my life. I used the regular like saw. Never used the spear. Interesting. Oh, see, now that's damage that I can get behind. Okay. Let's kill these guys. Farm as many blood echoes as possible. This guy's scary. That's like
physical attacks against him are useless.
the elite no. He's got the red eyes. Stay back. Oh my god. Is this what Chicago's like? We need to parry him. It's the only way. Oh my god, he's got the dodges. He's better. There we go. Oh, the parries are on point. Got him. Alright, I'm gonna destroy this guy. Oh no. Oh, I'm dead. Right? Surely.
The boy who lived.
I lived! I have no healing though. I didn't think this through all the way.
Yep, sam igrao s
Bad shark. Bad shark. Go away now.
Oni imaju kao berzerker.
Okay. Okay. Let me go buy some blood vials and then run through here. I gotta buy the drip. Let me get Gascoigne's hat too. Yeah. 17 blood vials. Okay. I'll get some more from enemy drops. Nice. Now that's a good looking fella. Okay. Okay. Let's calm down, game. There's too many of you. Leave me alone. Alright, this is the guy that I need to parry. Hits like a truck. Easy enough to parry at least. But of course I got hit from behind. Fighting two enemies at once is not it. She's gone. There we go.
Ja sam čak I tu bio živeo jedno vreme.
What's over here? There's usually a dog.
Yep, pretty fucked up looking dog.
That ain't no dog. Damn, okay. That is a lot more menacing to see come around the corner than a dog. Nice. There's gonna be a few enemies up here. Oh yeah, look at them all go. Even the birds like walking along. What the? No! Okay, I should probably focus. Oh, that's a scary hunter. That is a very scary hunter, actually. They're all dead. The fellas. All my fellas. Ouch. This one's gotta die first. Now I can fight you. Do your thing. I'll parry you. Okay. Bad, bad. Don't mind me, just trying to get a parry on. There we go. Alright, let's see what this boss could possibly be. I hope it's Maria, I think that'd be sick. The DayZ bosses 2 in this mod, yep, they are. Here it is. What is it? Who is it? Oh. Whoa. It's Orphan! Oh, his textures are missing. Oh god. This isn't good. This isn't good at all. Oh no. Oh, he's doing the juggle. No. There we go. What is that smell? Okay. Orphan with no texture, kind of terrifying. Just like my nightmares, you know, literal nightmare fuel here. What the? Whoa, whoa. Who are you? That Garmin? It actually switched for phase 2?
What the?
Oh, we're parrying each other. My parents
Živio,
are
nazdravlje.
right now, Chad, I apologize.
Nazdravlje, živio. Preladi tako čovjek. Je ti to alergija možda neka?
Alright, we got this, we got this. Too far away to do a visceral, unfortunately. There we go. I think I got this. Oh yeah, it's over. Nice. Father Gascoigne, nice. Thanks for the achievement. Oh my god, those blood echoes, that's insane. Totally believed in you this whole time. Thanks, thanks. Orphan, I actually think I know his moveset pretty well. Let's see what the NPC is, huh? I think it's gonna be Alfred, it's probably not. Oh no, it's a hammer. Who are you? Wait, you're the guy that helped me with the blood starve. Henrietta! Oh, nice fire paper. I'll actually make use of that. Good for leveling through. Yep. Now I can... Wait, is she following me? What are you doing? Wonder if the gun's even gonna work. I doubt it's him up there, right? Oh, spider! Oh!
Šta misliš da pošaljem Tomislavu, a ne Nad?
imaš nešto na zemlji.
Palac. Opet sam našao hranu, ideš u čuvac.
Možeš sam da napraviš sebi oružje svojim. Treba ti samo jedan dvoručni mač koji je dobar i treba ti onaj runov šatar.
Pa imam tih runa, ja mislim.
I staviš runov šatar, izabereš to, izabereš dvoručni mač i staviš da ga razbiješ. A u ruku opremiš ovaj mač koji ću ti ja poslat. I taj mač dobije sve osobine od toga što si razbio.
Čekaj, zašto dvoručni mač, zašto kad ja koristim jednoručni?
Ne bi onda ništa. Onda... Ne, pa znam. Onda ništa. Ako ne treba, uredu.
Oj. Šta si?
Označio.
Označio šta mi...
Kao da ti je tutorial neki napravio, šta mi? Što to kažeš?
UMP.
A gdje si mi označio?
Poslije sam ti napravio kako. Pošto je ovo ovdje zakopano.
Nema veze. Pošalješ jednom, volim ja da čitam tuđe poruke.
Aha, to je ovo što trebam napraviti u ovome. Kad bi znao... Aha, tu piše sve. Dobro.
Jesi mu napravio PDF?
Ma ne, sliku mi je poslao. U kojem piše koji su idoli i šta je sve. Da moram to sve najti.
A poslao ti spisak za kupovinu, a?
Da, da. Koliko mi je ostalo? Još mi je ostalo samo 5 ovih da napravim. Ovi kako se zove.
Imamo staroj.
Monolite.
Monolite, da. I gotov sam. Ja mislim da bu zajeban one gore, možda zadnji koji je na ona 3 ja mislim level 100. To baš ne bu jednostavno za napraviti.
Stoti level.
A zadnja 3, da, sad sam na levelu 90 po ovom monolitu.
Opet, šta je ovo tamo se igraju?
Njih mogu riješiti bez problema, ali 100 je već, ja mislim, malo problem.
Što ga si s tim? Vratno sam opravio.
Budemo vidjeli, možda ne bu, ali...
Kako beše prezime? Zovi, Mitsudaj.
Mitsudaj. Dražen Mitsudaj. Pitsudaj.
Mene stari, nemoj ti mene stari duka staviti.
A nema da navuko si me na ono piće. Jedva se kontrolišeno ne pijem. Pio sam samo jedan danas, jučer sam 2 dana samo jedan.
Šta je?
Lepo, slabije nego Ultra Energy, onako, ukus je slabiji.
Energetsko piće?
A da.
Jebote energetsko piće, tog ne valja ništa.
Valja.
Ništa Tomislave ne valja, ništa. Ni duva ne valja, ni
dobro,
hrana koju
ali
jedem ne
dobro,
valja,
ali
ni
taj-
vazduh, ništa ne valja.
Ta energetska definitivno, to je...
Misliš ne valja za srce ili tako nešto?
Neću umora da se trepa, tako da...
Kako B vitamin B12 zlo?
Dobro, ne, dobro.
B12 jebote opasno.
A šta piješ pivo?
Ne valja što je sabijen kofein mnogo.
Jel to piješ pivo, Nenade, pa je vitamin B12, šta?
Kakav vitamin 12 u energetskom piću, jesi ti lud?
B12.
Ima, stavljaju i to.
Pivo.
To treba mnogo.
Ali problem je što se sabija velika količina kofeina.
Kokaina?
Kao da si popio po 6 do 8 šoljicu kafe. Ja kad popijem, jer ja ne pijem kafu 3-4 dana.
Ja to uopće ne pijem. A šta piješ, Lado?
Pa recimo pre ultru, kad popijem ja kafu, uvijek pijem 4 dana.
Ma gdje, man? Ja sam vidim.
To znamo, šta misliš kako bi je stao budan do 4 ujutro? Na snagu volje.
Mogu ja i bez toga mogu da budem budan.
Uzmem tableticu, to je pilulu taurina od 1000 mg, osporim je i to stavim ispod jezik, prah i eto. Booster, odmah.
To sam imam.
Naprimjer kad vozim čovječe ne mogu da zaspim, kao da sam umoran, ne spavam 2 dana, 2 noći i mogu da vozim tipa neki taj litre 150-200 km i uopće nije kao da mi se drema, nego ono... Izdržim, kako da kažem, ali čuj naprimjer sedem negdje ono...
Fenotropil je najđe, to ti Rusi koriste, kosmonauti, FSB i Vesnac. Rokneš jednu i 2-3 dana ne mora staviti. Ali kod mene to nije malo nikakav efekt. Jer ja sam Srbi,
Ja prije kad pijem ovaj te energetska pića, pre sam pio cinjalka na Exceed, ne se nešto, Exceed mislim se zove. Crna brown flaša, ne kažem. I malo jednu veću količinu, ako ju popijem to i ono, nije kao da me drži. Zaspim bez problema, mnogi se žale ne mogu da spavaju.
Ja sam prekupuo ono litra i...
Od cinjalka, to? Pa je nešto,
Znako ljubičasto
a onda nije. Ovo je flaša, kao plastična pivska flaša, brown boja, tako nešto.
Crne boje, mislim bio.
Pa, brown crno nešto. Znam da si nalako ima se nalako gleda.
Welcome to my channel.
Znate da u kemije može da se napravi vino?
Može nešto sve. Daj bre da pravi zlato nekako, imaš neku formulu.
Ne.
Dopusti.
Ove nisu naučili,
Daj pravimo neku drogu kao onaj film, onaj Breaking Bad, da će tu pravi onu drogu.
Koliko si imao uz mene bi ono super da novatir. Ne zaznim. On čak pičaka je se da kune s ovako.
Ne bi nešto, ti si jaki igrač. Znam te. Ovi momci ovdje ne znam, ja te znam, ti si jaki igrač. Zeban. Ovo je sve maska, ljudi, da znate. Neša kralj kokaina.
Rodit će ti sina kralja kokaina.
Voda je istina.
Ovo je, brate, nešto da izja. Sad mi kao slika po celini i vrati se. A malo promijenal tabu ovo 2 puta. Da je počeo da je start da imaš to. Možda nije bilo da sam Savkić.
Konec. Lipa.
Nije ovdje ubija neki seks. Ali uvijek. Ajde, Renko riči. Ono je zombie bejmim deti. Ajmo ga jedan. Čekaj tamo.
Nerode,
Ja?
dođi u jako odeljenje da te pitam nešto.
Sad se radi u drogu. Još onako boss smirica. Šta je ovo? Kameru? Evo igrač, ugo ga zombiju. Idi gubi igrač. Pa.
Patches! Oh god! He's horrifying. Wait.
Out my way, son!
He's friendly? Oh. Okay. Whatever works. Is the gun firing? No, it doesn't seem like it. Well, hold on. Oh, it is. Okay. Maybe it... I don't think that's Jura up there. Maybe. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Yep. Let's see what's in here. A worm. A little squirmy wormy, sure. This guy. Doing whatever he's doing. That guy. Oh. Actual. Okay, scary stuff. Here comes the scary squad. Bunch of hooligans, I tell you what.
Here.
Oh no.
Seth, here.
Oh
Seth,
wow, there's
here,
so
here.
many enemies in here.
Površi glava ako je na stranu, onda je mrtav, tako da. Na stranu, već. Ali imaju hranu oko njega, imaju sve.
Možda gomila zombija.
Još ovom pušku koja je u boljem stanju prestigne da jeste. MK ima ovu fullu. Rok nije ovaj zemlji.
Napuni.
Sad ti izradim. Ja moram da bacim jednu cevu. Više kutija, zna se po ono...
Eno je.
Usinko... O, drvo jebote. Da opet mi igra po crni jebote sve.
Seth here, Seth here, here, Seth, 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 here, here, Seth, Seth, here, Seth, 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 here, here, Seth, here, Seth, here.
Opet mali kauš.
A tebi treba okvir za UMP.
Pa ćeš UMP. Tu je negdje, ali...
Ah, meteors. Majestic rocks from outer space that come crashing down to Earth, and we've just got to pray that they don't hit us on the head. In Red Dead Redemption 2, we can encounter said meteors, or at least the aftermath of them crashing down to the planet at the very least, and that is the subject of today's little video. There are apparently 3 collectible meteorites in Red Dead Redemption 2, however of those 3, only 2 have ever been found. And that is the mystery. The first meteor can be found at a nice peaceful house just north of Annisburg in New Hanover. From one angle, it looks like your regular house, complete with an amazing view. But from another angle, it looks like something has fallen from the sky straight through the roof, creating a hole in this roof, or as I like to call it, a surprise spotlight. Inside the house, we can find the impact this had on the residents. Pun fully intended.
What the hell?
Okay, the dwellers of this abode, let's face it, they're a bit dead, somewhat slightly under the weather. They appear to have been burnt and mutilated quite badly. The table has collapsed and there's a hole in the floor that is somewhat smoky. If we approach, we can loot the burning hole and acquire the first meteorite. If we look under the valuables section of the menu, we learn that we now have one of 3 collectible meteorites. Unfortunately, the residents of this house weren't so fortunate, as a huge burning meteorite has arrived and slapped them on the head. A bit further northwest, as indicated by these 2 pins, we can find the main chunk of the meteorite. A huge crater sits just off the train tracks, and at the center of this crater we can see a burnt up looking meteorite. We can inspect it of course and get a journal entry for our troubles. A huge burning meteorite has arrived and slapped them on the head. A bit further northwest, as indicated by these 2 pins, we can find the main chunk of the meteorite. A huge crater sits just off the train tracks, and at the center of this crater we can see a burnt up looking meteorite. We can inspect it of course and get a journal entry for our troubles, which will read, "Found a meteor," I think they are called. Glad it did not land on me. And that's lucky, it must have hit this place with some force as the trees are all pushed back, and honestly it's a phenomenal sight. But what's important here is you can pick up the second meteorite from this spot. The mystery comes in with the game telling us that there are 3 meteorites in total to find. However, in all the years that Red Dead Redemption 2 has been out, the players have only ever found 2. The third remains elusive. Many believe this to be an error, and it doesn't strike me as a difficult mistake to make. However, Rockstar Games support have in the past come out and told us that there are 3 meteorites to find within Red Dead Redemption 2, apparently. So as you can imagine, players have been obsessing over this 3rd meteorite since the game release. And let's be real with ourselves, am I likely to be the one to yield the answers? Probably not. But here we go, let's weigh in a little bit. Where is this 3rd meteorite? What do we know? Well, we have the location of the main impact and a breakaway impact, and from the breakaway impact we can guess the trajectory of that and where it probably split off from the meteor. For a small meteor to strike the ground, it would have to break away at quite a low altitude, otherwise it would burn up. And since a small rock hit the house, it could have been a lot bigger and burnt up quite a fair bit, but then again, I'm not exactly a science guy, I'm just a YouTube content creator trying to weigh in on a big Red Dead mystery here. But what I am trying to say is calculating that trajectory may be a bit redundant when people are looking at a line, because it may not even be a line, but rather a massive area that could very well span the entire size of the world map, quite easily. People have combed the map quite thoroughly in search of this meteorite, so if it was there to be found, I believe somebody would have found it by now and said something. Especially in a game as popular and massive as Red Dead Redemption 2, people enjoy looking for every single secret. In fact, some would say some make a living out of it. Oh god, what is my life? But my point is, if it was just laying around, it would be too simple and somebody would have found it. Every single inch of this game has been scoured at this point. However, people started latching onto a promising sounding bit of dialogue that you can overhear in Valentine.
My little girl thinks she found a piece of gold in the river. Looks like a rock to me, but oh, maybe we'll be lucky.
Well, I'll be.
Yes, this could reference any rock. The open world is simply full of them. But the suggestion is the third meteorite could be on an NPC somewhere rather than just on the floor or on a table or in a house or in a crater. And for all we know, maybe even the aliens have it. But the truth is, if it's in the game anywhere, then it's been under our noses this whole time. But outside of Rockstar saying so, there is no proof that a third meteorite can be found in Red Dead Redemption 2. And all efforts to prove otherwise have met no success. So could this just be a bit of a joke on Rockstar's part to keep players playing and searching the game for this meteorite? Or do you think it's in there somewhere waiting to be found by somebody at some point? I think it's likely initially an error and there is no third meteorite in Red Dead Redemption 2. That or it was done to mess with our heads, and that's not something that Rockstar is adverse to doing. In fact, on that previous comment about Rockstar Game Support apparently stating that there is a third meteorite, the only thing I could find on the internet is Rockstar Game Support commenting on the fact that there probably isn't one. It's a bit of a shame when a mystery seems to be a myth, but I think this third meteorite mystery is in fact just that, a game myth. Though I would absolutely love to be proven wrong, so get hunting, cowboys. Anyway, that brings us to the end of today's short video, so thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Be sure to go ahead, leave a like, subscribe, share the channel with your friends and all that wonderful stuff. That would be super fantastic. And if you fancy it, whack on the notifications, it really does help promote the channel. And with any luck, I'll be seeing you all very soon with another video at some point, but until next time, please do take care, and goodbye.
Seth here. Seth here. Seth here. Here. Seth here. Seth here. Seth here.
A može i stalo dole.
Here.
A ne vjerujem da me piše da im pucu čak odatle. Ja kad sam krenuo ka šumi, trču mi je pucu odavde. A onda vjerojatno išao desna strana. Ali poslije mi se učinilo kod je i odande pući iz one šume.
Sad na voice. Come on, shoot you motherfucker.
Zombie tamo, da neki zombi do njega tu.
Here. Seth here. Seth here. Here. Here.
Nema pečurke, znači... Kao vamo je... Čini mi se.
To je negdje pitanje.
Kažete sam sad negdje sakrio i...
I čekate.
A da.
Eno ga neki kurac.
Evo su zombi. Da će i zombi mene napadne, pa da, nice. Može već.
Ugledaj da li nije gore, baci pogled na gore.
A nije isto. Gore nije.
GPS.
poklanjaj. Pucaj pištoljem.
Dajte iz loga ovo po meni.
Ma.
Ili dole po meni, negdje po meni.
Ovo je pečut pod prek, malo.
Da.
Pokvarno. Evo još jedna.
Jer ti si bacio dimnu bloku i onda se 5 dimna bacio.
Da. Evo još jedna. Ovo bi trebalo da vodi ka njemu. Znači tu dole je. Ovo je zombi. Moguće da ga taj jurio.
Likvidiraj zombi. Eno ga.
Zombi. Uspjet. Nema više pečurki. Slijepo na dolini.
Daj pokušao može da te nogu i nije uspeo podaj.
Može je Chamberovo je pucao pa zbog toga je ostao. Možda je mokre, jebem ga. Ja tamo pogledam u hranicu što ima.
Tamo gdje si ti, tamo stane duša.
Koji je Ilija Sentinental, nije niko od vas dvoje.
Sentinel? Ne. Čuvar ili nadgledač ili stražar, kako već niko nije.
Ma ne, dobro, sam okom za njega.
To ti je kao paladin.
Još 10 minuta.
Posle mrak. Mrak ću gledat. Gledaj mi piletima ideš u turis. A to odmah prijera.
Hop, ponovo.
Ti si rekao da si rogue, ali tako?
Da.
Levo.
Da.
Vadi pušku.
Ali možeš svakog karaktera da igraš kako ti hoćeš. hvala.
Ima sigurno nešto u stashu, samo moram pogledati. Imam već 15 strana svega, pa ja vjerojatno imam i za njega nešto.
Jebem ti, ako to nije neki god shit,
Dole je dolini, tamo često dolaze ako su nečki spavali.
Više niti ne uzimam svakakve gluposti, imam konkurest.
Ja sam počeo da ih rastavljam, redom.
A?
Počeo sam da ih rastavljam.
Aha.
I to ljubičaste. Pa, materijale. Jest da košta 2000 na runa, ali...
Pa jer ja, stačeš i ti novci nek za to.
Pa kupujem stranice, ali ne treba mi baš toliko stranice.
A da, probite da.
Hvatio nik neće mi bio. Si ih stavio, pušću. Nešto neobično. Opet mi se zacrni stik. I kod na streamu isto je pocrni sve.
Ne, da streamu.
Onda nešto da komplika.
Ti monitor malo zajebavan.
Ne bi trebalo. Čujem šta je onako prikačeno. Čekaj, uvijek, više i kablovi od njega. Budem ti.
Proveri.
Da, ovo je Sentimental Body Armor. To su sve jebeni armori, 500 plus.
Shotgun, a ne možeš s ovim aksom, ne možeš s ovim.
Šta će praviš?
Ma lepo tisnim, ja dve paše da tiću uvijek. A od ove dve ću čujem za prigušivač. Zadnji trak. Znači ove dve su mi dobre za piće. Ne, ova je dobra. Ova je isto nije. Imam 3 još u kurac.
I tu se izloviš.
Zato. Uspio da buđu nešto.
Yes. Take that.
Meso te zove.
Pa šta je on Wendigo? A? Ja se hrani mesom svojih protivnika. Još pantličaro? Kugu?
Uru.
Šta je to neki negativan status?
Ne.
To ti proteini ljudski iz mesa iz
moga. Krave, kako biš.
Bolest ludih krava.
I oni od drugog čovjeka uđu u tvoj mozak i dobiješ nešto slično kao jako krojčko zubog bolest. I čao.
Da, bolest ludih krava.
A simptom je da se stalno smeješ bez povoda. Ajde, ti radiš u mestu, industriju, treba biti to.
Ne radi na sensu. Pomešao si me. Ubila si pogrešnog čovjeka.
Znaš, sad on kao pravi nezna, pravi. Koji znak Armede?
Ne znam ja ništa. To sve ide u mlinac.
A prvo idu kiseline.
Ne, odno u mlinac.
Čekaj, Ilija.
Yes.
Kad se meso puni kobasice, ono teče kao tipa izgleda ovo u industriji gdje ti radiš. Kao pašteta izgleda kad teče i puni su creva.
Kako misliš?
Pa u takvom je stanju, takva konzistencija, jel da?
Pretpostavljam da si u pravu. Ali ja stvarno s tim ne radim. Očekuješ da ti ja dam tajne mog zanata. Stvarno.
O ne, pošto gledam
Ćeš sutra da budem na ulici, šta?
Degenerici pišu svašta po društvenim mrežama.
Ma nemoj ni da čitaš.
Ovo je veštačko, pička materina i to.
Hoćeš da izvedemo pravog čovjeka, šta? Nije problem.
Šta da budeš sve i nešto testiram da kablove proverim sve kako treba da je to. Start.
Sorry everyone, it's another Starfield video, so you know we gotta break out Todd Howard. He's gotta join us for the conversation. Hold on, this cardboard stuck. Come on, you. There you go. Go watch us. Watch over us like that. That works. So fun fact, I've actually been working on this video for a little while. The basic premise at the very start was how I would fix Starfield. I was going to come up with a bunch of things I would do to quickly adjust it, change it, in ways that I think would actually make a tangible difference and allow players to enjoy the game much more. However, I didn't want to just throw stuff out there blindly. I wanted to make actual recommendations that were possible, and that led me down a rabbit hole of looking into different realities of the creation engine and how they actually handle data within the engine, and it basically led me to the conclusion that Starfield is probably screwed, but I'm going to show you why. You see, as of right now, everybody basically agrees that Starfield has some strengths, but it also has a lot of weaknesses, and most of its weaknesses are centered around exploration, which is perhaps the most important element of the game's design, considering it's meant to be a space exploration game. A lot of this is tied up in the minutia of gameplay, though, running around planets aimlessly looking for interesting things to do. And when paired with someone's promises of over 1,000 planets to explore and basically endless content to enjoy, it makes it really difficult to enjoy the game because you're always spawned into little bitty fish bowls that you can run around in, and then you have to fast travel a few times to get to a new one or to a different planet, and as a result, the game is just constantly held back by its own technical limitations. Over the first 10-20 hours of gameplay, it might not bug you that much, especially while you're completing narrative quest lines. However, the moment you go out to explore for its own sake, this will rear its ugly head and people will grow more and more frustrated. And I actually think this is part of the reason we've seen a recent influx of negative reviews around the game. In addition to the fact that I think the lower price point, 30% off, introduced some new players who were perhaps a little bit more critical than those that bought it day one because they were so excited as fans of BGS games. But if you go down here, it's a lot of people who have finished the game. They've gone through the whole story, 40, 50, 60 hours, 134 hours, all of these people have finished the game and they simply found it wanting for various reasons. But I think the reason it's taken a little bit for public opinion to change so much is because Starfield is a game that actually bitters and sours with time. It doesn't age like a fine wine, and I actually have data to prove it. A handful of days ago, I actually sent out a survey on the channel community page where I simply asked, after Starfield, are you more or less excited for The Elder Scrolls 6? And of the people that responded, over 70,000 of you, 60% said they were less excited, and only 6% said that they were more
Welcome
excited.
to my channel.
Which already, that's not great. I'm sorry, Todd. It's just not. Like, you would hope after every release, your audience is even more excited for whatever's coming next. If you are a baker and you make a cake, or bake a cake, I guess, technically, and then you bring it to the dinner party and everybody tastes it, they're going to be more excited, assuming it was good, for the next cake that you bring. They're not going to be worried that the next cake is going to suck terribly. The only reason they would worry is if the cake you brought today wasn't actually very good. You know what I'm saying? This is one of those moments where I'm like, okay, I think I'm just hungry. I keep bringing up food analogies in these videos. I gotta stop. I need to eat before filming. But anyway, this wasn't actually the first time I did.
Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth, Seth. Seth, here. Here.
Fine, I'll look up the German mud wizard. Robed wizard taunts police struggling in mud. What is happening? Did he deploy a quicksand? Is this guy an earthbender? What is going on? Oh, he's very powerful. What is this? Prestidigitation? My goddamn. Oh, there he is! The wizard has been summoned. Man, all of these police officers are like turtles on their shell. Jesus Christ. This is embarrassing. Oh, it's like toddlers when they're still learning how to walk. Are they all drunk or something? What is going on? There's no way it's that hard. This man's fighting for his fucking life. The Mud Wizard's gonna drag him back by the heels like a horror movie in a second. Man, at this point, just start doing, like, rolling. Like, it's like, oh, shit! Like cow tipping. The Mud Wizard strikes. We're gonna need reinforcements. His tootsies are stuck in the mud. Whoever set up this trap, though, really did a great job. It's like some kind of holy barrier. Oh, no. So this is how it all ends for this guy, huh? He'll just be stuck here forever. Oh, come on. He's almost there. Let's go. Oh, no. It's like bowling pins. Oh, jeepers. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. There we go. That's the Mud Wizard for you. And none of them can navigate the mud pit. Oh, the Mud Wizard got him with a blast. Oh, there he is. You're in his territory now. This is.
Iz nekog razloga. Ne pokazivo tatkicu sa neće.
A možda u igri nešto.
Da, u Daisy-u. Do skoro mi pokazivo sve.
Max crit rating without all pieces, everything being crit chance. Like I was able to change one of my blessings in the timelines to crit multi instead of crit chance and still be capped. And it's going to allow me to change out some items here with the idols and get more damage
Successfully
out of it.
lost.
After that,
Welcome to my channel.
Base minion melee would be a really good one if you get like a 2 LP and then like a third option.
Hello, hello. Hello, Lost, welcome.
Hit isn't bad too with one of our passives that we're going to be using. But otherwise, on the helmets, I would like to trade out the vitality for the area and damage with dive bomb. But
His domain. His spiritual pressure is able to run rampant here. This guy is actually being swallowed whole. He's gonna need to be airlifted out here in a second. He's going really deep. He's going straight to hell. Like, good lord. They're gonna need to get the chopper and a ladder inbound ASAP. And the mud wizard's coming. Oh god. Oh no. Oh lord. Have mercy. It's Radagast the Brown. Man, it goes on for so long. There we go. We got him. Mission successful. He gets to go home and see his family. Close call, though. Close call. We almost lost him. Wow, that was fascinating. Jesus Christ. Someone give me the lowdown. What happened here? Was this like a concert or what? Because I do remember there was also a filth wizard at a rave a long time ago. I also think it was Germany. There was a guy who dressed as a wizard and started playing in the mud and twirling around a baton and shit. It was a coal mining protest. Oh. Does anyone remember the Wizard of Filth? Damn, this is too new, so it's overriding the old one. Where is it? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? 2 wizards, 1 cup. Well, that's not the one. It was at a rave, and there was a guy dressed in a gray wizard's garb. It was raining, it was muddy, and he was just busting it wide open. I wonder if it's the same guy. I'd really like to find the video. Does anyone know what it's called? Is it just Rave Wizard? I tried Mud Rave Wizard, but it didn't come up. Oh, here we go. Wizard Gandalf at a rave. I think this is it. This is not the one. How often does this happen? This must be a very common cosplay thing for raves. This is pretty cool though. He was wearing gray wizard gear. I think he even had a walking stick. And he was dancing. Anyone at all? Why is it? I'm pretty sure I even showed it on stream at some point like 2 years ago. What the fuck? Why is it so hard to find? Am I crossing wires? Was he not in a wizard's getup? I'm pretty sure he was. Here, I guess I'll pull this up. Maybe this will jog someone's memory. This is kind of what the environment looked like. But then there was a guy dressed as a wizard, and he was throwing mud, and he had a walking stick, I'm pretty sure. What the fuck? Are you... What? Man, what the fuck? No, it's not the Glastonbury Wizard. What? How does this fit anything I have said? I pulled this goddamn video up on stream years ago. Thanks for resub, Filthy. Why can't I find it? Did it get taken down? Was it not as popular as I remember? Hey, I'm gonna describe a video real quick. Tell me if you guys know what I'm talking about so I can find it. Have any of you seen
Is it the Blippy video?
No, that Blippy shit video, that was so good. It was a music festival, it was a concert, it was raining, it was muddy, people were throwing mud at each other, and there was a guy dressed as a gray wizard throwing mud at people.
Oh, the one in Germany?
Yes, that's what I thought, but I can't find it. I can't find it.
Wait, I can find it.
Okay,
wait,
cool.
at the protest you mean?
No, that's Mud Wizard. I'm talking Filth Wizard. This was like a level 99 Filth Wizard.
Oh,
Andrew, how could you think this was Mud Wizard?
My bad.
Yeah. It's not nothing like it.
It's fuck, I can't.
Very different.
Wait, how can chat not find it?
No, I pulled this fucking thing up on stream years ago. He was not the focus of the video. I will say that the video was focused on the
wizard's a red herring
here. Yeah, the wizard was just like a pretty, like, small piece of it, but like he became a meme. They called him the Filth Wizard on Reddit. Messy Merlin?
Maybe it was Messy Merlin and you're thinking of Filth Wizard.
It's not Messy Merlin. Literally nothing came.
So let me explain you. So there is this is a basic class called Rogue, and it has like a less points, and this is a mastery, and you can probably pick up to like a half of it without the mastery, and you don't have access to this, and you don't have access to this, but because I choose this mastery, I got a fucking Falcon and this passive. Okay.
Came up with that except a beached dolphin.
Oh.
Is it Polish Golem at a rave? That's
So deep.
No, God, is anyone even listening to me? It is not Polish Golem. He is not even wearing a wizard's garb.
Alright, so describe the video again,
But
but
this-
like really go into some detail here.
Wait, we forgot a guy. How did we possibly miss that guy?
So
Wait, we forgot a guy?
this
Yeah,
seems
just chilling.
This seems like a pretty common thing. So it was a rainy day. The video, it was still raining. Everything was covered in mud and filth and shit. And there was a guy in a wizard's cloak who was throwing mud at people and dancing. And I'm pretty sure he had a walking stick. But yeah, this video was cool.
Positive it was a music festival.
I am 100% sure it was a music festival. Unless they just do like mud parties.
Oh my god, look at him.
Yeah, he just knocks.
That's
He
such
uses his
a good
fucking most
video.
powerful spell to root that fucking that SWAT police officer in place, and then he pushes him over.
Yeah, he casts a crazy root on that guy. The whole department honestly fell victim to the CC. It was really good.
Naked mud monster running uphill at Australian Music Festival?
He definitely wasn't naked. I would remember if he was hanging
Oh
around.
yeah, this is straight up.
Wait.
He's straight up naked.
Wait, I think I found it.
What's it called?
Here, I'll just finish it. I hope this is it. Is he like playing with fucking like light up balls?
Oh no, that's Rave Wizard.
Oh, God damn it! Why are there so many fucking wizards?
There's a lot of wizards in the world. You'd be surprised.
Man slides with a girl peeing at V Festival 2012.
That was got promise.
Last night in bed, actually.
Oh my, yeah, she's peeing on the ground and he mud slides straight under her.
Send me mudslide P. I want to watch that on my own. Look up Mag Smrodu. Okay, last one though before doing this encounter. Actually, last one.
Alright, everybody's ready except for Charles, I think, because he's looking up a video.
Oh, the Filth Wizard! Yes, wait, that's it. It's in a different language. That's why we couldn't find it. I got everything right except for his cloak. It's not a gray cloak.
Put it in the raid group so everybody can join in.
Yeah. Hold on, let me drop that in there.
You're gonna have one message in this Discord, and it's that.
Yeah, it's just Filth Wizard. Here, let me make sure it's not Toss, and I'll pull it up on stream. I don't think it is. In fact, it's actually not even a wizard at all.
Yeah, that's just a man with a stick.
But they called him.
This was so misleading.
If you go into the comments, I promise you, they're calling him Filth Wizard.
They're all talking in German.
Holy shit, that wall of noise. He actually only has a stick.
Wait, he's just drinking the mud?
Yeah. So he's not playing with the mud, he's drinking it. That's why I got confused. Wires got crossed. But yeah, this is, they called him...
Find this?
I don't know, they called him the Filth Wizard, though. I swear to God, they called him the Filth Wizard.
Look at that good Samaritan coming up and saying, hey man, stop drinking that
water. When I translate Mags Rodu, it translates to Stink Mage.
Alright. Let's get started.
Yeah, staff just posted it. The Stink Mage replenishes mana in the tainted moon. Let's get serious.
The Stink Mage and his mana potion. I told you, that video is such a fucking banger.
Sad ti mogu da napraviš na grafiku za dan.
A ne mogu se jebam te boje, te gluposti igrat kako ne odgovara
To
prije
nije
dan.
ništa boje, to ti samo imaš.
A znam, ono, na slajdere i samo namešta, ne mogu. Ima na fora sa gamom, čekaj. Kao da imaš najtežu. Evo vidim sve, sad vidite. Samo što ako dugo igram baš ono sveti očima. U stvari ne znam svoje naočare kako. Period nakon flickering sve, ali vidi se.
Phoenix, look at this. In a way, right? Oh my god! Okay, Karma, you got me. It's right here. You know what? At least that guy, you know, he's self-res and that he's better now. What? There we go. That's Karma. That is Karma. It's not a 3-man, is it? It's like one guy right there. One man.
A svi izašli, malo pre 45, sad 30 igrač. Sada sam bešao u stare, ne, vidim se. Bio sam u stare, sad sam gledao da. O, Poljana gor.
Trap.
Oh my.
How'd that fucking work out for you, pal?
Well, it wasn't in 4-wheel drive, so not very well.
Nešto za igrice.
Well, let me try it again. Give me a second.
Kola je rekao to. Nekako mi mutalo kada je.
What a guy, huh? What a guy. I'm coming back, and she's in gear, buddy.
Ja mislim kako bi ja pojavu ovu malo da bi mi poslije kole pokušao kurac.
Želim da vidimo naše liče tamo.
Ma nabrizaj mu na rugabo na Ivanicu.
Ivana Kurić, kako se biš.
How'd that work out for you?
Ivanica.007, tako nešto.
I'm dead.
Imaš nisi ga napratim iz vlade i ja.
Znači onda je merilo banju, hranije.
Neće odgovori, vidio na poruku, neće odgovori.
Can't believe he's alive.
Neka mi dobro, Andreja
Da pale oči da se jebe.
I'm gonna run your ass. Oh, fuck.
Oh, okay, buddy.
Aj, pitam.
Ima neke drugare, pa bi malo.
Evo neka mi dodala njena
Okay.
neka.
Really?
Pite da je jebimo.
Really? Okay. These guys are very cocky.
Not happening game.
Tako na 0.7 kg.
Ja ću kjevo.
Hold the roof down. What the hell? So hold on the team, quick. Hold on the team.
There's more here.
Kjevo je znači ima neko.
A sad je 17 na primjer godine. Mi smo je 17 za godine. Si je bio 19 ili 20.
To nema više.
Je pričao kolega na poslu, evo te, kad bio u srednjoj školi, on i jedan, tu drugari iz mog sela, oni su zajedno išli u srednju u grad i družili se, no. I kaže, je bio na praksi, ima tamo nešto, maše stalno, ajde, oni su upoznali.
Alright class, today we're going to be talking about something very serious. We're going to be talking about the N-word.
I odmah će si jebe, kaže, brate, šta ovo, kaže, ne može, brate, kuna da mi se vidi.
And I'm sure that no one will have any issues with this. More specifically, we're going to be talking about the season 11 episode of South Park, known as With Apologies to Jesse Jackson. Yeah, this video is for all of you kids that saw the Wheel of Fortune clip on TikTok and commented, "Bro, how is this show not cancelled, skull emoji, skull emoji?" This is how. Now, I want you to stop and think to yourself. How do you think people today would feel if a white dude said the N-word, hard R and everything, on a popular TV show? You're probably thinking about the absolute outrage that would come from that. Now, what if that same white dude wrote the script for the episode himself and, rather than just saying it once, said it, I don't know, 42 times, uncensored? You'd probably be expecting a reaction somewhere along the lines of a nuclear-level meltdown on Twitter and the subsequent banishment of the people who are responsible from the industry altogether. The last thing you would expect is for the creators to be praised for their satirical genius and their ability to confidently represent a complex issue in an accurate yet comedic way. Well, if you haven't figured it out yet, that's exactly what happened to Trey Parker and Matt Stone when they released With Apologies to Jesse Jackson back in 2007. So my question for the class today, and the question that will be answered by the end of this lecture, is how did they do it? How could they use this word, the word that has ruined the careers and reputations of so many in the past, and not only suffer zero consequences from doing so, but actually be praised for their usage? Yes, ma'am. Well, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. The episode came out in 2007. That was a completely different time, and people didn't react the same way they do now. I mean, South Park would never be able to get away with something like that now. You know, you bring up a very interesting point, Mark. You are correct that the reaction to the use of that word has seemed to grow larger, and generally speaking, people react much stronger than they did 16 years ago. But keep in mind, it's not like it was okay to say the word back then. Michael Richards got in a ton of trouble just months before this episode for using the word at a comedy show, something that is touched on several times throughout this episode. So, times have changed can't be the only explanation. Oh, and to your point about how South Park wouldn't get away with it nowadays, I present you this.
Oh, don't tell me people are still mad about that.
And this.
So there has to be something else here. There's got to be a reason that the show not only got away with using the word, but were praised for it, creating an episode that is widely considered to be one of their best. So, what is the reason? Well, with the intro out of the way, let's get into it. This is that time South Park was praised for using that word 42 times. The episode begins with Randy on Wheel of Fortune. He's just one puzzle away from winning $30,000. The category is people who annoy you, and after Randy gives his letters, there is only one letter missing. Let's be real, I mean, at this point everyone had the same thought. Randy just happened to have the unfortunate job of solving the puzzle.
I know it, but I don't think I should say it.
Now, watching this episode for the first time, I started thinking, surely they're not going to do this. Will they? I mean, I know this is South Park, but they wouldn't go that far. Or would they? Well, before I could even decide what they would do, they gave me the answer. Yeah, they set the tone pretty early in this one. On the drive back home, Sharon's absolute disbelief leads Randy to give an explanation of his thought process, which makes totally perfect sense.
Well, what was I supposed to do, Sharon? I thought I was going to make $30,000. Stanley, the only reason Daddy used
My
that word
artist.
is that he thought he would win money.
At school the next day, Cartman thinks it was the funniest thing in the world, because of course he does, and he warns Stan that some people might not be too happy about the situation. Stan attempts to explain away the situation to Token, but Token remarks that Stan just simply doesn't understand. It gets a bit heated, but you know, nothing really ends up coming of it.
It's on! Race war! Race war! Race war!
Okay, never mind, a race war breaks out all of a sudden, but Token quickly loses interest in the situation and brings the war to a quick end.
White win! White win! Race war's over, everybody! White's won again!
Meanwhile, Randy pays a visit to the office of Jesse Jackson in an effort to apologize for his actions. This is a direct reference to the case of Michael Richards, the man who played Kramer on Seinfeld. In 2006, while performing stand-up at the Laugh Factory, he was caught on camera going on a tirade against audience members, screaming the N-word and other racist remarks at them repeatedly. So after the media picked up the story, Richards went on an all-out campaign in an attempt to repair his image. And one of the most prominent parts of this was his apology on Jesse Jackson's radio show. So, during Randy's visit to Reverend Jackson, he apologizes in a way that is rather symbolic. The Michael Richards situation is actually what inspired Matt and Trey to make this episode. According to the DVD commentary, they had the idea for the Wheel of Fortune scene for years, but they didn't know how they would be able to implement it into an episode. Well, when this whole situation went down, they immediately realized their opportunity was here. After Randy apologizes, Stan tells Token that everything is cool now because Randy apologized to Jesse Jackson. Token responds with a line that is both funny and accurate.
Jesse Jackson is not the emperor of black people. Told my dad he was.
This scene shows some of the frustrations. Frustrations? What? Frustrations. What the f? This scene shows some of the frustrations that Matt and Trey felt regarding Michael Richards' apology, as they felt that he was just sucking up to improve his image, acting like Jesse Jackson is a representative of the entire black community and that everything is okay now that he apologized. The Emperor of Black People line was actually inspired by one of their longtime writers from the show, Vernon Chapman, who made a remark about how Jesse Jackson isn't the ambassador of black people after seeing Richards' apology. Fun fact about Vernon Chapman, he is also the voice of Cowley. Back at the school, they introduce a subplot where a man named David Nelson comes to speak at the school about how words can affect people. Nelson is a person with dwarfism, and because Eric Cartman is in the crowd of this assembly, it goes about as well as we expect it to. This subplot is very loosely tied to the main plot with the whole words thing, but it's pretty much completely unrelated. This is because Matt and Trey didn't really know what to do for the B-plot of this episode, so Trey just threw out a random idea. As he so eloquently put it,
let's have Cartman fight a midget. Yeah. And that'll be funny. like we don't know how to get there, but basically, as long as we end up with Cartman fighting a midget, it'll be sweet. Yeah, so that'll be a sweet B story.
After Jesse Jackson told Randy that he needs to experience black culture to get a better understanding of their experiences, he decides to watch a black stand-up comedian at the Laugh Factory. The comedian quickly recognizes Randy as the guy from Wheel of Fortune and decides to give him a new nickname.
Look, everybody! It's the guy!
This really gets to Randy, and he leaves the comedy show feeling upset about being referred to in such a derogatory way. As he walks down the street, the verbal abuse only gets worse, with kids walking by and calling him N-word guy, even a couple calling him it under their breath, and when he walks into a convenience store, he's told he's not welcome there due to this label being placed on him.
You aren't welcome in this store, guy.
Meanwhile, Mr. Nelson decides to try to talk to Cartman about his words, and once again, it goes as well as we expected to.
Shut your f***ing mouth!
Speaking of Dr. Nelson, a little fun fact about his character is that the reason his voice sounds like that is because Trey was inhaling helium to do his lines. This explains why the pitch of his voice seems kind of inconsistent throughout the episode.
He didn't get to me. I was just joking.
In an effort to express his feelings, Randy attends a spoken word contest and performs his own slam poetry, discussing this label that has been placed on him and how it disregards his humanity. He is more than just that word, but it's all people see him as.
But no matter how I try, people just say, hey, there's that guy.
Do you get it? Do you see the parallels yet? This is probably my favorite part of the episode. His poem is hilarious, and his delivery just makes it so much funnier.
Hey, guy, hi, guy, stop! Now go. When I can be thought of as more than just guy, respect.
So if you somehow haven't figured it out yet, Randy's treatment is a pretty obvious representation of the experience of black people in America. You know, being called a horrible name, being treated differently and discriminated against, and they go deeper into this as the episode goes on. Stan once again tries to talk to Token, saying that now he understands him because of what Dr. Nelson said at the assembly. Token is still not very receptive.
So, black people are midgets. God damn it!
Speaking of Dr. Nelson, he decides to give Cartman a taste of his own medicine by getting the other students to call him fat. But once again, it goes exactly as we expect it to.
You know how it feels.
Randy continues on his mission to rid himself of this label being placed on him by committing to a scholarship foundation for black students. It comes across as slightly disingenuous, especially when he specifically says that that's the purpose. He then goes on to describe his feelings regarding the name being placed on him and how it has affected him emotionally.
You really don't know how hard it is to be constantly reminded of something lame that happened in your past.
Obviously, this is them still using Randy to represent how black people may feel about the N-word, specifically the point that you wouldn't understand how he feels unless you were in his shoes. This is especially hilarious since he's talking to a room of black people who, of course, understand very well exactly what he's talking about.
They're bringing up a painful chapter of my history and all the negativity that went along with it. Can't imagine how that feels. Is this guy serious?
When he leaves, he ends up getting chased by a group of shotgun-wielding rednecks who can't stand Randy's intolerance. Again, it's pretty obvious what they're doing here, flipping the script and having the rednecks be defending another race instead of being racist, and it makes for some absolutely hilarious lines.
We want to live in a world without people like you who are intolerant of African Americans.
But right when all hope seems lost, Randy is saved by someone in a similar position.
Michael Richards? Well, son of a bitch!
Not only is Michael Richards here to save the day, but Mark Furman, one of the officers from the OJ trial that said the N-word. They take Randy to their hideout where they discuss that he's just like them. Randy claims that he's nothing like them since he said it in a different context. Richards discusses how it doesn't matter. Once you have that label, that's all you are to those people.
You really think all those people out there see a difference? All you are to them is just another damn guy.
Again, obvious parallels to when people use the N-word against black people, how dehumanizing it is, and how no matter what a black person may accomplish, it's all they'll ever be to that person. Stan is still trying to convince Token, telling him that he has no reason to be mad. Butters interrupts their argument to inform them that Cartman is fighting Dr. Nelson. We then get a scene of exactly that happening as Down with the Sickness plays in the background. Cartman somehow wins this fight, and we're all left wondering what exactly the point of any of this was. Randy and the rest of the guys speak in front of the Senate, campaigning to have the word made illegal. He makes some totally valid points that make me laugh.
Two words which by themselves can be harmless, but which together form a verbal missile of hate.
He even suggests that this slur may one day be used to refer to all white people, and once the Senate realizes that, they immediately understand. They pass the bill, and the word is officially illegal to say in the United States, making it the first word in history to be banned.
If a person uses the word, it must be at least 7 words away from the word guy.
I think this is probably the funniest joke they make in the entire episode because it's just so incredibly accurate. Now that Randy has experienced what it's like to have a word define who he is and how damaging it can be, he petitions for it to be banned, and when he informs the Senate of the potential use of the slur for all white people, the mere prospect of such a thing causes them to ban it. Basically, they're making the point that if a word that had the same impact as the N-word existed for white people, it would have been banned long ago. Which, I mean, yeah, probably. And finally, at the end of the episode, Stan comes to the realization that Token has been looking for this entire time.
I'll never understand. I'll never really get how it feels for a black person to have somebody use the N-word. Yeah, I totally don't get it. Thanks, dude.
normally when I talk about South Park's controversies, this is the part where I talk about the chaos that followed the episode, but like I said, it was pretty much non-existent following it. Rather, this episode was met with critical acclaim. To this day, it's one of the highest rated episodes on IMDb, sitting at an 8.8 out of 10. IGN gave the episode a resounding 10 out of 10, going as far as to call it a masterpiece. I didn't actually read the review, but knowing IGN, it probably said something along the lines of, "It really makes you feel like you're being called the N-word." Interestingly enough, CNN actually ran a story about the episode, and it included this bit of unintentional comedic timing that I greatly appreciated. It's funny because the segment definitely felt like they began by attempting to capitalize on another South Park controversy, showing everyone how mad people are about this episode by interviewing people in the streets, only for these people they interviewed to be like, "No, I didn't find it offensive at all. Actually, I really enjoyed it." The most egregious example of this was when they interviewed the two founders of a group known as Abolish the N-Word, a group with ties to the NAACP. Again, it definitely felt like they saw the name of this group and thought, they're definitely going to be pissed about this, we got to get an interview from them. Well, if that was their plan, it backfired heavily, considering they would praise the episode, citing it as educational and helpful to their cause. And this response from the founders of Abolish the N-Word is really the key to why they, quote, got away with using the word. The episode itself is kind of a statement on why the word shouldn't be used, especially by those who have no understanding of how it feels to hear the word used against them. The heavy focus on Randy's experience having hateful words thrown at him illustrates this point perfectly, as his experiences mirror the discrimination that black victims of the past have faced. This is made especially clear when Stan makes the concession that he doesn't understand, despite spending the entire episode trying to relate to Token to make it feel better. He finally realizes that the only thing he can truly admit about the situation is that he doesn't relate. He's never known what it's like to get called the N-word as a black person. This whole episode is just the perfect execution of the same way South Park has always done their satire, which I've talked about 1,000 times on this channel. Take a controversial issue, use imagery or words that, on their own, could be considered offensive, and use them to add to the underlying message behind the episode. So even though they may be using a word that many would consider offensive, they're doing it to better emphasize the underlying point that they're making, which isn't offensive at all. The reason this episode was so uncontroversial is because they did so well. Anyone who watched this episode would be able to tell you what I just told you. They make the point very clear, and because of that, the people who you would think would have been offended understood that Matt and Trey were actually on their side. Well, almost everybody. You see, I forgot to mention that there was technically one group that was offended by this episode, but their reasoning was not really what you would expect. The Parents Television Council is a conservative activist group known for targeting South Park many times throughout the years. Their founder, L. Brent Bozell, would come out shortly after the release of this episode to criticize the lack of outrage surrounding the episode. Particularly, he would criticize the response from the founders of Abolish the N-Word that I talked about earlier. He made comparisons to Don Imus, a radio host who faced backlash for racial remarks made on his show. Now, this is what Don Imus said on his show. Yeah, that's pretty different in context. I don't really think they're all that comparable. So let me just real quick, let me recap what this man's opinion was. This dude, who clearly watched the entire episode and definitely understood the message, decided to tell black people how they should feel about the N-word being used. This guy told these people how they should feel about the N-word. Man, these scripts just write themselves.
Poslednje dve verzije, ovi AMD driveri ne pokazuje mi u overlayu temperaturu, voltažu i usage od procesora iz nekog razloga.
Tačno. Zabagovane. Jesi prvo da uradiš clean install?
Ne. Mišlju bi pomoglo.
Pa to uvek uradiš.
A nisam kao mrzno na obično.
Znam. Mrzi i mene, ali ono... Znaš kako kad nateraš sebe da uradiš nešto što nećeš.
Svanuo se. Jutro je.
Ili jel si mi ti baš rekao da ovaj Warhammer Total War najbolji od svih moj prvi?
Ja?
Neko mi je rekao da su dvojka i trojka sranje.
Da, ja sam ti rekao vjerojatno. Ako si mene pitao, ja sam ti rekao. Uzimam za sebe za tu zaslugu. Po onome što sam igrao i video, definitivno najbolji.
Pa ja dvojku i trojku ne mogu. Pacovi uplačeni, boosteri, neka sam.
Ništa od toga. Preskočiti u širokom luku.
Opet sam našao CR, Vlado, ideš u kurac. Možda ću i okret. Čekaj.
Where is the lower?
Šta je cer, karabin?
Pa da, u Hrvatsku, u stan pesmu 2, 3, 9.
Panduri.
So a new South Park special was recently released, and you know what that means. I am so late to making a video on it that everyone's already forgotten about it. You see, this is usually the part where I try to, like, explain myself and why I'm so behind schedule, but honestly, I don't really have an excuse for this one. Over the last 2 weeks, most of my time has been spent doing, well, stuff like this.
Oh, fuck,
Pushing Phantom Tax.
Game.
He dropped. Nice.
Austin's on side.
Oh, krevet, yeah.
Oh no, it gets serious.
Oh! However, the one benefit of my laziness is that I've been able to sit back and watch the reactions of the general public to this special, and in doing so, I have noticed some interesting patterns regarding how people are interpreting the messages here. When I first watched the trailer for this episode and saw that it seemed like they were going to be tackling woke media, going as far as to race and gender swap all of the main characters, I had a feeling I knew exactly how the response to this episode would be. And as it turns out, I was right on the money. Primarily, in what will come as a shock to literally no one who's a fan of South Park, it seems like a lot of people kinda missed the point. Even less surprising is how many people have taken these ideas out of context and used them for their own personal gain. If you don't know why that's unsurprising, I recommend you check out the video I made about the many, many times that exact scenario has played out during this show. So instead of taking everyone at their word and forming our opinion through tweets and YouTube videos, let's go ahead and figure it out for ourselves. Have Matt and Trey finally outed themselves as bigots who are intent on spreading their racist, homophobic, and sexist rhetoric to all of their fans by denying the importance of inclusivity in modern media? Or did they own woke Hollywood? Did they destroy Disney and Kathleen Kennedy? Was this a systematic takedown of the woke liberal agenda in our media? Was it insert more buzzwords here? Oh, I'm not supposed to say that. This special answers those questions in the same way that South Park usually answers questions. It's complicated, and I know that this intro might make it seem like this entire video is going to be dissecting the politics of this special, but in reality, I'm going to be talking about every aspect of this special. Most importantly, whether it was good and whether it was funny. So, with the intro out of the way, let's get into it. Did South Park just declare war on woke? But first, let's recap what exactly happened in this special, and then after I'll go into depth about the themes and the potential messages. So the main plot follows Cartman as he sees visions of a terrifying parallel universe, one where he and everyone around him are replaced with diverse women. He believes that this is all the work of the evil Kathleen Kennedy, who demands that every character we love be ruined.
But then Kathleen Kennedy says I can make it my life.
If you don't know, Kathleen Kennedy is the president of Lucasfilms, which is owned by Disney, and according to a lot of anti-woke people online, she's the one to blame for all of this pandering that's being done in modern Disney movies. And even though this is the plot that has caused such a stir online, a surprisingly large amount of this special is actually dedicated to a completely unrelated plot that sees Randy attempting to fix his oven door, but coming to the realization that he doesn't actually know how to fix it. In fact, it seems as though he's forgotten how to do pretty much any handiwork along with the entirety of the white-collar workforce in South Park. They're basically making the point that as technology and especially AI have made our lives easier, the average person has begun to lose these skills that they once had.
It appears that nobody knows how to do shit anymore.
And while that's rather unfortunate for the average person, this is great news for all the blue-collar workers around town whose jobs are not threatened at all by advancements in AI or technology. These workers are in such high demand that Randy can't even get one to come fix his oven door, even as he goes to more and more extreme lengths. Back with Cartman, he seems to be slowly losing it as he is completely convinced that he's changing somehow, as he witnesses all of these visions of diverse women taking his place.
God damn it, I'm not fat. I'm just shamed for my body in a world where white men decide what's beautiful.
He comes to the conclusion that these aren't just visions, they're glimpses into alternate universes. The rest of the boys are not buying it, and as Cartman is being sucked into said multiverse, they share their opinion on the trope as a whole.
I swear, the multiverse is just an excuse for lazy writing. Yeah, it's like every damn movie now.
Back with Randy, he takes a page out of Cartman's playbook to see if he can finally get his oven fixed.
No. There's people you can hire to do these kinds of things. Okay, listen up, Mexicans. We need you to read The Old Man and the Sea for us.
But instead of Mexicans, all he finds are a bunch of white-collar workers offering their services in exchange for handiwork.
No, I need some broke-ass immigrants to fix my oven door. Oh, dang it.
Meanwhile, one of the local handymen pull up absolutely dripped out in designer, asking for anyone that has any ability with the saw. We then switch perspectives back to the Panderverse, which is the universe where everyone is diverse women. We had our first look at this universe during the opening scene in Cartman's dream when they were all at the bus stop, and it made me realize just how much I love these character designs. They made sure to go all in on the diversity, with each of the main boys becoming women of color. All of them look sick and have a bunch of small little details that really tie it together nicely, like Kyle's hair being tied with a green hair tie. But my favorite is definitely Kenny, which, I mean, I don't think is surprising. It seems like that's the general consensus among fans, but that's for good reason, because Kenny's design is just so cool. And for some reason, it just seems to fit his character the best out of any of the boys. I don't know how to describe it, but it just makes sense, you know? This is kind of a tangent, but I think the funniest part of this whole special is that when these designs were shown in the teaser trailer, while all these anti-woke bros were writing scripts about how Disney got owned, the entire online fandom collectively lost their minds in excitement because this is already how they draw all of these characters anyways. I don't know, I just thought that was funny. So we see diverse Cartman ranting to all of her friends about the same visions normal Cartman is having, but then she gets sucked into the multiverse as well, being replaced with the normal Cartman. She ends up in the normal universe, and she attempts to convince the boys of what happened, but once again, they're not buying it. Meanwhile, another handyman pulls up to the Home Depot, absolutely pimped out, and he tells the white-collar workers to go away. This really pisses off Randy and the rest of them, so they decide to go to the local college and accuse it of being a scam, as well as attack it with a catapult.
How are we gonna break the college? The catapult's still in the box. It's okay, we called the handyman. He's gonna build it for us.
Back with the boys, they get called into the principal's office, and we get to see PC Principal address the situation with Cartman, and it goes exactly as we
Kiedy
expected.
przegrasz Huntdown.
I don't see a problem with it at all. And if you boys don't think Eric can be a black woman, then maybe the problem.
Ubija kokoszki
The
u
real
Daisy.
Cartman is still losing his mind over in the Panderverse, demanding to speak with someone of authority, giving him a flashback to his time spent at the water park back in season 13.
Is there a problem here?
Then we cut to the Disney headquarters, where they're discussing their plummeting stocks, when someone suggests that Kathleen Kennedy might be the issue. When they mention how she seemed different recently, someone suggests a theory.
We here at Disney pandered so much that we've opened a doorway to the Panderverse.
She happens to arrive at the meeting right as they're saying this, and I mean, I don't know, she looks totally normal to me. So then we cut back to the normal universe where the boys are still discussing their feelings on multiverses.
Now it's just this cheap device that people use to breathe life into tired franchises.
So then, Diverse Cartman comes up with a new plan to get everything sorted out by using Kyle's mom's credit card. Then, back in the Pandaverse, Cartman is at the police station. We get to see Diverse Detective Harris, and a small detail that I found hilarious about it is the fact that he's the only character in the Pandaverse that has the exact same voice as his regular counterpart, and for some reason that just makes a lot of sense to me.
More honkies? What is this, a Taylor Swift concert?
Then Cartman overhears that Kathleen Kennedy is looking for him, and he makes a very graceful exit. Back with Randy, he's currently in the process of leading a protest at the country club against rich people, you know, the rich people now being the handymen. At this point, the handymen are essentially billionaires, and they face off over who can buy the most social media platforms, who can go to space faster, and their plans to fight in MMA. Gee, I wonder if this could possibly be mirroring any real-life events or people. Back at Disney, they use an incredibly advanced AI technology to realize that this Kathleen Kennedy must be from a different universe. They now know what they must do.
Then we have to get everyone back to the right universe. Before it's complete pandemonium.
Back with the boys, they set up their brand new gaming PC to get started on Diverse Cartman's plan when Kyle's mom notices the charges to her credit card. But because Diverse Cartman is still Cartman, she's able to convince her that it's just credit card fraud. Back in the Pandaverse, Diverse Butters is singing her rendition of Butters' favorite song.
Lou, I got some apples.
She's jump scared by Cartman breaking into her room, who convinces her to join in on his plan, showing that this universe is not so different from their own. But immediately after, Kathleen Kennedy appears and Cartman makes another graceful exit. Back in the regular world, Randy gives a lecture to Shelley about the current state of the workforce.
I don't want you to end up a deadbeat loser who goes to college, Shelley. Instead, go out and be taught real skills that will still be profitable in this post-AI universe.
So then Cartman is eventually cornered by Kathleen Kennedy, who tells him that she's also in the wrong universe. Meanwhile, Diverse Cartman's plan is working exactly as she wanted it to, but what the boys don't realize is that her plan wasn't to fix the multiverse or anything, it was just to play Baldur's Gate 3.
Wow, it really is Cartman.
Throughout this episode, they mention Baldur's Gate 3 like a bunch of times, and it makes me laugh because this is clearly one of those times when Matt and Trey got really into a new thing, and then they just decided to include it in an episode. Like, I can just tell that they were really excited to make this joke. Also, this part was pretty hilarious because it is incredibly relatable to anyone struggling with games that don't have cross-progression.
Save games don't even cross between PCs and PS5s. Why would they cross between multiple universes?
So in order to gain access to the Pandaverse, the Disney execs tell Randy the requirements to open the portal, which are so stupid that I honestly couldn't tell if it was a genuine attempt to make a connection or if it was making fun of the loose and contrived connections made in multiverse stuff.
We need to find a place with integrity that has a broken door.
Meanwhile, Cartman and Kathleen Kennedy meet at City Walk, or City Woke, I should say, to discuss what's happening. Kathleen Kennedy reveals the secrets of the Panderstone, how it was an advanced form of AI that could be used to create the same movies over and over and have them appeal to everyone. But after receiving tons of hate mail, she doubled down, using the Panderstone more and more until it became unstable and released the Cartman version of Kathleen Kennedy. Meanwhile, Randy begins his exploration into the multiverse, where they take another jab at multiverses in what was one of my favorite jokes in the whole special.
Can you imagine it? An infinite number of universes with infinite combinations of pants and shirts.
Back at City Woke, Cartman and Kennedy are sharing their feelings about the pandering being done, when Cartman reveals that he alone has been writing the tens of thousands of letters of hate mailed to Disney, causing them both to reveal their true motives.
I wouldn't have tried to fight racism with the Panderstone if you hadn't written all those letters.
I wouldn't have written all those letters if you haven't tried to fight racism with the fucking Panderstone.
Meanwhile, Randy is still experiencing his wardrobe nightmare within the Panderverse.
I'm wearing a Baltimore Ravens shirt now! I hate the Ravens! Oh, now it's the Dolphins!
When Cartman and Kennedy finally begin to develop some understanding of each other, discussing how their reactions to each other were what caused this cycle of pandering to worsen.
And, in a rather uncharacteristic moment for Cartman, he apologizes, saying his actions left her no choice but to double down on the pandering. Kennedy also apologizes for how she's treated the franchises that so many people love, calling it lazy. And then, Cartman makes a concession that is pretty interesting and that we'll talk about more later in this video.
I guess just railing on woke stuff all the time is pretty lazy too.
Just then, Randy makes it and opens up a portal for Cartman and Kennedy, allowing them to return to their universe. Kyle is still skeptical of Cartman, and that's for good reason.
Kyle, I'm back! I was so wrong about Kathy Kennedy, Kyle. She's so awesome! Okay, what Cartman is this?
You know, I think it's obvious that the universes got mixed up somewhere and accidentally gave them a shaved version of the evil Cartman from Spooky Fish.
You're so funny. No matter how I'm feeling, I can always count on you guys to light me up.
You know, that's just a theory. Again! No. Upon his return, Randy does everyone a favor by bringing a bunch of handymen from alternate realities, which is played like it's supposed to be some sort of commentary on billionaires, but honestly, I couldn't figure it out, so I don't know. The special ends with a glimpse into another alternate universe, where the Cartman Kennedy tells her mom about her nightmare. She tells Kyle that he was in the dream, and in a choice that I still do not understand, we see that Kyle is Cartman's cereal in this universe, and he devours him happily. You know, weird vor-like implications aside, that is the end of the special. Oh yeah, I forgot about diverse Cartman. Well, she makes it back to her universe too, and they all live happily ever after.
Yo, bitch, you killed Penny! You fat hoe!
Alright, now we're going to take a look at some of the underlying themes that we see throughout this episode. First, I'll talk about each plot individually, and at the end, I'm going to talk about the themes that connect all of the plots. So let's start with the Randy plot, because it's probably the most obvious. It's all about how AI technology is advancing at such a rate that many of the jobs people previously referred to as educated labor are slowly being made obsolete. The attitude of Randy and the rest of the white-collar workers is very resentful and angry at how seemingly unfair it is for the handymen to be making billions of dollars while they struggle to even find work. Now, this is set up in a story structure that South Park uses all the time. I talked about it way back in my very first video on this channel, where I called it flipping the script. 3 years later, and I still don't know what it's actually called, so that name will have to do. It's one of their trademark ways of satirizing something, essentially placing those on either side of an issue in each other's place. In this case, Randy and the rest of the men take the role of your typical blue-collar worker, while the blue-collar workers become the wealthy businessmen. However, I think most of the message can be drawn from Randy's actions. It all started with his broken oven door, and as the story progresses, he becomes obsessed with getting a handyman to fix it. He slowly moves further and further away from his original mission, until eventually he's leading a protest against capitalism and traveling through space-time. You probably wouldn't have even remembered that this was all to fix his oven if it weren't for Sharon calling to remind us every once in a while.
Randy, did you fix the oven door yet?
I'm working on it!
Hey, Randy, the oven door in the kitchen still isn't...
I am working on it!
Hey, Ram, the oven door still isn't shutting right...
Yeah, I'm working on it, Sharon!
Randy? I think the oven door is still having problems if you...
I am working on it, Sharon!
But what does any of this have to do with fixing an oven door? How did we even get here? Well, Randy's attitude is spelled out for us early on when he has a conversation with Siri. Siri gives him all of the information he would need on how to fix the oven door, he just doesn't want to do it. So instead, he inadvertently goes to much further lengths trying to get someone else to do it, when he could have just done it himself from the beginning. It reminds me a lot of how Sheila and the moms act in Bigger, Longer, and Uncut. They go to all these extreme lengths to protect their children from TV when they could have just talked to them from the beginning. In both of these cases, their behavior is a reflection of their unwillingness to take any personal responsibility. But why specifically is Randy acting like this? Well, we'll talk about it more when we discuss the connecting themes later, but for now, let's talk about the pandering. So what does this episode really have to say about woke culture? And do they really own Disney as hard as these YouTubers would lead you to believe? Well, there definitely is a lot of dogging on the pandering being done in media. I mean, by replacing every single character in the show with diverse women, they're already making fun of the concept, showing how little sense it makes to randomly give characters a new race and gender, especially in a show like South Park. A lot of the critique of the concept comes directly from Kyle and Stan, who argue with PC Principal about why it makes no sense.
What's wrong is it doesn't make any sense.
They make an important distinction after PC Principal brings up Miles Morales, though.
No, Miles Morales is sweet. That's a whole constructed thing with its own character and narrative. This is just taking Cartman, same old Cartman, and putting a black woman in it.
See, this scene explains the core of the episode's criticism of woke pandering. They're not making fun of race and gender swapping as a whole, but rather the way that it's done. The Miles Morales thing is a perfect example since Miles Morales isn't just Spider-Man, he's an original take on Spider-Man. It makes sense to have him be a different race because he's really his own separate thing. On the opposite side, we have movies like The Little Mermaid remake, which is exactly the type of representation that the show is making fun of. Making Ariel black without changing anything else is not actual representation, because representation is about much more than just skin color. It's about identity and culture. By just changing her skin color, you might as well have just released the original and reanimated Ariel to have darker skin. Really, it's insulting to those that it's attempting to represent. It's just a blatant attempt at pandering to them, covered with a thin, it's attempting reanimated Ariel to have darker skin. Really, it's insulting to those that it's attempting to represent. It's just a blatant attempt at pandering to them, covered with a thin veil of surface-level representation. If they really cared about making progress for these underrepresented groups, they would be putting their effort into creating high-quality, original characters and IPs that have diverse characters. I mean, just look at Black Panther. It was one of the highest-grossing movies of all time, and it did way more for black representation than any of these movies ever will. The show's biggest gripe with this kind of race swapping is that it's just lazy. It's an attempt to profit off of marginalized groups without having to do anything besides casting an actress of a different race. So of course people are going to be upset, since so many people care so deeply about these characters and franchises. To have them all change so unnecessarily can be frustrating.
I'm sorry I was so reckless with the things that you love. It was just lazy.
So, did South Park dunk on Disney and their woke pandering like all these dudes say? Well, to a degree, yes. But what these people seem to be forgetting is that this is South Park. And any time that you think the show is fully on your side, they're probably making fun of you too. And of course, this special is no exception. When Cartman and Kennedy sit down to discuss their roles in all of this, she reveals that the reason they have been pandering so hard is because of all the hate they're receiving. So much racist and sexist hate that she felt the need to continue pandering in an attempt to counteract this hate.
Ugly letters from racists who couldn't stand that some of the Panderstone's rehashes had diverse women characters in the lead.
Then Cartman reveals that he has been writing all of the letters.
Well, I'm sorry I wrote all those letters. It probably was a bit much.
Oh, I got like 10,000 letters a day.
I was doing more like 12 to 13,000, especially after the new Indiana Jones came out.
And it brings them both to a realization.
I reacted to you, and you reacted to me.
And I guess we created each other.
Each of them are a product of the other.
Welcome to
They
my
use
channel.
Cartman to represent the people who are genuinely hateful towards these groups.
Hello, Mr. Roman. Welcome, welcome. How are you?
People who will label any sort of attempt at representing a group as pandering trash. People who are actually bigoted. Because these people are so vocal in their complaints, they over-represent themselves, and Disney doubles down in an attempt to fight back. This leads to more hate, which leads to Disney tripling down, and so on and so forth in a feedback loop that just makes everything worse. So now we can finally return to that line that Cartman said earlier.
I guess just wailing on woke stuff all the time.
In this case, they're pretty much admitting that even though there are valid things to critique within the woke movement, those people out there who spend all their time talking about how terrible woke culture is are doing pretty much the exact same thing as Disney. These people ripping on wokeness all the time are also creating incredibly lazy content, uploading the exact same video every day, making the exact same jokes that everyone else has already made, profiting by pandering to the anti-woke crowd. Instead of presenting any valid criticisms of woke culture, they all just talk about how wokeness is coming for everything you love. They'll spend half the video reading an article about how they're making Tinkerbell black, and at the end they'll talk about how it's just ridiculous. This is the woke liberal agenda. It's so hypocritical. Oh my god, I have to pick my pronouns in a video game now. What's next? It's all just lazy, pandering garbage that anyone could make. Anyone could buy a microphone and build a brand off of ripping into woke stuff all day. So yes, South Park did make fun of Disney and the woke culture, but they also made fun of all of you. And I don't know if it's just me, but I'm not seeing any of you talk about that part in your videos.
This came out last night. I have not watched it in its entirety. I've seen a bunch of clips out there. I have not watched it in its entirety. I have not watched it in its entirety.
So now that we've established how the show feels about all of these topics, what was the point of it all? Well, the theme that connects everything together, that's the underlying cause of all these different plot points, is actually super simple. Laziness. Everything they criticize throughout this special has a root cause in laziness. From technology and AI making all of us lazy, to Randy's lazy attitude causing him to look for any way to fix the toilet besides learning how to fix it himself, to the laziness of Disney just race-swapping their characters instead of creating compelling original characters, to the lazy cash grab content of the dudes that talk about wokeness all day, and even the jokes about the multiverse being an excuse for lazy writing. It's all just laziness. So really, even though the online reaction to this episode may lead you to believe that it's all about taking down woke culture, it's really not. At its core, this special was a message to everyone out there. Whether you support every single diverse remake Disney pumps out, or you complain non-stop about them, whether you don't know how to fix anything or you know how to fix everything, if you're a writer out there who's about to explain away a plot hole with a multiverse, just please, for everyone's sake, stop being so lazy.
All my fellas. All my fellas. All my fellas.
You know, all around, I thought the special was pretty great. There were a ton of funny moments, relevant social commentary, good messages, and some awesome new character art. I ended up enjoying it a lot, and I'm excited for the next special they release before the end of the year. Comparing it to the other specials, I'd say it was pretty significantly better than the Streaming Wars, but still not that close to the quality of post-COVID.
Let's go.
Ne mogu da igram ja bi sad. Pa dobro, ti imaš sve ono okej. Kada sam s ovom ja bi uzao. No, zbog.
To smo evo to stresil ovaj Huntfre. Kako ne, uppercut i ono...
A naravno se pa cijelim sad izmišljotina. Da mogu sad da igram, ne bi ga igrao.
Ali idemo u poljanu i evo je pa.
Šta je onaj imaginarni arsenal koji su stavili u Huntdown?
Da, prosto, vrati.
Henry Martini pištolj, to je li?
Aj, to je leteće bube.
Vidi, najmanji problem u igri su ti leteće bube, da ti to kažem.
To niko i ne koristi.
Koristim ja, kao solo, ali to ti retko ko koristi. Nije, Vlado, to je kao bilo novo kad je izašao, ali niti menja igru, niti je to, razumeš, nešto kao da menja tog partije. Džaba, jer ti znaš da sad se i dalje se dešava da ljudi, Vlado, i dalje ljudi ostaju bez municije. Glas, nešto puca. Krajtek
Ima buba koja zapaljiva.
Buba koja je zapaljiva leti 50% sporije. Jako sporo leti. I čuješ je, pravi veću buku. Ja sam probao da napravim čovjeku zasaru pored crvenog bureta, čuo me s kilometara. I nije ni teo ni da prođe pored bureta, pobegao od njega. Ja se sakrio iz bureta, čekam da priđem, a kaki. Pobegao kilometar od bureta. Nije mogao da me vidi, da me upuca, ali čuje da se nešto kao zuji. Pravi veću buku. Flash bomba je bila OP, Krajtek je rešio da animaciju produži jedno 3 sekunde. Vadiš flash bombu iz inventara, nešto gleda u nju, mućka je, pa dok ti kreneš da je baciš, brate, svi su otišli. Niko više ne koristi flash bombu. Niko.
Da mogu. Dosta, 3000 satova.
Pa dobro, ne reklamiram ti ja igru, samo ti kažem da nije to tako kao što izgleda. Krajtek je ubacio kutije s municijom, niko ne kupuje kutije s municijom. Najde, kad si zadnji put kupio kutiju s municijom kad si igrao?
Kad idem s ovim, samo to 5.
To je jedan jedini put, ili tako? A kad igraš, a dobro, igraš sa ekipom, možda sa igrača treba municije. Volite kurac, a? Dobro, samo pitam. Eto ti timski igra.
Jebijem ti kišu.
Odakle tolika municija tu je?
Ovo sam ja pobacio. Kad je bio mrak.
Oh my god.
Hey, did you guys know that Paramount Plus actually released a new South Park special a week ago? I'm gonna assume the answer to that question is no, considering it quite literally received no advertising, aside from some posters and billboards in New York a day before it was released. And even for me, the guy whose, entire job it is to know about South Park, I didn't even hear about this until the day before it was released. Apparently, there was also a trailer for the special that was being run as an ad on YouTube videos a few days before it happened, but it got unlisted pretty quickly after it went up, so I don't know whatever happened with that, and I'm pretty sure that they never actually formally announced this special before it was released. It was definitely a pretty weird situation, but luckily there was one good thing that came out of it, and that's that we got a new South Park special. It was released on the 20th of December, which means that, once again, I am almost 2 weeks late to releasing a video about the new South Park, but at this point, I think I've lowered your expectations enough that you aren't really surprised. Although I will say, I really did take it to the next level with this one. I mean, I haven't made a video since last year. Thank you, I appreciate it. I'll be here all night, okay? Alright, Happy New Year, everyone. This special seems like it's all over the place with its targets, from Logan Paul to sports drinks to OnlyFans models, but despite the seemingly unrelated topics, they made it very clear that there was an underlying theme connecting all of them. Kids. So how exactly are kids the binding factor between all of these different topics? Well, with the intro out of the way, let's get into it. This is how South Park humiliated Logan Paul, Prime, and OnlyFans. Now, instead of jumping straight into the episode like I normally would, I think it would be best to quickly give some context for a lot of the references being made, since I know a lot of my audience is a bit too old to stay up to date with what the kids are into. I mean, YouTube tells me that over 50% of my audience is 25 or older, and those statistics are always accurate. But fear not, as a cool, hip Gen Z kid, I know all about what the kids are into. I know about Sus Ohio mewing to Looks Max with Kai Cenat level 5 Giat Skibidi Toilet Phantom Packs NPC vibes, and Livy Dunn rizzing up Baby Gronk. So first, Logan Paul, the man that you may know for his basic understanding of human empathy, or you may know him for his large wealth that came about through ethical business practices. A scam created by Logan Paul and his network, which ultimately resulted in millions of dollars being stolen from fans. Basically, he started a sports drink company alongside far less annoying influencer KSI 2 years ago called Prime. In that time, the company has grown to be worth billions of dollars, impressively holding its own against giants like Gatorade and Powerade. And though you may be asking how it could be so popular despite never seeing anyone actually drinking it in real life, well, as is the case with everything that seems inexplicably popular, the answer is kids. Kids absolutely love anything that their favorite influencer promotes, and of course, Prime is no exception. Now for the OnlyFans thing, I don't think that really needs any explaining if you somehow don't know what it is. It's a subscription site for influencers, kind of like Patreon, but it allows explicit content, and that is what it's most often used for. Alright, so with that much needed context, we can finally talk about the actual special. We first see Cartman waking up and getting ready for school, preparing all of his necessities, including, of course, his favorite hydration drink, cred. As he walks down the hall at school, a song plays in which he sings about the fact that he has cred. Which may seem kind of dumb and on the nose, but it's actually a direct parody of a real-life song that one of the child fans of Prime made, which Logan Paul embraced and used as a marketing tool. And this will be far from the last time that he will do this. At school, it's clear that Cartman isn't alone in his love for cred, as literally everyone has at least one bottle.
1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. Šim da ne radim.
Pitam, je uopće praviš poison baby? Ima sve ono da, ne, možda, probat ću.
Ima 94% šanse da prokujem 170% poison damage-a, izvoli.
Evo ima da ti dam nešto, ima 333% za poison damage.
Je li poison damage ili damage over time?
Poison damage.
Ne. Pukni. Nešto sad.
U koji slot ide?
Za ovo ruži. Može bilo prvo to ispijataš nešto.
A ti znaš da... Ti zna...
10 mili damage-a, 49% in case mili stun.
Ali ima onda...
Dobro, znam, ali mogu da... Stani, mogu da onda ga craftujem jedino drugo, ne mogu. Razumeš? Mogu da probam. Ma znam, kao što rekao, već sam probao da craftujem 2-3 koplje. Od 3 koplje možda jedno ispadne dobro. Što je random efekt.
Sjetio sam se što ima dobro. Lovače kući.
Kuće za lovce?
Ovdje ima, sad se sjetio. Ako ima Hunter backpack i weapon cleaning kit.
Ja hoćeš da se čekaš, treba bi sad da odem... Treba bi sad da odem sa bratom do... Pa, na jedno mjesto, da kažemo tako.
A gdje je Mila?
Gdje bi ti bio da ti umro...
A?
Neću ništa da kažem.
A, pa dobro, ne znam.
Dobro, Vlada nije bio tu kad je to moj kum onako kulturno saopštio, znaš.
Ne znam da li ta vest može se saopštiti na neki poseban način. Takva vest uopšte.
Jes. Danas ima sutra te nema. Pa... 70 godina.
What they call process your life plan.
Možda im skup. Mapa. Sardina je ja. Čutalica je ja. Onda još ne možeš mi pravi.
Ne, ti samo kaj da napraviš.
Sada kiša. Sad si stala, bravo. Jo, gore poljana. Stavljam sviđa na poljanu za gore. Opet. Aj, padaj na što je. Jebi me, padaj.
Rockin'. Welcome to my channel.
Šta da? Sve sam uzeo. Hipe, učin.
To najbolje ideš gore na sebe.
Ma daleko me i nema tamo ljudi u piču, u materinu.
Ima. Samo onda gdje ja idem uvijek. Ima da nađeš noć. I ljudi tu prave base.
Znam jedne kod Svetlojarsko ono mesto, nije Karmanovka, nego nad...
Jeli...
Ma bre, pobeda kod Vikija.
Nisam znao da se bavite vikinškim zanatom.
A?
Nisam znao da se bavite vikinškim zanatom. Koji je bio vikinški zanat? Čime su se vikinzi bavili?
Pa trgovina.
Pa trgovina, ne, trgovina, dobro si rekao. Samo što dobiješ ništa.
Idi bre na pobedu, ba.
Zajebavam se. A ljudi su i ozbiljni ovdje. Trguješ s mecima, dobiješ metak, daš se. Jel ko gledao Tropic Thunder, onaj tropsku oluju?
Ne.
Ma bre, onaj Robert Downey Jr. glumi onoga Blackface-a. He's this guy, kad se Robert Downey Jr. preruši u crnca koji glumi Kineza, koji glumi crnca, koji je Australijanac.
Ne.
A nemoj se plati.
To je nešto predvidi.
Bez pobjeda. Na koordinatama.
Here, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here, here, Seth, here, Seth, Seth, here.
Lagano. Jedan broj jabuke.
Me? I know who I am. I'm a laying a dude disguised as another dude. What? You a dude that don't know what duty is.
Or are you a dude who has no idea what duty is and claims to know what duty is?
What are you guys talking about?
By playing other dudes.
I know what dude I am.
You're scared.
I ain't scared. Scared of what?
We're scared of who?
Scared of who? Come on, guys. We really need to go.
Scared of you.
Kaže, on je tip koji je prešao u tipa koji glumi drugog tipa. Koji tip si ti? Kako nisi? Ne, film je komedija. Robert Downey Jr. je u tom filmu Australijanac koji glumi crnca, koji glumi Kineza. Ali ako pogledaš filma ima smisla. Teško je sad objasniti šalu. I to ti je kao u suštini, ne znam, uzeli su kao na opitnu publiku, uzeli su te Afroamerikance i sad bilo je pitanje kao da li je neko uvređen sa humorom. Niko nije, zato što je ono umesna šala, razumeš. Zato što je čovjek ono dao 200% od sebe, kada je glumio. Imaš čak i, kako se zove, Toma Cruise. Tom Cruise glumi debelog cijelovog producenta. Mislim, kad vidiš kako gestikulira, skontaš da je Tom Cruise i po glasu, ali ono, kažem ti, krupan tip. Da, teško, nema šanse. Nosi ono gumeno delo, razumeš, napravili su ga onako ode čabi, onako ima podvaljke, nosi naočare i ćelav je, onako sa nekom lošom frizurom.
Nekog zasekao? Ili je smeće ovdje?
Pretty good.
Da. Neko je ovdje životinju rasekao. Jebem ti govno. O? Fire barrel, neko ovdje peklo, pa da. To bi ovo životinju peklo ovdje. Temperatura... Nema, ohlađene.
Pa kako, po tome dedukuješ kad je prošao?
Pa, ako je vruće, znači da još uvijek blizu. A možda i nagura malo više. O, ovo je zombi, vrati, ušto sam se.
Da kaže da je zombi napravio ti?
Ne, nije.
To je bila šala.
Nije bio ovdje, evo ti. Znam se što je tu prije. I ubio je zombija.
Yes.
A da.
Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here.
Momci, zdravlje. Ja sam otišao na jedno mjesto. Za najbolje. So anyway, I gotta go see my friend. He has, family issues, so it might be okay for me to visit him. So see you later.
LANID. Welcome to my channel. Teamwork is dream work, baby, whoa, don't forget it. Aaliyah. Welcome to my channel. ZVGN. Welcome to my channel.